I think we'll all be in unanimous agreement about mine. Should be easy.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, let's go ahead and get into introductions. So for everybody who's just now joining in, we're doing Bring Your Own Topic panels today, hosted by eaZy, moderated by me. We're going to go ahead and let everybody introduce themselves real quick. So we'll start with eaZy.
Escape with eaZy on YouTube. I am eaZy on everything else. I do a little bit of everything. It's hard to even tell you what I do because I do all types of shit from like true crime to red pill, debates, all types of shit. So yeah, come over if you want to get entertained the fuck. I like doing these debates every Wednesday. So we're going to keep these going. And yeah, that's it.
It's not hard to figure out what he does. He does Facebook mom drama on his channel. So if you're
Some of that
interested in Facebook mom
Some
drama,
of that too.
hit up eaZy. All right.
If you like watching Days of Our Lives, come over every Friday because we do some fuck shit on Fridays. Let's go.
Real Smeth on YouTube. I have interesting conversations, unlike everybody else here. All right, and you can come if you're there if you want to fucking experience real intimacy and you want to experience real titillation in your fucking brain for once.
That's real titillation.
The last time you did that, someone commented in my Discord and said, "Thank you, Seth, for that moment," because you like so like.
Yeah, I'm turning that into a GIF for my Discord. All right, Radical Coder.
Yeah, I'm Radical Coder. I talk about programming and math, but mostly politics. I am infamous for my conversation with Destiny about teaching math, apparently making black children run around the classroom to learn math, which is not my position, but anyway, that was a fun conversation.
Awesome. Lauren.
Okay, my name is Lauren. I'm Lauren DeLaguna on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. I do politics, drama, all sorts of stuff. I do a lot of interviews, though, so I think it's funny. Real Smeth is like, I'm the only one talking about real shit. Well, I've talked to the man who's invented the suicide pod. I've talked to psychologists. I've talked to cult leaders.
What the fuck is a suicide pod?
What?
What the fuck is a suicide pod?
In certain countries, you're legally allowed to off yourself. So this man created like a pod that that you put yourself in and press a button and it ends you and it disposes your body for you. So
that's some Futurama type shit.
I've interviewed a guy who murdered his dog and beat his girlfriend. I've interviewed First Amendment auditors, attorneys, all sorts of people. So I do that sort of shit, and I do debates, real talks, and I'm titillating.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Lauren. Hopefully you investigated all the things that those people were saying to you as well. Ginger.
Hi, I am Ginger Ramoth. You can find me at Ginger Ramoth on pretty much everything except for Instagram. That is Lady Ramoth. I do cosplay panels. I go over all different kinds of scams on my channel. Actually, that's mostly what I do, and play video games.
Awesome. All right. So we're going to do one topic at a time. I don't know. Does anybody have like a hard out for when you need to leave?
Did you even introduce yourself?
My name's Tom. I go by Tom Foolery Show on YouTube. Does anybody have like a hard out on when they need to leave? Because I don't know exactly. How long do we plan on doing each topic? Do you?
Well,
like
the thing
minutes?
is with this one, I was figuring like, because you're going to be moderating, right? So we'll let people do their topic and we'll get into it. We'll see how much there is even going on. And like, if it gets to like a slow point, we'll move on. Right. But like, I have a feeling it's going to get exciting.
Okay. Yeah. So let's do it this way. Instead of having opening and closing statements on each topic, when the person reads their topic, let's have somebody raise their hand if they're like somebody who has thoughts on it or like wants to be the first one to speak on it, and we'll just pick somebody to start with and then open it up from there. And so since Smeth says that his topic is contentious and that he thinks everybody should fight on the first topic, let's go ahead and start with Smeth for the first one.
Okay. There's a chance that you'll all just fucking agree with me because you're all smart. But I want to talk about gaslighting, and I want gaslighting in the context of these fucking panels. Okay. So I think that the reason that these panels have gotten so 2 years ago, these panels were like booming, right? And now they're like the allure has worn off. And I think the thing is, especially in a lot of these arguments and shit, but especially on panels, an argument will come down to two people's values or their feelings. I just feel this way about abortion. You feel that way. And if you end it there, it's going to be a boring conclusion. So what you do is when you have those difference of values, you stretch it out for another hour of gaslighting each other, trying to logic someone out of their feelings. And it's literally like verbatim what gaslighting is. You're just trying to fight someone, telling them that their feelings are wrong. And that was entertaining 2 years ago, but watching that over and over and over again has just become like really boring because it's the same exact thing over and over again.
Okay. Raising hand.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
do you think that I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Well, can you reiterate the last thing that you just said?
I think what gaslighting is when you try to convince someone that their feelings are wrong. And
So you don't think that feelings can be wrong?
They can be irrational, but it doesn't make them wrong.
What if their feelings are wrong though? Like what if their feelings are their opinion and their opinion is wrong?
Well, you could be wrong about what you feel. Like you could think that you're happy, but you're actually sad because you're like really emotionally retarded. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying like whatever you feel is what you feel.
So generally, we would picture like gaslighting being you having you're making them question reality, right? Not just their reality, but reality. Whereas it sounds
Their
like
reality.
you're saying you're making them question their reality.
No,
Yeah,
it's
that's what
your
gaslighting is.
No, you're
There's
making
no
them
the
question
reality.
reality.
There is no reality that is like my reality is I'm more in tune with the real reality. Like trying to argue you out of your reality is gaslighting.
But that's not a
Can
reality.
I
though.
give you an example that I think you're trying to say, Smeth? So like if you're saying you feel betrayed, but I know I did nothing to betray you, and I say you shouldn't feel betrayed. You're saying I shouldn't, that would be gaslighting you. You're saying that?
So you can tell, so you can and should tell me like all the things that like I need to know, like I might be wrong about. But if I still feel like betrayed afterwards, like you can't like force me to do that. I'm just crazy. But like just because I'm crazy doesn't mean that that's not gaslighting.
Yeah, but
Wait,
you
what?
saying that I betrayed you, even though I didn't, that would be the gaslighting. No?
Like so I knew this would piss Tom off. So the thing is
What the
that's
hell
not
is happening? Dude?
that's not
You're
no,
gaslighting us right now. You are literally gaslighting us with this topic right now. That was your plan, wasn't it, dude?
No.
That was your whole plan. Let's talk about gaslighting. And I'm going to gaslight everybody with a topic about gaslighting. That
But
was
that
your
wasn't
plan,
That
planned.
actually
wasn't it?
does sound.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
That is
No.
that
I just
calling
know
it
that
right
everybody
here.
doesn't have any fucking understanding of what gaslighting is.
You're putting it on a
if I think
spectrum,
that
aren't you?
if I think
Put
you betrayed
gaslighting
me,
on a spectrum.
if I think you betrayed me and I'm wrong about everything, it doesn't. There's nothing you can like. You tell me all the information. I'm like, oh, so you tell me like about actual facts that happened. Like that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about feelings. Like so, if I think that you showed up at 5 but you showed up at 4. You correcting me on that is not gaslighting. But even if I learn and know like all the accurate details and I still think you betrayed me and it makes no fucking sense to you, like that's just my fucking feeling. And our feelings are in the end of the day irrational, and you cannot logic someone out of their feelings.
But you're still wrong to feel that because you weren't betrayed. So you're gaslighting someone by saying, I feel like you betrayed me, even though they didn't betray
Hold
you.
on, wait. We need to separate something real quick. Okay. If I say, I feel like you told us that we're all ugly, right? I say, I feel like that happened, right? That's not really a feeling, though I'm presenting it in a feeling. I'm telling you, I think this. So even though I'm saying I think this, I'm presenting it as a feeling, but it's not really a feeling. And a lot of the things that you guys are giving examples of, they're not feelings. They're what you think.
Right. So the thing that would be the thing that would be the example would be if I said that what you said made me feel ugly, and no matter what you say cannot change. You shouldn't make you feel ugly though, but it did. Like the thing you just said made me feel ugly. Like theoretically, it makes no fucking sense. But you can't fight me on that. Like that's how I feel. And if you convince me that I don't feel that way, that is gaslighting because that's actually how I felt.
Okay, Lauren, go ahead.
Wait,
Getting
No,
someone
no,
to change
go on,
their mind is not gaslighting. Gaslighting is like trying to convince someone they're crazy when they're actually accurately perceiving reality. So, for instance, when I was watching Catfish earlier today, and this girl was like, "Hey, do you have any kids?" And this guy was like, "No." And then later she was like, "So do you have a child?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, I have a son." And she was like, "Why, when I asked earlier, did you say you have no kids?" He's like, "Well, you asked if I have kids. I only have a son." And she was like you were being dishonest. And he was like, "No, I wasn't." Like, I feel like maybe that would be more aligned with gaslighting, where it's like a clearly not telling the truth and trying to make her feel crazy for not seeing, like, no, you're crazy because you asked me if I had multiple kids, and I answered it correctly, and now you're saying, now you think I'm lying, but like that makes you the crazy one. That's a good example of gaslighting.
Yes, but what I'm saying is usually all these arguments come down to values or feelings. So the best example I can give is abortion, okay? At the end of the day, either you think it's murder or you don't, okay? And that's just a fucking feeling. And you cannot, you cannot like argue.
Actually, no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think if you think it, whether you think it's murder or not comes down to a legal decision. Like, because murder is a legal term. So you're deciding whether or not it should be a crime.
No,
these are going to be
but why do you want it to be considered a crime or not?
Hang on.
No, I think he's saying it's taking a life.
Hold on. Let Coder finish.
Yeah. Okay. So the decision about like whether or not abortion should be legal and like the abortion debate, it's not really about whether you think it's like murdering a human person or whatever. It's really about whether or not you think that person should have the right to do that, whether you think it's a person or not, whether you think they should have the right to have that, to do that. So it doesn't really matter if you think it's murder or not.
No, so whether or not you think they should have the right to that depends on how you feel about it.
No, what if you feel that they're wrong? What if you feel that they're wrong?
If you feel that we shouldn't have the right to do abortions, that's
I'm saying regardless of what regardless of what they feel, I'm saying, what if you yourself feel that person's wrong? Do you say that their feelings?
It's how I feel.
So do you think that the feelings of the person, the first person,
I think
mean more than the feelings of the second person?
No, I think the way neither person's feelings have to override another person's feelings. That would be gaslighting. I think that the way the other person feels is how they feel, and how I feel is how I feel.
Hold on. I thought we tried to separate like what you think and how you feel, right? So right now we're saying they think this thing happened, right? And we're saying, but there's a factual thing here, and they're just trying to convince the other person that they are wrong on the facts. And you're saying that trying to convince them that they're wrong on the facts is gaslighting.
No, I explicitly said that it's not the case. I'm saying that we're trying to convince
somebody. You said that, but I'm saying that each time somebody gives an example, you're arguing with them, and that is the case. You're going back on what you said.
I'm arguing with you right now. I'm saying no. You undid all the work that I just did. Let me redo the work that I just did. Okay, the best example is fucking abortion. Okay, if I feel if it gives me the ick, it horrifies me. I feel like it's wrong. I see it as taking a life. I see it as something we should not allow. And you're telling me that is wrong because you feel otherwise. You're trying to, like, we have different feelings, and you're trying to you're saying my feeling is wrong because it should be what you feel, and that is gaslighting.
Well, do you know what a debate is?
The third point of that doesn't necessarily, like, you can feel like it's a wrong thing to do. You can feel like it's bad, that it's evil even. But that can be separate from you thinking whether or not it should be legal. I think those can be like two.
I don't think those are. I don't think those are.
I'll be right back. I gotta find my glasses.
A lot of people actually think that abortion is.
I'll be right back. I gotta find my glasses real quick. So
gaslighting.
A lot of people.
Gaslighting is not two people. Hold on. Gaslighting is not two people mutually disagreeing and try to convince each other of each other's truths. Gaslighting is when you know the truth, you want to convince somebody that the other person knows
is not real.
But you want to convince the person that truth's not real, even though we both know the truth.
Right. Here's the perfect example.
The thing I'm talking about is the truth is I feel this way about it. And you're saying that that's not true. You shouldn't feel that way. You're wrong. You're wrong to feel that way.
To tell somebody they shouldn't feel some way isn't the same thing as telling them that their feelings are wrong. Okay,
real quick. We're going to have to do this real quick. Okay, hold on. We're going to have to do this because Everybody here agrees on what gaslighting is, except for Smith.
No,
But Smith
yeah,
is
I
using the
was gonna say
word
no.
gaslighting because it makes his question a lot more hyperbolic. We can either use the word, use a different
Correctly.
word than gaslighting, and then have that conversation about whether or not the actions are right or wrong, or we can continue arguing over the semantics. What do you want to do?
You're
Smith?
trying to make you're making someone feel as if they're crazy for feeling the way they do because their feelings
No,
are
that's not-
irrational and your feelings are more rational than theirs.
Let me give you an example. Okay, so there's a couple, right? And they're fighting in their house. The guy just got home and he thinks his wife's cheating on him. The guy that she's cheating on him with is outside, that just jumped out the window. Okay, and she's in there screaming, "How dare you think I'm cheating on you? All you do is just push me to think, all you do is say I'm cheating on you, when you know that's not true. It's not fair." That is gaslighting. She knows she's cheating on him. He knows that she's cheating on him. But
we
she
all agree on
refuses
that part.
to-
We all agree on that part.
Can I?
That's the only way.
But
That's
that's
gaslighting.
Can we not just not use the word gaslighting and talk about the scenario that he's talking about and talk about whether or not this is right or wrong and whether or not we can do this thing? Because we all agree on what gaslighting is.
I mean, we can
except
do it.
So
No.
I'm asking, what do you want to do? What is your topic about? Is it about whether or not it's gaslighting, or is it about whether or not the thing is right or wrong?
It is literally gaslighting when it is true that I feel a certain way and you're telling me that I'm wrong to feel that way.
Right. My question is your topic about whether or not we use the label gaslighting for this, or is your topic about whether or not this is right or wrong?
Well, I think the reason that first of all, I think it is gaslighting, and I think that it is. I think in the context of a panel, it's not like as wrong as in real life, but it's just boring.
Can I say something?
But I don't feel like my question is answered. I've asked it twice. Is your topic about whether or not we use the label gaslighting, or is it about whether or not this scenario is right or wrong? That's fine, but my question is not.
That's my topic is. My topic is that it is gaslighting.
Okay, your topic is whether or not it is about or whether or not we label this gaslighting. Okay.
Wait. Smith said, "Oh, you shouldn't say you shouldn't tell me I'm crazy for feeling a certain way, even though my example that I used earlier. If someone didn't betray you, but you were telling them, 'Oh, I'm betrayed,' and you're telling other people, 'Oh, this person betrayed me,' because you felt betrayed. Yeah, you should be told you're fucking crazy for feeling betrayed, because you must be crazy. Why are you feeling betrayed if you weren't betrayed? That's the point."
The alternative would be to ask, why do you feel betrayed, right? Like, that'd be a better way to handle a scenario that's more
Yes, it would be a better way. Okay, but we're not
this conclusion. Why do you feel this way? Talk to me.
But it wouldn't be gaslighting him to tell him that what he's doing is crazy.
So you would say me saying that you feeling like this is gaslighting is wrong. I shouldn't be doing that.
You're asking Smith,
I mean,
right?
basically, yeah. But the thing is that we're talking about a definition, and we can have a different disagreement about a definition, and people can be right or wrong. But how I feel, so what I believe is to be a fact is one thing, and that is the obvious example of gaslighting. So, like the example of the cheating and stuff, like the factual, this isn't cheating, this is cheating or whatever, that is if you're telling someone the opposite of what the facts are to convince them they're crazy, then that is wrong. But the thing that comes down to the core of these arguments is that people have a different value because they feel differently about different things. And once the argument reaches that conclusion where you understand what the difference in values are, and then it continues on for another half an hour, another hour, at that point it is just gaslighting.
So I mean, isn't that what you're doing in this situation?
No, I'm just explaining myself.
I think Tom called it because the name of his live is gaslighting the panel. So I think Tom called it. He planned to come.
Well, no, I figured I would figure
everybody.
No. That's the reason I called it that is because I feel like all panels involve gaslighting, because eventually you figure out, like most panels, the panels don't end when you figure out the disagreement in people's core values. They keep going, and that is at that point is gaslighting.
Have you
That's
seen
because some people's core values are retarded.
Yeah,
some people have really fucking retarded core values. So you want to feel like you can push back on it.
You can
I
say
would
that they're retarded, but to tell them like to like keep like you what you're doing is you're confusing people because like people just value the things that they value. Like if they actually understand the facts of the matter, and it's like I understand everything about abortion, I understand everything about like memories and everything about their like having dreams and all that. Whatever arguments you're gonna do, and I understand that, and we just value different things. At that point, you're just telling me that my feelings are wrong because you think your feelings are right.
That could be a
Yes.
good thing, though, right? Like, wait, let me give an example, right? So you have a girl that's in a domestic violent relationship, but she feels like she's loved, even though she's being beat. But she feels like she's loved. She feels happy. Are you wrong to tell her that, no, you're fucking manipulated right now? This is not good. You need to get out of this and go see somebody.
That is
Would that
usually
be
not even the
gaslighting
best.
her?
It's not even the best way to like. If you want to do that, you have to just take authority. You have to like, you have to say you're trying to
Would I
convince
be
her.
gaslighting her because I'd be
trying to convince
invalidating her feelings?
That's not invalidating. Is not the same as gaslighting. Like
wait, that's what you
gaslighting-
are comparing it to. You're saying
no.
to
So
make me
if,
say,
no,
to
that
make
conversation.
me feel like my feelings are wrong would be
That
gaslighting. So
conversation-
me telling this girl your feelings
Right.
that you're loved in a
Right.
relationship, you're being beat every day is wrong. You're not loved. You're not this is wrong. So yeah, I think this is not like. Are you saying that would
Right.
be gaslighting her?
Right. Yeah. So that,
It
but
feels
that
like it would have to be by the way you've described it.
it can be. There's different. There are different ways that conversation can go. And the way I would do it is I would say I literally don't. You have
That's
to leave.
not what
Like
the
this is what I
question
think.
is.
But to tell her that to like no like so there's different ways to frame it. Like I as your friend, this is what I think you have to do. Like I want to protect you. Blah blah blah. But to just like make her think that she's crazy for being in that relationship, that is the gaslighting part. For her to like she's not crazy for loving him. She does love him. She's not like if you
No.
tell her that she's crazy for loving him, that is the gaslighting part. Yes,
No,
'cause
he
she does love him.
gaslit her. No, he gaslit her into thinking he loved her,
He
or,
may-
or that she loved
No,
him.
she actually
Thank
does
you.
love. Even if that's true, she actually does love him.
Smeth, can
No,
you
but
just
she feels also loved.
She loves
feels-
something that's not real.
can you
Well, that's
define
different. That's not gaslighting. If he doesn't love her and you tell her that he doesn't love her, that is not you saying that her feeling is wrong. That's you telling her that she is not understanding the fact.
Can you
That's
define
the-
gaslighting?
That's what we said this whole time, Smith. That's what we've been saying.
I think that's our frustration.
You're saying I'm betraying you, but it's the fact that I'm not betraying you, telling you, hey, you're wrong for feeling betrayed is not
Right,
gaslighting.
I think I didn't articulate it. With the betraying example, I don't think I was perfect because I fell into the trap of assuming that the feeling of being betrayed is a core bedrock feeling, but it's not. Being betrayed is a definitional thing that we can like you can understand or not understand the facts about. But if I understand that you didn't betray me, but I still feel bad about what you did, as if you'd been betrayed, that telling me that I'm wrong about that, like you can't. If me knowing all the facts doesn't change that, you can't logic me out of it, unless you're gaslighting.
Am I wrong for thinking differently?
It's so funny because he started off this thing by saying,
I don't know.
hopefully you'll all agree with me because you're all
Got him.
I don't know. No, and then I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
No, but you started off this whole thing with hopefully you'll all agree with me because you're all smart. So therefore, are you saying that if we don't agree with are you gaslighting
that is gaslighting,
us?
yeah.
No, we're doofuses.
Yeah, that's gaslighting.
Kinda. I mean, sorta. Yeah. Sorta. Yeah.
This
How
is
could
such
you?
a
Wait,
All right.
Oh my God, Smith.
We've determined Smeth is a
I don't
gaslighter.
even know if you believe this, bro.
yeah,
Smith didn't
seriously.
even know he was gaslighting us at the beginning. This is freaking great.
No, I
Have
do
you guys
believe it.
well,
I
going
don't
No,
viral.
yeah, no, we all gaslight each other all the time.
Maybe the gaslighting
We all
part
do
was
it.
him
It's a
saying that
normal
we
thing,
were all going to
especially for
agree.
streamers. It's really normal.
Because remember
Wait,
when
have
he
you-
started this off with "we'll probably all agree"? That was probably the gaslighting part.
Yeah. But I didn't actually.
Oh my God.
Hold on, hold on. Let
But
Lauren
I
go.
didn't actually mean
Lauren's
that. That was
been-
actually
Shut
like
up,
a
Smith!
joke. I thought
Lauren's
you all
trying
like
to
understood
go
it
for
was
a
a joke
minute.
too.
Have you seen that
All right.
video going around of that girl? I don't know if it's just one girl. I don't know if it's like a trend, but like a girl, she like is holding her phone and she videotapes herself and she's laying next to her boyfriend and she goes, you know what, guys? I think I'm going to start gaslighting my boyfriend. And then her boyfriend like looks over at her and goes, "You're going to start gaslighting me?" And she goes, "What? No. Why would you think
What
that?"
are you talking about? Yeah.
And he goes, "You literally just said it." And she goes, "What? No, I
I
didn't."
didn't. Yeah.
That's gaslighting. It's like
Yeah.
when we both know the truth. That's the definition. Like, I don't think what you're saying is gaslighting. Two people having two different opinions and trying to convince one another of their opposite opinion.
Yes. Okay. So
That's called a debate.
I know. Like,
no. Okay.
And like even
So
if you
yes,
get down
when you are wrong about the facts, when you
even hold on, let me finish. Even when you get down to the roots of it, even if you boil it down and now you're like, oh, okay, this is where we morally differentiate. This is where it boils down to where I'm going to have to like either change your truth or she's going to have to change my truth. Like even then discussing those two issues, that's not gaslighting. That's just two people having two different truths, trying to convince one another of each other's opposite truths that are.
I would also argue most debates, what you said, most debates like get down to this point. I don't think most debate panels ever get down to two people actually like understanding what someone's like differing core value is. It almost never gets that far down. It's usually like
unfortunate,
like screaming at each other about exactly.
No, that's
it's usually screaming at each other about the.
But that's why
the facts.
No.
Smeth remix.
That was bass.
You're cutting in and out, Smeth.
We can't hear you.
Looking for anyone else?
No, it's just you.
Okay,
you're good.
Hold on.
You're good.
I'm
Now.
gonna change my
gaslighting
mic
you
in.
about
I don't
that.
know if that's what it is, but
Seem good now.
Okay.
no.
Does it
I'm
feel
only
like it's
asking
only
about it.
you?
All right. I'm gonna-
Raise your hands if you guys actually think intent is necessary for somebody to gaslight the other person as well. Like, do you have to know that you are incorrect
No.
in order to be
I don't think so.
gaslighted? I want to raise.
I don't think so.
I want to see hands if you think intent is necessary for it to be gaslighting.
I do think it's necessary, but I feel like I could be convinced otherwise. Like I'm not like super strong on my points.
I feel the same. I would say yes, but I don't. Yeah, I'm not.
I think it's a heavy like bound. It's okay. I'm just saying that wrong. It's heavy on one side. I think definitely intent matters, but I also feel like there are people that really think that they're not bad people that do things like that without feeling like they're doing that.
I think
Does that make any
common
sense?
example. I think so. I think a common example of gaslighting is like when if a partner does something awful to another partner, to their partner, and they say like, "Oh, I did that because I love you," like they're justifying it that way. Like they might even think that. They might even like believe in their heart of hearts that like their behavior there was justified because they care so much about that person, but they still did something terrible to them, and they're still convincing them that like it's okay because I just did it because I care about you, and that's the way I'm supposed to act because I care about you so much.
I feel like that's justifying your bad actions. I don't know if I would necessarily classify that as gaslighting. Like gaslighting for me is trying to convince your partner that like the term derives from a play in which a man continued to slowly increase the gas that the gaslight was giving out to make his wife think that she was slowly going blind. And he was like, no, it's not. So that's where the phrase comes from. So it's from like the idea comes from trying to make somebody feel crazy. Have I seen the play?
I've seen the movie.
Yeah, I think you did. For me, I think there needs to be intent. I've just been thinking about it for a bit. I think there needs to be intent.
No,
See,
okay.
but think about it
you
this way.
You guys are not moving. You guys are keep moving. You keep moving way back to the stupid point that we all agree is gaslighting. You're like, no, we're not going to talk about that. We're just going to only talk about the eaZy example where I know that I know that the
So
gas.
we're not being
I know
able
that
to
I know that I
see
turned the
him
light down. I know that I turned the light down, but I'm going to tell you that I didn't. What? I know that I turned.
Okay, never mind. Sorry.
I sorry. I cut out, so I don't know what we were doing. I reconnected.
We started
good.
talking about whether or not we think there's intent that's necessary for something to be
Yeah,
called
so I want
gaslighting.
to. I have a point about that. So like there's the factual thing of like I actually turned the gaslight down, but I'm telling you that I'm not, so you think that you're crazy because I'm lying about the facts, so you think that you're crazy. And when the fact is you feel bad about abortion, you do not like abortion, like that's just a fact, and I'm telling you that's wrong. That is gaslighting.
But you just saying that doesn't make it true. You have to explain.
So, anyways,
Because the fact, you're telling them that the fact, which is a matter of fact, undeniable fact, that this person thinks abortion is wrong, and you're telling them that is wrong. That is gaslighting.
so anyways, my point as to
Yes.
as to why there doesn't have
Hold
to
on.
be intent is because gaslighting initially is a lie. And there are people out there who do not realize that they are lying, that cannot stop themselves from lying. So they can easily gaslight without realizing they're gaslighting.
Okay, so Smeth,
Right.
the difference
In the
is
case-
on what
in
you're
the case of
talking about
feelings.
is they are not trying to convince the person that they don't think that abortion is wrong. They're trying to
That they're
convince
crazy
them
for
that it
thinking
isn't
it.
wrong. Or
No,
that they're wrong. No, it's on the fact of the matter that it is
Their
not
feeling
wrong.
is wrong.
No,
telling them
not
their
your
feeling
feeling.
is
We're
wrong.
not talking about feelings. We're talking about the fact of the matter, whether or not it is or is not wrong. So
That is not
it's
a fact.
feeling.
You're
No,
wrong.
What
You
think,
are
it is
wrong.
not.
It's not a
Smeth,
fact.
listen to me. Smeth, shut the fuck up. Smeth, you are talking about what you think, not what you feel. Stop saying
Wrong.
feel. We're talking about think. You
Okay.
think that it is wrong.
This is
You
why
don't
I named
feel
the
that it
panel
is
this.
wrong.
This is why I named the panel this. Okay, I'm telling you, if you think that abortion is good and you think that it's bad, it doesn't go to what you think. It is what you feel. It is you have a value of you value the fetus as a life. You think that you feel bad about killing it. You think it's bad because you feel bad. Your values come from your feelings. Always. The things that we make into laws come from what people feel is wrong. I feel like it's bad to kill people. That's the only reason we make it illegal. Like we don't want people to do things that that make us feel bad. We don't think it makes us feel bad when people look at child porn, so we make it illegal. That's why we have That's why it's fucking illegal.
That's not why
think
it's
that's why,
illegal.
yeah.
That it's illegal because
It's illegal because we don't want
The
a
topic
society
isn't
that
about
looks at
legal or
child
not.
porn.
It's about what gaslighting is. It's not whether
So-
or not.
okay, yeah. So
what's
you're
legal or not.
saying that
child porn and
you're derailing my fucking point, Ginger. You are
No,
derailing
you're
my
derailing
fucking
your own
point.
point. No, you're derailing your own
What
point.
the fuck does that even
Hold
mean? How is
Hold
this
on.
not gaslighting right now? Like I'm derailing my own point. Do you?
Okay.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Quiet.
That's gaslighting her saying that?
Yeah.
Hold on. We've been on this for 30 minutes.
So
We're gonna go
disagreeing
on
is
to the next-
gaslighting. You got
No,
it, Tom.
telling
We're
me I'm
gonna go to the
derailing my
next
own
topic.
fucking point.
I have
Okay.
a
Maybe
topic.
it's
I'm
how
gonna
I
start
felt.
muting people. I gotta start muting people. We gotta move on to the next topic. We've been on this for 30 minutes. Okay. We're gonna raise your hand if you want to go next to your topic. Lauren, you want to go next?
Yeah, I sent you a picture essentially of what my topic is.
I wasn't even fucking able to make my point. Fuck you all.
Wait,
Oh,
what
I'm
does that mean?
sorry.
What do you
Wanna
mean
go-
you weren't able to make your
He
point?
wants a closing statement. Have a closing statement there.
Okay, you have a closing statement. Fine, that works.
Okay. So when somebody feels a certain way, and abortion is not a matter of fact of if abortion is good or bad. That if it's good or bad depends on how you feel. And so when it's a matter of feeling, which all of your values come from your feelings, then if you tell someone that their feeling is wrong, you're gaslighting them. Period.
Okay. All right, Lauren, you're next. Go ahead.
I think that I disagree with the definition of gaslighting. I think that you need to intend
No,
to lie
your
to a
topic.
person. Oh, my topic. Oh,
Yes.
I thought it was final
Yeah,
statement.
I thought so.
Okay.
too.
We're not doing opening and closing statements on any of the topics. We're
That
just
takes a
gonna-
long time.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, I sent you a picture of it, but essentially, there has been a really horrific video going around. I'm sure most of you have seen it. There was a man. He was walking around. I forget which liberal city hellscape it was, like Portland or Seattle or one of those. And he had no self-protection, like available, and he was on the street with his girlfriend, and he ended up confronting a homeless man. Homeless man really came, attacked them, and stabbed him, and he did not make it. And the girlfriend kind of hid behind him and was not super helpful in the endeavors. And when the police asked the girlfriend for help in searching for the man, she was not super helpful because the man was, you know, a black homeless man, and she was a liberal white lady, and she's extreme, like ACAB, all cops are bastards, Marxist, liberal. And so she kind of didn't help the police because she doesn't like the police, and she doesn't want to appear racist, and she doesn't want to appear intolerant towards homeless people, like liberal moral values or whatever.
Is this something
And
that
so
she said?
Yeah, exactly. Did she say
Yeah,
that?
like she made the police investigation difficult. Like she refused
so?
to give details about the person who stabbed the boyfriend to the police.
But when they asked why, is that the excuse that she gave?
No, that's what
People are jumping to a conclusion.
People are jumping to that conclusion because she has pictures of her wearing a shirt that says ACAB. She has a license plate that says K Marks on it. Yeah, so she appears really liberal, so people are coming to this conclusion that that's why she didn't help the police. Now,
I didn't see that on the video. Like I saw the stabbing, but I didn't see that in police interaction part.
Yeah,
so
it sounds like to be clear, you're saying that's why you think she didn't tell the police, right?
That's what's being reported.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's what's being reported. I mean, I can't read her mind. I guess you're correct in saying, like, I am somewhat jumping to conclusions, but so yeah. So my issue
is it possible? I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
It's not really the issue that I'm really trying to get at. So even though I think, like, and this is me personally as a conservative, even though I think she was wrong about like the whole police and her opinions and all of that, I don't like that on Twitter conservatives are using this point and making memes and jokes and mocking the issue. Do you think that that's a reasonable way to react? Like when your side has a win in a tragic matter, do you think using it as a political point, especially in like a comedic way, is ever appropriate? Specifically,
Can you explain that more? You're saying that your question is whether or not conservatives are doing something wrong by making fun of the girl for not talking to the police.
Yeah, like are specific, not just any conservative reporting on the matter or making a point to the matter, but the one specifically making memes and mocking the girl and saying she's. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a counter like scenario. There is a televangelist who prayed all the time, and on TV he would always say, you know, COVID's not real. We pray COVID out of everybody, blah, blah, blah. Dude died of COVID. All right. Is that not funny?
Is that funny?
I don't think
it's like another example of like a tragedy. Like you shouldn't like make fun of anyone's death. Like you could. I think it's like something that should be discussed about, especially like if you wanted to.
I want to clarify what
actually,
I said.
I do think it's funny. Actually,
there were tons of leftists on Twitter that were making fun of this guy and his family and anybody who believed him. So it's like I do agree with you, but unfortunately, it's on both sides and it's equal on both sides.
She's just talking about the politics of it. Yeah, she's a conservative. So she's just talking about like whether or not we should do these sorts of things.
No, I don't think it's right, but unfortunately, I also don't think that it's something that can be stopped when Twitter is the way that it is. Like I don't think. Go ahead. Sorry.
I get the humor. Like, yeah, I get the humor, but for me, like I find it appalling to make that like a public, like in a certain case, in one of these type of scenarios, I might make that joke with a friend and I don't have any connection, but to do that publicly is really, it's upsetting because you know the people that connected might see it, and especially when it becomes a big meme, and that's just.
Well, so let me give another counter example.
Well, before you do, can I
Yeah, go ahead.
On what's been said so far. I think the person who died of COVID, I think there was even like an entire like subreddit dedicated to people in this scenario. Like I think it was the Herman Cain Awards, right? Like people who denied COVID and then died from it. I think that these kind of jokes, like whether or not you think they're okay or whatever, I think that if you are going to put those out like next to your face, you have to like understand that a lot of people are going to look at you sideways. A lot of people are not going to, they're going to change, they might change the way they feel about you. And if you're willing to live with that, then I mean, like, do you, I guess. Like I'm sure that I've shared some spicy memes in the past, and I've definitely laughed at some memes that I would never share as well. So
I mean, there are things that
yeah,
I wish I hadn't said, or I wish I hadn't done, or some like, you know,
sure.
like an idea about a situation that, you know, I wish I would have thought through before I spout out my opinion on it when I wasn't even sure if that was my actual initial opinion, but I was upset.
I'm not
there are plenty of
understanding
things that I would.
For me, I'm actually like totally against this shit completely. Like, I don't think you should be able to like go use people's fucking tragedies to gain some type of clout or income or something off of it. This isn't like, especially like when it comes to like people's real lives, you fuck with a lot of people's real lives and this shit. Like, I hear, I think it was you, Ginger, said that there's no way to stop this, but like, if they were more strict on this type of shit, you could stop it. It's
like more stigma.
The only way you're going to stop it,
first off, and like just not letting it happen. Like if you're fucking using people's tragedies to fucking gain a following or whatever you think it's funny to do, if someone reports that it gets fucking reviewed, they should fucking take it out. It's simple.
But I'm very First Amendment. Sorry, I'm very pro First Amendment. I'm very anti-censorship.
I need to ask a clarifying question though, because I'm not even
that's like
harassment.
It's not just free
before we
speech
continue, because I'm not understanding either. Like, okay, so you have the woman who's like, she's like sexually assaulted or something like that, right? And isn't that what you said, that like a homeless person assaulted her or something?
No, he stabbed her boyfriend to death.
Yeah,
okay, so he stabbed her boyfriend to death. Okay, and so you're saying that it's messed up to make fun of her for not talking to the police because it's a tragic situation?
So she's extremely liberal, like based off her social media, and she's in a liberal town.
Quick, there's like a massive difference between liberal and like ACAB Marxist.
Like extreme left. She's like extreme ACAB Marxist leftist, like extreme leftist.
You saw her license plate, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm asking Tom.
I've only seen what
she sent a picture in the.
Yeah.
Her license plate says K Marks on it.
Yeah, so I'm asking, what is the bad part here? Like, what is the, like, yes, I think it's stupid not to talk to the police, so I'm asking, what is the...
Super liberal, doesn't want to talk to the police. She has made it, like, basically conservatives are like, she got what she voted for. Like, she wanted this, she voted for the homeless to be allowed to...
This is Joe Biden's America.
Yeah, this is Joe Biden's America, essentially, which, like, I totally understand. As a fucking conservative, I agree. But simultaneously, should we then make her a meme? Should we turn her into that man is not real girl? Should we turn her into the next one of those?
That was such a great voice, dude. That was amazing. Well done.
Thank you.
I actually, oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry. I thought.
Well, why not? That's my question. No, I don't feel like my question is answered. Why not?
I'm gonna answer it because, like, you're driving, like, you could drive this girl to do even fucking worse shit to herself. What do you mean?
Wait, I want to speak on what eaZy actually.
Like, am I allowed to go outside your house and just fucking scream shit at you all day?
But your argument is don't turn anybody into a meme. That's your argument.
No, I have a different argument that I don't know if she's making, but I have a different one. I think different for him too. I'm also pro free speech.
Really quick, Ginger's point, really quick. Go ahead.
So I just want to speak to eaZy's point. When you were saying earlier that, you know, that people shouldn't be making money off that situation, there are people like on YouTube that do it. They make money off of it. Like there are drama channels and stuff like that. Even the true crime channels that make money off of stuff like that. So are you saying that none of that should be allowed either?
No, there's a difference. Wait. With the true crime, when you're talking about true crime that are reporting on like cases and stuff like that.
Oh, no. I'm talking about like the women who sip their tea and discuss true crime and make money off the fact that these people died.
It's comparable.
So, like, are they? So they're making a mockery out of the people dying and fucking
not necessarily a mockery, but I mean, some of them bring up.
Okay,
that
I'm not against talking about situations that happen, I'm against fucking it's called tragedy pimping. You're using people's tragedies to fucking get yourself something further.
But that's
Like,
what
and
people
then
would call
yeah.
drama
in
streamers.
with the what?
Right, like a Tozy.
That's what people
Do you
say
know who a
about drama
Tozy is?
Okay, but like drama. Okay, drama streamers. Okay, this is not a thing. I hate this fucking. This is not a thing. Drama streamers is not a thing. There's
You're
different-
gaslighting me right now.
Yeah, well,
Mhm.
I'm gonna gaslight you for a second. This is not a thing. There's different genres in YouTube. Like there's the Twitch poll, true crime, different things, and then there's drama that happens in these communities. And
No, there's
so
entire
they'll call it true
Yes.
crime drama. It'll be like crama. Like there's
No,
no just drama. If you're a
Yes,
fucking
yes.
just drama channel, that's what you are. Is a
There really
tragedy.
Yeah,
fucking
but
channel.
no, that's like my
There
like
are
lots
just
of
drama
people say
channels.
the drama
Hold
channel.
on,
But there's
hold
Club
I
Logic,
need
who's
to
just the
say
drama
it.
channel. There's who's the big guy who like started all of it. Freaking damn it, dude. He just like retired recently. He
Nicholas
has,
DeOrio.
no, the guy above
No.
him, the drama.
Well, when you said
drama
big
alert.
guy,
Drama alert. What's his name?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, Keemstar.
Sorry.
Keemstar.
Keemstar, yes,
Yeah.
Keemstar is 100% drama, all
A
drama,
drama
nothing
channel.
but drama. His show is called Drama Alert. Like there are tons of channels who literally do nothing but drama, and people act as
Like
though
they're
they
just
are
making fun
benefiting
of
off the
death?
tragedy of other people. No,
They're
not
making-
Do you know?
not.
Yeah.
There are times when they're talking
Entire
about death,
communities
but
where all they do is generate drama and then talk about the drama that
Deaf
they
Noodles. Deaf Noodles
Yeah.
is a great example.
generate. There's so many drama channels. Like what?
there are tons
Yeah.
of drama channels.
I guess speakeasy. Can I ask if you for the people who might be like
No.
making light of it or using it like the tragedy pimping as you say? Do you think that should be like banned off of YouTube? And like how would that
Yeah,
work?
you shouldn't like be able to like dox people. You shouldn't be able to fucking use
it's
people's
separate.
deaths to fucking harass somebody that was in like a family member of that person's death. You shouldn't be able to fucking use people's kids to harass them. Like
Okay, so
Oh,
earlier
hang
you
on,
said
hang on.
don't make a
You
shouldn't be
meme out
able
of
to
this
fucking
stuff.
do this shit.
Earlier you said it's bad to make a meme out of this, and I said you're making an argument
I'll be right
against
back.
all memes. So I'm asking, where do you separate these? How do
No,
you
it wasn't.
not say?
It wasn't all memes. No, it wasn't.
But
I
no,
wanna
but
know- I
you're
wanna
not
know
saying
though.
all
Me
memes.
and
But I
you
feel like
fucking roast
your
each other's
argument
luck.
applies to all memes, is what I'm saying. Your
Okay,
argument
listen.
applies to all memes about
No,
people.
no. If me and you were like roasting, no, I wasn't trying to say all memes. It's like me. If me and you are roasting each other's looks and shit, or what we present on YouTube, like our takes and this type of shit, that's what drama. That's the drama. That's like everybody expects this type of shit. If you started posting up my kids, making fun of my kids, or my family member just died, and you're doing that, you're crossing fucking lines.
So can I ask-
You're not
I-
like you can't do this shit.
I think I understand that line.
If
but
you
I
went
guess-
around my city posting
that
up
seems like a
pictures of
different
my
line.
kids, you'd go to jail.
Can I ask if I were to start a YouTube channel, right? Like after the Herman Cain Awards, like subreddit took off, and I spend my YouTube channel just like reading the funniest Herman Cain Award memes that I could find. Like I'm starting a YouTube channel. It gets really popular. People are donating me money, and I'm just reading these memes about people who died and also were denying COVID. Like, do you think that? And I'm making light of it. I'm laughing at it. I think it's hilarious, and my audience thinks it's hilarious. Do you think that should be like banned?
So you're reading something that's making fun of.
Yeah, it's just
People,
memes, just memes, like text on a picture of the guy who died, like a picture of Herman Cain, and then like quotes of his, and we're just like we have a whole circle jerk about it. We're just having the time of our lives, cracking up, cracking jokes, making fun of him for saying something and then dying as kind of a downstream result of it.
Okay, so you're making fun of a guy because he was saying that COVID isn't real and
Yeah,
he
and then
died
dies
from
of
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But you think?
I don't think you should be. Yeah, I don't think you should be
YouTube should
fucking
stop
make,
people from doing that.
Yeah, I don't think you should be doing that. Yeah, like
Okay,
that's fucked up, bro.
I
That's
don't
fucked
agree
up.
with Speakeasy,
think
but
it's kinda fucked up,
I think I have something in common with him. But I think there's a bridge here, but I don't agree with you. I agree with Lauren about free speech. Like I value that a lot. But the thing that I think we're lacking, and I think it's disgusting. That's a trend with all the things you're saying is just a moral backbone. Just people see everything like the news and like the tragedies is just like content, and we have no moral we're just like, oh, like haha, like you got stabbed, haha, girl, you're a liberal and your boyfriend got stabbed, haha, that's so fucking funny. We're just immoral.
See, listen, listen. If this is the difference too, like these people are like when you're on the internet making these memes to be vile and harassing to the people involved in the situation. Like so, like some people when I have this argument, they'll be like, "What about stand-up comedy?" You know, when you go to a comedy show or you watch a comedy show, everything's fucking a joke. That person isn't fucking real. Everything they're saying isn't real. You know that this is the whole context. They're not being vile. They're trying to make light of something that is fucking dark. You know what I mean? That's the difference with comedy to this tragedy pimp and shit. Making fucking humor out of tragedies to fucking gain some type of thing. Whatever it is, clout, money, whatever.
Seems like that's kind of a thin line though, because like I could again like the channel that I was describing, I could do that, and I can frame myself as a comedian. Like maybe when I'm offline, I'm like sobbing because of what I just like laughed about for so long. I mean, maybe I'm not being sincere about my like making jokes about it. But I'm still like profiting off of making jokes about it and making jokes off this tragedy. And also I think I think the framing of the original point, it was not only that, but like using it for like to make my political opposition look silly, like people who were out denying that COVID was killing people, like Trump saying it was going to be gone in a few days and then catching COVID, eventually, like stuff like that. Like it feels like that kind of falls into that as well.
It's like I think the problem is we stop seeing people as human when it's convenient for us to make a point or just because it's funny. And our sense of humanity is like with all the social media stuff, we just so easily will switch somebody off from human mode. You're just a meme.
I would argue the example. I keep going back to this example because I think it's like pertinent to this. Like the humanity of those people can even like contribute to the darkness and the point that's being made of the meme. Like you're like, isn't it? It's funny that this person said this and they died, but it's also horrible. And like, how awful is that? And wow, I really wish people wouldn't say this and get more people to be in their shoes, which are now in a casket. Like that's awful.
Yeah, the people reacting negatively. So like, even if you have a channel, so Speakeasy wasn't saying this, but I think if you have a channel where you just react to this shit, but you talk about how bad it is, you still wring in your hands every time a tragedy happened because that's your bread and butter. You know what I mean? And
sure.
You're saying talking bad about it and just reporting on it is the same thing?
You like people who make their whole lives about talking about how like just tragedy shit. I mean, I don't think it's too immoral. Like people can do it, but I think it's just a little yucky.
So okay, so like you think like so like say someone in my family just passed away. I said, oh, yesterday this family member passed away. And then you went and started like fucking making jokes about it, putting their picture up, fucking making a bunch of content about it, clown roast of speakeasies, fucking whatever. You know, like you think you should be able to do this?
To some extent, yes, but also I think that people should. And this is nothing I could make a law. This is a non-solution, but I think that people should be like repulsed by it, but they aren't.
Well,
I think they aren't because we have so many fucking teenagers on the internet. It's all full of fucking 12-year-olds and shit. That's what I think that's part of the problem.
No, most people are repulsed by it when it's their own person happening.
That's the problem is that nothing online really has a like a real life consequence, and that's what people are getting used to now. So they don't think that there's consequences in actual IRL stuff as well. And that's a huge issue that we're running into because people are so mind fucked by social media that they don't really understand that taking the same mentality that you have online, which you shouldn't have online, by the way, and taking it and putting out into the real world has actual real effects.
Like voting for Trump.
Fuck yeah. No, but for real though, like that's exactly like that's the point for me. Like there's certain lines that shouldn't be allowed to be fucking crossed on the internet. Period. Like it's just like It was like when we had that doxing conversation. Like there's a line that it's too fucking far. You know what I mean?
I mean, I agree there are lines, but I just don't know. Like, it's hard for me to like draw that line in this case. Like, I don't know exactly like what would make sense or what I'd even be okay with. Like, I'm not really sure.
Well, I mean, so let's say
yeah.
there's a woman. Let me give a couple of examples. Let's just get a show of hands on who would have a problem with these. Okay. So we got a school shooting. A woman is like really ugly crying outside of the school, and she's on the news, and people take her ugly crying and make that into a meme. Raise your hand if you have an issue with that.
That's fucked.
Like on a legal level, or like, or
No, just like
just
we're
morally,
talking about moral issues.
Yeah.
So
Just humanity level.
It's
Yeah,
upsetting.
humanity
It's
level.
upsetting.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
so we got
that's fucked
just
up.
the bottom three. Hold on, show
No,
of
no.
hands. If you have a problem with it, I want to see your hand.
On a moral
I'm-
level,
Smeth
To
is
be fair,
frozen.
Smeth,
Okay,
to be fair,
Yeah, so at a
Smith
moral
might
level.
be.
Yeah, his hand
yeah,
might be
Smith.
up.
We're gonna assume his hand is up. Okay,
Oh, you can't see
Um,
me? You can't see me?
no,
No,
you
you're
keep
frozen.
freezing
Freezing
every
a
once in
lot.
a while. Yeah, you freeze every
Um,
once in a while, but
it's a
we'll
great
assume
freeze
your
right now.
hand is up. Okay.
Oh.
All right, put your hands down. Let's say there is a somebody gets robbed on the street, and like they, I don't know, they like they like take their freaking shirt off, and it's a really hot woman, and everybody like somebody films it, and now people take this video of this hot woman and screenshot that, and now this hot babe standing there in the middle of the street.
Wait, what does that
turns
have to
into a
do with the
meme.
purse being stolen?
The fact that it's a tragedy. That's what we're talking about, right? Because people ugly crying, nobody has a problem with that turning into a meme. You have a problem with an ugly crying thing outside of a school when it just got shot up. You don't have a problem with ugly crying in general, right? Nobody's mad about Michael Jordan's ugly crying getting turned.
Right.
into a
Wait,
meme.
I'm so
So-
confused. Why be upset about a woman who had her purse stolen and decides to take her shirt off in the middle of the street?
Her shirt got stolen. Her shirt got stolen. She's
Her
and
shirt got
she's out there.
stolen.
Yes, her shirt
Oh.
got stolen. She's like a sports bra, super hot babe. Turns into a meme, gets spread all over the internet.
Well,
right?
yeah.
Goes
Not
viral.
only is this illegal, this is wrong as fuck.
That's so fucked
Yeah.
up. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Sure,
really...
we're
Consider revenge porn
talking
possibly.
about
Well,
some
hold on.
different
The
levels
big
here.
diff-
So yeah,
The big difference there is that one of them is a public figure and one of them is not, I think.
no,
like-
well,
Wait,
in
what's
this case,
the
neither
big difference?
none
Like
of
a
them were public.
wardrobe
Oh, you mean with Michael
malfunction.
Jordan?
Yeah, like when like wardrobe malfunction is way less like that happens, and I mean it's kind of shitty and gross, but like it's way less immoral than some random person on the street that we make them.
Wait,
You know what I mean?
so you're saying
You
if it
remember-
was Oprah crying outside of the school, you would have less of a problem with it?
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't
Wait,
think
so-
that's what
so
he
the
means.
context of
I don't
the-
wait.
I felt like the
I don't think
context
he's
of the
saying
first
that
one,
right.
Like it felt
Yeah,
like
so the
context of first
question
one
was on
that
the first-
we were laughing at her for crying, and the second one, we're just admiring that there's a hot babe with her. Like, what's the?
Yeah,
or
so
making fun of her
so
for
right
making
now, Smeth is saying that if it's Oprah ugly crying outside of school after a school shooting, he would view that very differently as turning Oprah's face ugly crying.
Why is
into
Oprah there
a meme.
crying anyways?
It's just
Sorry,
it's immoral to make fun of the shooting. It's immoral to
I
make
would
fun of
just
the
assume
shooting.
that she was
but
there for
the-
publicity.
if it's a private person, their face becoming like the face of a tragedy porn joke is different than a public figure's face.
Wait,
Okay.
hold on. Are we mad at the? Are we mad that the woman who got on camera screaming
Her shirt stolen.
Biden?
Well, so
lose?
literally, I was about to go to this. Yeah, so that was Trump, where Trump gets elected, and there's the person in the yellow vest. Like, yes, that's literally the next thing I was going to bring
That
up.
was
Like,
hilarious.
I'm trying
by
to
the
like
way.
give like an escalation of like starting with things that I think everybody would obviously agree that are like pretty messed up things, and then slowly work to see where there's actually some disagreement, and then find out why there's disagreement, because everybody agrees that there are tragedies that are bad enough to where you shouldn't meme about it. But where that line is drawn, it is going to be subjective, and there's likely going to be a lot of disagreement on some different scenarios. So I'm trying to give different scenarios, starting with
Can you
things
give
that
a
everybody
more?
would agree
But
with.
can you give a more realistic scenario? Because the woman getting her shirt stolen is. I'm stuck.
It's very
I'm really
weird.
that
stuck.
one.
I'm
It was
also
hard to
Okay.
isolate what the
Okay,
problem
wait.
was.
Sharking in Japan is the same thing. It happens. Like they'll remove women's panties in public. That happens.
Before you give a another scenario, you know what? Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Well, okay. You want to? You got it? No.
Literally lost my train of thought. No.
Well, also,
You were thinking about the panties.
the girl in the vest or whatever that when Trump won. I mean, that's also like, I would argue that like it's kind of shitty, like to just laugh at that and not acknowledge also this person's like genuinely scared for like the future of the country, and like she was right to be. I mean, like eventually what happened was
Oh
that
my God.
Well, okay,
her right
hold
to
on.
an abortion was overturned potentially.
Hold on.
You know, what state she
Let's
lives in.
say we find out that the person in
But
the
not under
yellow vest-
Trump's rule.
Because
It
of
wasn't
well,
under Trump's rule that abortion.
because of the appointees that he had. Yes, absolutely under Trump's rule. He's proud of it.
Okay.
He brags about it. It was his fault.
Okay, so let's say we find out that the person,
You mean his
same
doings?
exact person,
Yeah.
but we find out that this person is like mentally ill, like can barely cope within society. We find out that this person has a lot of issues. Would we feel different about that meme?
Oh wait, hold on. Quick thing.
It'd be worse.
There is an entire website that could tell you
Well,
behind.
worse. So far, everybody thinks it's fine right now. So you can't say worse when it's not even bad in the first place. It would go from fine to bad, is what we're asking.
There's this whole thing where you could look up like behind the meme, and you find out that a lot of memes actually come from really tragic, really awful,
Really tragic
situations.
shit.
And like none of us like give a shit. We
What
still-
about
I
the
thought
one with the house being burned in the background and the kids just sitting
Oh
there
my God.
smiling and everybody's like, "Ooh." Just-
I thought the Michael Jordan crying meme was messed up. Like I actually did. I thought that
Or
was
how
like
about the Will Smith one?
Or maybe it was
Or-
Will Smith. It was somebody.
No,
It was somebody crying.
There's a Michael Jordan one and there's a Will Smith one, and they're both.
Yeah, there
like-
was one that I thought was really
there's something
like,
about Will Smith crying that gets me every time. I don't even care what scenario it's in. He cries, I cry. It just, he's good at it.
Yeah, no. So
I
like
just
they
think
all
it-
come from pretty tragic situations, and like we need to. It's so funny because I started this topic and I came into it one way, but I'm convincing myself otherwise. Like I'm very pro First Amendment, so legally, I think all of this
Stop
shit
saying
should be
one.
allowed to
You're talking
happen.
about this. You're talking about legality when you say First Amendment.
Morally, I guess I purposely wouldn't turn a tragedy into a comedy so quickly. That being said, just because I found out like a meme came from like a really tragic place, like just because I find out like the Michael Jordan meme came from something tragic, doesn't mean I'm going to stop using it. So I guess maybe there's like everybody's moral line. And maybe some people would be like, "Ooh, I'm going to stop using that because I don't want to continue to perpetuate like male depression."
Well, it's a
which I
similar
guess-
situation with
You
people
don't
that
think it's
stop
kind of
listening
weird,
to,
like people taking pictures of you and putting them up? You don't think that's kind of weird?
Yeah, that's the thing. If it's a private person, I think it's way worse. Like this person was not signed up to be like on the internet and shit. But if it's a public figure, it's not as bad. It still can be like weird and shit, but it's so much worse when it's a private individual.
Most memes are just private individuals, like the black guy
Yeah.
going,
or
Well,
what
even
about
what Lauren
what about
brought up the woman
wait,
on the plane who's screaming about the
Or-
shapeshifter or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that woman was having a mental breakdown.
After
or
Jim
the
Joe won,
original. Do you guys remember the original memes with like the hat and it had like that guy with like the doofy thing? Like the original memes that like represented
Yeah, that was
somebody. There
regular
was
people,
like,
right?
the good guy Chad, and then there was like the douchebag with the backwards cap, and then there was like the scrunch. There was like those people who like their facial. They got really
The
famous.
memory lane.
Okay, Ginger.
Oh, like a guy with
Um,
the plastic surgery.
Hold on, Smith. Hold on. Ginger's been trying to get in.
well, it just there's a TikTok the original TikTok is of a guy who survived, I think, six bullet shots. Okay, 6 bullet wounds. So the TikTok is of you see everybody did this at one point of doing one of these where the gunshots or you hear gunshots being heard in the TikTok. That guy actually survived being shot that many times. But people took it and they're like, I survived depression. Bam. I survived my cat being stolen. Bam. Like they took that and made it into something that it really wasn't. So, I mean, that's a similar situation. You don't mean to make it into something, but it turns into something.
That kind
It's kind of cool though.
that kind of relates to the point I wanted to make, which is like, especially because I chuckled at it. Like, I think that a lot of times I'll see like some of these really dark memes, or I'll even make like a really dark joke, and then like afterwards, I'm thinking about it, I'm like, man, it makes me really sad afterwards. But like, it doesn't mean that like I could still find it funny. In fact, I might even find it funny again if I came across it again. But I also still might feel like the empathy for that other person and be like really bummed out about it. So I think there's an interesting like middle ground here that like I don't think we can like fully, at least I wouldn't like to feel like morally reprehensible for finding something funny and then it, like, even if it's a tragedy, like because I could still think I can still feel really sad about it, you know.
Okay, speak easy, go, and then we're gonna let Lauren close out her topic.
What about me?
Oh yeah,
ahead,
okay,
Smeth.
sorry,
To be
Smeth,
honest,
and then
yeah, I
Speak
just
Easy.
like, for me, I just like, okay, like I someone brought up the girl on the plane. I remember watching that and thinking, what the fuck is going on? I think I did even like chuckle a little bit, but like I wouldn't, now that I like know there's some like mental breakdown there, I wouldn't now go like, look at this fucking dumb bitch. She's fucking, look at her, man. She's fucking
I
retarded.
mean, just a
Look at
virtue
this
signal
shit.
for a second. I like you remember the woman in the store while the black woman is like taunting her, like, look at this white woman freaking out. She swung on me. Look at her. And the woman's like curled up in a ball in the middle of the store, like screaming, like, please stop recording me. Like, I remember getting sent this on stream. And as soon as it started, I was like, I'm not watching this. Like, this is freaking horrible, dude.
Yeah, there's like
why would I
certain
watch
things
this?
that are like fucked up. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm big on, because like I see so many people talking about like mental health, especially when it comes like the mental health thing. Like, I see a lot of people always like, oh, I advocate for mental health, you know, go see a therapist, oh, this and that. But then they're making fun of people's mental health issues. It's like, what the fuck? You care about people's mental health issues, or you want to fucking do that?
Like
you
that
know?
girl that they called a racist for having a mental breakdown at a Victoria's Secret a few
That's
years
what we're
ago.
talking about.
That's who he was
That's what
talking
we're
about.
talking about.
Okay,
Somebody's not paying
first
attention.
of all, she might have not been racist, but as somebody who has seizures, the fact that she faked one, she can go fuck herself.
Did she?
Okay.
I
don't know
Yeah,
about that.
Yeah,
Smith,
she pretended to pass out, and then she started doing this on the floor. If you're gonna tell me that's not her pretending to have a seizure,
I don't
Didn't
know.
she-
She's having a mental breakdown. There's all sorts of freaking crap that she's doing. Smith, go ahead.
Yeah,
I think
she
the
has.
most.
You're not Smith, Lauren. You're not Smith.
You're next. You're next.
In your freaking dreams, Lauren.
I
Yeah,
wish I
in your
was-
dreams. Yeah.
Wish I had that
I think that
disease.
the most condemnable thing, the thing that I think I might actually be able to be convinced should be illegal, is the filming of some people having mental breakdowns. Like, I don't know, it's just that really irks me. Like, you see, like I've seen like a bunch of videos of people having mental breakdowns in supermarkets and taking their clothes off, or like, not like people, like psychotic people, and then they start like rubbing all the food. Like, I've seen this multiple times.
Oh,
now,
the
people
cake
just
lady?
walk around filming. Yeah, but I've seen this multiple
Yeah.
times. There's multiple different people. People just film the whole thing. Like, come on, dude. Don't fucking film people have mentally ill people freaking out. Like, it's just that bothers me a lot.
You're telling me if you
Yep.
saw that happening, you wouldn't film it though.
Okay, Lauren.
I don't know.
We all agree.
I would
Time to
Yeah,
close
stare,
out
but I
your
don't think
topic.
I'd film it.
Film
Do you have a
it.
closing statement, Lauren?
Yeah, I think that what you can agree, obviously the law does not cover everything moral. I want to allow the law to continue to protect the First Amendment to the utmost. People should be allowed to record as much as possible and to post as much as possible, even egregiously offensive things up to the point of harassment. That being said, we as human beings should be more careful to be kind to one another and not put our political points and jabs above genuine human people who are alive and experiencing a tragedy.
She says
Okay.
after she said she'd filmed the naked woman rubbing cake all over herself.
I would film it.
Kidding, Lauren.
I would 100%. How would you not? Like, even if I know it's morally wrong, like, how would you, like, if that happened in front of you, I would so need, I'd film it. Like, I'm just
You'd
being
need
honest.
proof. Okay.
I'm not saying I'm
Okay.
necessarily a person.
Who wants to go
Yeah.
next? All right, Radical Coder.
I'm ready.
What's your topic, sir?
My topic is critical race theory should be taught in schools.
All right. Of
Oh.
course it is.
In fact, I'll add one second piece. I'll say it has been for a long time, and it will continue to be whatever we decide on here. That core tenets of critical race theory are necessary to teach American history.
Okay, so go ahead and make your Go ahead and make your argument for it, and then once he's done, I want to see a show of hands on who wants to go ahead and argue against his argument. So
that's
go
what's
ahead,
going to be my
Gaslight
question.
let's gaslight the shit out of him.
Yeah. So the core premise of CRT is examining how race has been constructed. So race is a social construct, and that it's been constructed particularly in the way of oppressing people of color through legislation and societal norms. So students learn, of course, about history, about American slavery, which was particularly racialized. It classified African Americans as property. Students learn about Jim Crow laws. I'm not as sure that students learn about redlining, but I think that they should. Yeah, we can start there.
Okay, real quick. A couple before we go. What grades should they start learning this stuff in?
Whenever they learn about anything that involves racism from our history, you kind of have to talk about this stuff.
From just our history or just history in general?
Well, I mean, particularly American history, but I mean, yeah, racialization exists in other countries too, yeah.
And then is there anything within critical race theory that you don't think should be taught?
Oh, I'm sure that, I mean, it's a really, really deep field. So I'm sure there are people who within critical race theory who have takes I wouldn't agree with and stuff, but I think the core tenets are
anything off the top of your mind or okay. All right. Okay, Lauren, go ahead.
First of all, I want to start by asking him to list the core tenets of critical race theory that you want to be taught.
I think primarily acknowledging that race is a social construct, not like a biological category. So starting there, I think that's a really important one. Obviously, nobody's saying that people don't have different skin colors, but the category of race is not one that's ever been measured biologically, or certainly not the framing of race as being heritable physical traits combined with like psychological traits, basically like personality traits, which is usually some combination of these things. Like the idea that like Asians are good at math and stuff is like a racialized trait, right? They're not naturally good at math because they're Asian, right? So that doesn't exist.
No, but it'd be like probably because their culture is really big on making sure the kids go through and get their education, right?
Sure.
But is that
that's not because
is that a racial bias, or is that your culture? You just know about their culture, and that's why.
Ethnic. All right, we're gonna have to let people have a couple back and forths on these, so let's let Lauren go down her line.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so if none of the races are actually distinct from one another, and Black people and white people and Asian people and Hispanic people are all one and the same.
What do you mean by one and the same? Because like obviously I'm not denying like human genetic diversity. I'm denying particularly racial categorization. Like ethnicity exists, like people have ancestry, right? That's why like not all Black people are going to have like sickle cell anemia, but a lot of Black people from particular regions are going to be more predisposed to having sickle cell anemia. But also a lot of non-Black people are going to be predisposed because they also have ancestry from those regions.
Okay, so so race is not a social. So you said that one of the key tenets is that race is a social construct, but now you're acknowledging the reality of like the biological reality of race.
No, I'm acknowledging I'm acknowledging that human genetic diversity exists, that people have different skin colors, because I would have to be like stupid to not know that, right? Like obviously I can look around and see that people have different skin colors, but that doesn't mean that that our genetic diversity falls along racial lines in particular. And moreover, I'd say that the bigger thing is not just that, because I think that's actually like pretty much universally agreed upon, at least in biology. But the further thing is that those false categories were then used to justify legal positions, such as African Americans being like property, and not
races aren't really as divided as haplogroups.
Okay, Lauren, we're gonna wrap it up. A couple more. Go ahead.
Wait, I'm going to move on from this one but it's just so silly. But anyway, could you go to the next tenet that you want children to be taught other than social? The fact that you think race is a social construct, but then yet you're acknowledging the biological reality of race. But then when I try to press you
not
on
of race, that's what you're misunderstanding. We're talking when I like the problem is that like the lines where race was drawn, these are not like rooted in some like biological science or anything, right? Like people have genetic diversity.
It's just appearance.
I understand somewhat of what you're saying. It's kind of like when you take the 23andMe test. It's like okay, you're 50% Irish, 50% Ashkenazi Jew.
It doesn't tell you your race though, right? It doesn't, like 23andMe doesn't have a race category.
But it's arbitrarily choosing a point in line to look at where your ancestry came from, like an arbitrary point in historical time.
Yeah, but race isn't that.
I understand that, and so you could do. So that's what we're doing when we're making like race categorizations. However, technically, all we're doing is we're making like scientific categorizations based off like a understood pre-concept of like time and history. So we've determined
it's like
to be clear,
not even just that, but regional adaptation that the human body has made to specific areas on Earth.
That's not a social construct. That's a scientific categorization of like a biological and evolutionary process.
So no geneticist is going to tell you that race is a biological construct unless they're like a JF guy kind of guy, like they're like super like race realist, like Nick Fuentes will tell you that. But
I don't think that's true. I know geneticists biologists who will say that race is a biological thing, but it's based on categorizing things. It's even when people say like gender isn't biological, but then you go down the line of all of these things that come from biology and they say, well, yeah, but that's like malleable. And it's like, okay, it's malleable. It comes from biology. And so it's going to be the same in this case. Is we're categorizing.
So to bring it forward, because this is great. This helps me unify what I'm getting at. So like the point is that obviously people have different skin color, people have different genetics, people have different biology, whatever. That's not the point. The point is that then on top of that, we see different people and we categorize them in a certain race based off of perception. And historically, that category that we decide based on just seeing somebody and seeing like what they look like to us, that was then used to decide what they had access to in society, what rights they had, whether or not they had rights at all.
And so you're not just talking about the categorization, you're talking about the caste.
That's not even
how's that not true?
Well,
Mexican,
it's not even true because Irish people were also enslaved. So people were saying, you know, if you have
they were racialized,
then you're not. You're saying it was
like
based
there's
off.
No real. Like so, like Hispanic people are like a mix of a shit ton of like races, like biologically, but we consider them like a race for some reason. But it's not like this. It's not. Like Irish people are not so different from like people near them and shit. It's not like a race.
All right, can I ask real quick before you respond? Just real quick, I want you to respond to that. Is it okay if once you respond, you go through the entire list and then we allow you guys to pick which ones you want to talk about from there instead of doing one at a time? Because I think there's 16 tenants, right?
I mean, it depends on where you're looking. I mean, is that what you want to do? You want to go through like all the individual tenants? I can talk about.
I think that's what they were asking is what tenants do you want taught in a class? And so I think it's best if you go through all of them and then allow them to pick which.
I'll go through like what I would like to manifest in the classroom, sure. But first, I'll address the Irish question, right? So when we talk about like if somebody was Irish but nobody knew they were Irish, they couldn't tell they were Irish by any means. That person would not then have the imposition of like Irish slavery assigned to them in like the U.S. when Irish people were enslaved, right? They wouldn't have that. They wouldn't then be like captured and brought back to their slave owners, just like a black person would have been, because they were visually cued to be black, therefore part of the black race, and then therefore being not worthy of having rights.
Essentially, that's not even true either, because they essentially had like the one drop rule, which came from the KKK. So even if you appeared to be white, if you were a certain percentage black and they traced that to your ancestry, not based off what you looked like, then you were still treated.
You say certain percentage black. You mean having an ancestor who would have been categorized as black, then you were also considered black. Absolutely, you're being racialized there. That you're being assigned blackness, right? Because blackness was being viewed as tainting the whiteness, right? So therefore, they weren't worthy of rights because they weren't white enough. Yeah.
It's just that race is not actually. It's not actually the real. Like the real difference is haplogroups. The real difference is haplogroups. It's not race.
It's not about the real difference. It's about the legal construct on top of it.
With skin color, because if you found out they were Irish, then the exact same results. It had to do with your actual race. It had nothing. You were saying that black people don't.
Wait, no.
It's not blackness with the whiteness. It had nothing to do with the color of the skin. It had to do with your genetics. And you're saying that
hang on. You could say it had to do with your genetics only insofar, Lauren. Only insofar as somebody might then make a determination about what rights you had access to based on their perception of those genetics, right?
I think
race was invented before we knew about genetics.
Race is like a relatively new concept, but yes.
Yeah, I think the difference is that currently the way that we categorize race is going to be what aligns with the skin color. So things like higher testosterone levels, and it's like regional adaptation, right?
You've repeated that a few times. It's actually not as set in stone as I've heard you
it's
say.
not as set in stone because Africa has the widest range of genetic variety than any other continent on Earth. So obviously they have literally the tallest people on Earth, the shortest people on Earth, the fastest people on Earth, the slowest people on Earth, the skinniest people on Earth, the fattest people on Earth. Like they have everybody, the smartest, the dumbest. Like they have the widest variety of genetics over there. So it's not as simple as yes, you're black, so you have all of these lines of genetics, but we do have what is more common. Having certain chromosomes means you're more likely to be able to have babies, but it doesn't mean you're necessarily going to be able to have babies. It's just a thing that aligns more commonly. So we categorize that thing as sex. In this case, we categorize it as race based on these biological factors that are going to be more likely.
Biological markers we use to decide what someone's race might be. Sure.
Do you think Dalmatians are biologically different from like terriers?
I think that the dog breed example is frankly it's kind of a racist analogy that a lot of people use. I'm not saying you're intentionally doing that, like using it to be racist. Hold on. But hang on. No, let me clarify why. You're talking about massively different scales of evolution. How many dogs breed? Okay.
Why is it racist to try to compare? I am literally just taking the human race and the dogs and like trying to make an analogy based off another animal type, and you want to say that that's a racist example?
I did this before with him as well. He doesn't like the analogy.
I'm not saying that you're racist.
He's right.
I am right. This has been historic. Okay, because first of all, you're talking about massively different evolutionary scales, Lauren. Like how many generations of dogs can one person go through in their life? A lot,
even
right?
If
they
the
can have.
Analogy is not good in your opinion.
How many years old can a dog be before they give birth? What, like 2? Before they can have babies?
Even if, in your opinion, the analogy is. Even if it's a bad analogy, in your opinion, I am asking you, how is it racist? Because you said the first thing you said when I brought it up
used by racists.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I'm saying it was, and which I also clarified that I don't think that you're intentionally using it that way. I don't believe that you are. I think you're just not aware of the way that this has been used.
Okay, even if racists have used this in the past, this example is not racist. And so
they use it currently.
Yeah, just because
it's not intentionally racist.
I have a sweater, and the sweater is white, and the sweater has a white hood. Just because other people prior to me fucking used white hood doesn't mean that my white hood is racist. Okay.
I'll say I'll actually make a little bit stronger statement here. I'll say it's racist on its face to compare the difference between a Chihuahua and a German Shepherd to a black person and a white person. I think that's racist on its face. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah,
because they're so different. Like the difference between a white person and a black person is not comparable to the difference between a Chihuahua and a pit bull.
The differences are massively different. Like it's hugely different scales.
Analogy, even if it's a bad analogy biologically, how is it a racist analogy?
Because you're saying that white people and black people are super different when they're not that different.
Yeah, you're saying that the differences intuitively to you might feel like they're the same as that, or describable in the same terms at least.
First of all, I don't actually know if biologically is that true, that there is like such a distinct difference between Dalmatians and Chihuahuas, or Dalmatians and Terriers, or whatever.
Well, they're bred for different things.
Is there such a distinct difference between human races and dog? I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
There's not.
Genetically. So then how is it
Look at them.
How is it racist? Tell me how it's racist.
Because the amount of difference is way bigger between dog breeds than it is between human races.
That's not true. He just said that's not true.
No, I said the opposite. I said the differences are I'm saying that the thing that's racist about it is that you're suggesting the differences are as extreme as they are between a Chihuahua and like a German Shepherd. Yeah,
we don't actually think you're racist.
I don't think
Wait,
you're,
well,
like,
hold
not
on. Wait,
intentional.
hold
I
on,
think
hold
you're-
on, hold on. Whether or not they're extreme is going to be based on whether or not they can mate with one another, whether or not their genetics can mix and come off with offspring.
Dogs
So
can
in
mate.
this case, dogs
No,
can
we're-
continue to do that. It's
No,
not that
that's
extreme of a
what you're
difference.
describing is the line of where we draw species.
Yes, that's what
Right.
I'm saying. And so
Okay,
in this
so
case,
nobody's.
it's
I'm
not
not
that
arguing that
extreme.
dogs aren't the same. That like
Yeah.
Chihuahuas and German Shepherds are not the same species. I'm saying that comparing the difference between them to a black person and a white person, you're basically saying like because black people and white people, the biggest difference is pigmentation. It's the amount of melanin in the skin. That's it. That's like the biggest thing.
There's many differences. That's the
A
biggest
couple minor
noticeable
ones like
Tell me more about those
bone
differences. Lauren.
density.
height, general height. They're
Average
like
height's a little
length.
bit different. Okay.
average height. The
Have you ever met a
way that-
Chihuahua
Hair.
that was the size of a German
I
Shepherd?
mean, part what?
Have you ever met a Chihuahua? Have you ever seen a Chihuahua?
I mean, all of
that
them
was the
think
size
they
of a
are.
German Shepherd? True. They're
The
never going to grow to
difference-
that size. They don't have the genetics to be that size. But black people can be just as tall as
There
white
is
people
a
and vice
very
versa.
distinct difference because dogs are purposely so. Like for instance, to get a Chihuahua, you had a bunch of like when we first started breeding dogs, we got a bunch of random dogs and purposely went for certain characteristics. So for Chihuahuas, we specifically chose a bunch of small dogs and kept breeding them, and then we started interbreeding them in order to get this specific thing.
Correct.
It's the closest analogy we have to any other species. It's not a perfect analogy, but it's
Closest? You
It's
don't think there's
dumb.
any other species that have
No,
like subcategories that
Yeah,
are
yeah.
like
A
more
closer analogy
closely-
would be like garter snakes. Garter snakes in the like northeast are like they look like they have like slightly different stripes than the garter snakes in the south and garter snakes in the
Right.
west. They
I'm
look
a
different.
racist for not knowing about the fucking garter snakes. You're correct.
Well, all animals are like this. Like squirrels, squirrels are like that in different
racist.
regions.
I never
Squirrels,
said you're a racist. Just to be clear, hang on,
squirrels
Smeth,
look
'cause
different in different regions. Like birds,
It
like a lot
tracks.
of different birds.
I just want to say I never said Lauren is a racist. I never said those words. Just to be clear.
All right. Let's move on past this. I'm just like annoyed. Like I hate.
I know.
Like I was literally bringing up a good faith topic, and I could see
Me too.
kind of now, Coder, that maybe you were bringing it up in good faith that you thought it was potentially racist, but I brought that up in good faith, not trying to be racist, and I feel like to point out that I feel like
Yeah.
that was just not like productive to the conversation, and
I think this is
It's
maybe
not
the
productive.
frustration
It's
that a
not
lot of people
productive
have
for
with
his
CRT, right?
conversation with you. Wait, it's not
It's actually,
productive for
Well,
his.
so-
it's actually a fantastic.
Hold on,
No,
hold
it's
on,
productive to the-
hold on, wait, hold on. Okay, he's saying he's already talking about CRT in the first place. So we're talking about the way that historically race has been constructed for society. So when you're using something that historically has been racist, it's going to play into his point about CRT in teaching these things in the way that he's talking about.
all right.
Yeah, and I would say
fine.
that
He's
students who learn
CRTing
about,
you.
like, this stuff-
He's CRTing you right now.
He's-
Yeah, I would say that students who
You
students
just
who
got
are exposed to-
CRT'd.
Yeah, a little bit. Students who are exposed to this kind of information, who like been given the opportunity to have difficult conversations about what race is and isn't earlier on, they're going to be less likely to be as frustrated and to not understand why that would be such a racist thing.
No, I'm frustrated by you calling my good faith example racist.
Yeah,
That's
but
what I'm frustrated.
Another part of it is that racism doesn't have to be like a KKK hood. Like you don't have to be like an evil person. You can also just
Yeah,
have like
we're all
a
racist.
wrong belief that contributes to a broader ecosystem of racism. And
We
it
are all
doesn't make you a bad
racist.
person. I don't think you're a bad person. I actually like you, Lauren. So
Oh no, my topic is why is Lauren so racist?
based.
Don't say it's my weak spot. You're nice.
I'm
Could
not-
I just ask
I'm
you,
not
Coder, so-
racist. I have a friend that's black.
Well,
Can,
you're
can
a
I just bring
redhead,
up
so
something I
it's a
don't
little-
like about CRT? Because I've been defending it, and I just can't wait to fucking fight against it because I hate being on side CRT. I hate it.
CRT is
that
terrible.
okay?
It's
Wait, what was
Are
it?
you-
What
are you
was
okay
it?
with-
I'm sorry. I thought you were about to say it.
Is it okay? Can I just give an example of something that I think that is bad about CRT?
Yeah, just give it, yeah.
Okay, so I like CRT. The thing that I think of when I hear it, I don't think about just like stuff that is just context for history lessons and stuff like that. I think about interjecting race into things that I think like racialization doesn't make sense, like math, like to bring up the fact that math is invented by white people and that it's basically race, like that kind. I guess that's probably true, but I've heard this argument from CRT people, and that we
CRT
should
people are
like.
saying that math is invented by white people.
Yeah, I've heard that
Yes.
like a bunch
I
of
feel
times.
like they
And
might argue that like
Not-
the assumption that
And
white
they
people
got
invented
rid of
math
advanced
Yes,
math
that.
in a lot of liberal cities. They stopped teaching advanced math in a lot of liberal cities because that was considered like a white concept.
I don't think that's exactly what happened. But I think what does happen is that a lot of black students don't succeed in math. It's actually massively disproportionate, right?
It's the way
like,
we teach math.
Race doesn't
well, it's
exist,
not
so
even just that's a big
say
part of
that
it, right?
race is a social construct.
It's
so
it's a couple of things. It's
Fantastic,
it's
Lauren.
the way
I'll
that
bring
we
us to-
teach
I'll bring us
math,
to the next part
one,
of CRT, I guess.
and then two, it's the idea that there are specific sects of math that were taken from black people and other ethnicities that were then used within colonial nations where they developed on top of them. And so there's a number of like arguments for the racism within math that that isn't just white people invented math.
well,
I think
the thing that I heard was like
hang
so.
on, Smith. I think the conversation about race and math is primarily about the achievement gap, right? That like black students are far less. You can actually predict if you know a student's race in their class, what level of math they're likely to attain, and that's a bad thing, right? Like it's not because of their biology, obviously, because we know that black people can do math just as well as white people, right? We know.
So what is it for?
So what?
What's causing that? It's the way math is taught.
Yeah, I can explain this. So the argument is like so there are like IQ tests that you can take that historically have like been bad for like black people scores, but mostly because of the cultural like so they gave like black people in Africa like an IQ test, but they didn't have the context of some of the information, so they actually couldn't even answer the questions like regardless. It really didn't even answer to their intelligence. So people are saying that the way that math is structured is outside of the lexicon of black people somehow, and like they're unable to learn
That's not what critical race theorists are saying. Critical race theorists would never assert that like a certain race of people has a lexicon, right? Like that you necessarily have. What?
I've heard that argument.
Well, they don't believe in race, so like I would say that the real thing would be the ethnicity or like the culture.
Critical race theorists aren't saying race isn't real, so we need to categorize people based off their ethnicity and then figure out what we need more like better racial categories. That's not the point. The point is to acknowledge how the legacy of racialization still impacts people today in the fields of education, criminal justice, and wealth disparity. And the
but the legacy of racism is that black people have like a different culture, and like the fact that like Ebonics is even a thing should be like, shameful. It should be shameful that Ebonics is even a thing. The fact that black people like have a different dialect. The fact that because of racism, the fact that they were like segregated and shit, and they developed a different dialect that sounds different from the other people in the same fucking country that live next door to them. That should be something we're ashamed of. Not a lot of countries have that. Like that's unique.
We should be ashamed of the reason that is the way it is, but we don't have to be ashamed of the fact that it did manifest, because like that, like a lot of the
I am ashamed of it. I am ashamed of it, and that's why I'm against critical race theory. Like I think that we are
a silly reason, I think, to be against it. But I hear you.
My issue with critical race theory, like it's just incorrect. Like it's not correct. Because the first thing that you said when supporting critical race theory was observing historical lens through like history through the lens of race and how minorities were subjugated based off their skin color, and like the Irish example just never goes away, or even the Jewish example.
Okay. I did. You said that at one point. Yeah. So I did say at one point. Well, actually, Lauren, the Jewish one's also a great example. That's actually because what the Nazis did in Germany was an extension of a far extension of the racialization of black people in America. Like they racialized Jews to a point where they thought Jews were this different kind of human, like a Chihuahua compared to a German Shepherd that had they were so drastically different, right? And not only were they so drastically different, they were unfixably different. And that no matter what we did, as long as they existed, they would drag down the society. Like that was the German narrative around Jews. That was the racialization. It doesn't have to do with skin color necessarily. It's about the racialization. But black people particularly.
The first things you said had to do with.
Okay. When I'm talking about specifically like the way black people are categorized, it's primarily compared to skin color, right? That's the metric. But if you like Jewishness is going to be like people can be religiously Jewish, people can be married into being Jewish, people can be they don't necessarily like you might have a Jewish ancestor and someone might find that out.
Ethnicity versus religion.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things.
Ethnicity versus religion; those are different things.
Yeah, but they're both Jewish, quote unquote.
Ethnic Jew.
They're both called Jewish, but there's different
love you anyway.
aspects of Judaism or
So-
Jewishness.
Okay. Another aspect I don't like is I think, and especially having spoken to other Black women on this matter, especially Black women with children, it encourages Black people to, like all minorities really, to feel like victims and to feel like it's like there's a system in which they're in that's designed to oppress them, and they're taught that they should be like aware that the entire system is designed to hurt minorities. And
Can I ask one? Because let's start there.
Teach kids this not is detrimental to them, and also harms racial relations and doesn't help resolve any of the racial issues that are currently in our country.
So to the first point, I want to ask one question. Do you think what if it was the case? I know we disagree about the nature of these systems. Like if you did accept that it was the case that those systems were designed in a way that it disproportionately hurt these people, do you think that those students should be aware of that or not? Should we lie to them if that were the case?
It's not that we should lie to them, but like, so first of all, the systems aren't. So like if there was like a Jim Crow system where Black people were required to drink from different water fountains and get onto a different part of the train, then they would be required to be taught this in order to survive so that they don't go on the wrong side of the train or like drink from the wrong water.
But they shouldn't necessarily be taught that like they weren't allowed to go to school with white people like a couple generations ago, like when their parents might have been alive.
Should they be taught history? Yeah, they should be taught
history. And like the metrics by which that was
that modern day America has a system of racism that's been embedded in it since slavery and further through the 13th Amendment and then onwards through Jim Crow and then onwards through modern day era should we be teaching minorities students that they are considered lesser in the eyes of most Americans and in the system?
That's
Absolutely not, especially because they're legally not treated any worse than any other. No race is treated any better or worse than any other race, which is why white people are not the wealthiest, really. Then, like, you could look at Chinese immigrants or Indian immigrants, people who are not given like the easiest welcoming to America.
Why do you think it is then? Why do you think it is that
prosperous minorities in the even more prosperous than the average person?
Good.
So why do you think it is then that like Black people have like such worse education attainment, are so much more higher represented in crime statistics? Why their economic attainment is extremely low? Why their healthcare outcomes are worse? All these things. Like, what do you think is causing that? Do you think it has nothing to do with the fact that 70 years ago they weren't allowed to go to school with white people, and that we forced Black families like into particular areas? You think it has nothing to do with that? I think that's an interesting perspective. Okay.
Yeah, I just think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Yeah, Lauren, what do you think it has to do with?
I think it has to do with the teaching of victimhood, the welfare system, and the unfortunately the negative culture that is promoted in media specifically for the Black Americans, such as
the welfare system. Sorry.
Such as BET, like the Black entertainment, like it's like if you look at the media that's targeted for Black people, like the rap and the content and the separation of parents and the lack of fathers.
Glorification of violence.
Talk about the welfare system one. Let's start there. I think that's a great one.
The home is the main issue, and that's caused by the welfare.
And that's in that
Hold on.
welfare, right? Please.
Okay, fine, but we're gonna go to Ginger next. So
okay, I think that's fair. I want to know, you would say currently that our welfare system is designed in such a way that it produces worse outcomes for African Americans than white people?
Oh.
I think the welfare system hurts basically anybody who relies on it, and there's a large.
You think it hurts Black people more than white people?
Hold on, my dog's
Right now?
Sure.
Does it hurt Black people?
Over here, I don't think so.
Black people more than white people.
It hurts.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you think that the welfare system is systemically racist against Black people. You believe in systemic racism. You just don't believe about how it manifests.
I don't think it's systemically extremist. I think
You just
that
said
currently
kinda just
more
admitted.
Black people are engaging in the system, and therefore it's currently hurting more. However, if more white people started engaging in the system, then they would start hurting white people more. So
Why are Black
really,
people more dependent on welfare?
negative system. Why? Well, there's a, you could say
A lot
that
of reasons, yeah.
back to history. Like, so there were points in history in which Black people were not treated equitably, but currently modern day, there's nothing on the books, there's nothing on the laws that are harming Black people. And if you want to say that they're still in this cycle as of today, then you can
wait,
look at
Lauren,
any
hold on.
minority
You
who
got
has
it.
been oppressed in America, and you could ask why none of them are in the exact same cycle.
Okay, so you said there's nothing on the books that are harming Black people. I think what you mean is that there's nothing that discriminates against Black people, right?
Yeah. Like, there's
Okay.
nothing that
Because
that
obviously you think these things harm Black people. You think welfare. You think, the low
There's
expectations,
that
like
are,
all of
like,
these things.
there's nothing on the books that are like specifically a statute saying like Black people must sit in the back of the bus, or like here's the section redlining, here's the section that the Black people must live in, here's the section that for the Jews, here's the section for the whites. There's none of that. There's
Sure.
no
So the
racial
question,
distinction
the
in
question
the law.
is that, like, if this is cultural, they're just born into this culture. They don't have a decision. They're born into a culture already that already has a lot of these things set up ahead of time. Are they influenced into this by a system, or are they just stupid and they can't think for themselves and they just keep doing stupid things that are hurting themselves?
I don't think an entire
Like, white
group,
people are smarter, so they're not doing those things. Black people are dumb, so they are doing them.
it's not about being smart or stupid, but if you're brought up in a culture that is not encouraging you to do better in life, then you're not going to do better in life. And the culture that a lot of African Americans currently find themselves in is not encouraging them. So for instance, when I talk to a lot of my African American friends, they get, like, if they speak properly, they get, why are you speaking white? They get made fun of for that, or if they go off to college. And there's a lot of things that they get made fun of for trying to act white or be. And I think that that's a negative culture.
Happens, yeah.
So if your culture is encouraging you to go down the wrong path in life, then that's a cultural issue. It's not about.
But those are systemic problems, right? So that means, like, they have those issues because a lot of them are arrested at higher rates and are already in jail before any of these kids are ever born. They already have a culture that praises crime, that that can, like, glorify gang violence and all of these things. Those people die off, but there's tons of generations coming behind them that are taught these things over and over as well. And so they're just born in the cultures where they're taught specific things from an early age. I didn't mean to totally skip over Ginger like that. So Lauren, go,
you're
and
fine.
then Ginger.
But each race, like each group of people that collectively define a race, get to choose their own culture. Like, even though it's
Not
kind
as
of
individuals, though.
not as right, not exactly, not as
So as a
individuals.
race, they're responsible for cultivating a better culture.
Culture is a system.
Why?
Culture is a system.
Exactly. Each individual race is responsible.
Get it
for
together,
their,
Black people. Am I right, guys? Holy
Yeah,
shit.
seriously.
Shit's
Well, no,
fucking-
I don't even disagree
Wow.
with that necessarily,
Freaking
but
dumb
like I
Black
do
people.
agree like with your attitude that we're all in it together. But like her attitude isn't like totally wrong, but these don't have to be mutually exclusive. But there's also shitty parts of I think that applying critical race theory just applies race to things that don't need it.
Like what?
Okay, no,
Like-
hold on.
like
Wait,
math.
we're going to
Sorry,
Ginger.
Ginger,
No,
Ginger.
we're going to Ginger.
I'm sorry, what?
You were trying to get in earlier. and
Oh,
we kept
well,
skipping
it-
them.
Way earlier. I
Yeah, I'm sorry.
kind of moved on from it, but I feel like we're even teaching history wrong. And the problem with it is not necessarily, that Black History Month only has 1 month, it should be longer. It's the like finality in which they speak of slavery. Like, after the Declaration of Independence was signed, slavery was ended and everybody went home happy. Like, they don't really explain to you in school, especially when they bring race up for the first time. Do they tell you, oh, well, the majority of the people who signed the Declaration of Independence were also slave owners? Like,
not the Declaration of Independence. Okay, yes. Well, that one. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, you said that the Declaration of Independence wasn't the document that released the slaves, but that's okay.
No, that's not what. Okay, that's not what I mean. But I'm just saying that the thing, like, you know, everybody says, oh well, Abraham Lincoln was the one that freed the slaves type situation. He was the president that got it through, but he owned his own slaves. Like, so that's
sorry.
Right. No, so I'm saying that, like, we have to deal with the fact that we're not teaching people properly what our history entails, especially in America. Like, people discuss all the time how Germans like to kind of slide over the whole Nazi situation, but we do the same thing in America. Like, we slide over our internment camp situations. And
the Germans have like
wild?
so much. They have so much education. First of all, it's illegal to deny the Holocaust in Germany. They do extensive Holocaust.
No. I'm not talking about in the schools. I'm saying, like, in general, like, there are people who just refuse to discuss it.
Because you could get locked up for giving your opinion on the matter in Germany because they don't have a First Amendment. So yeah, I would be scared to discuss it. Even as a Jew whose grandma survived the Holocaust, I wouldn't want to slip up and say the wrong thing and say,
that's
like,
true.
Oh,
yeah, that's true.
Right to free speech and then be hauled off in handcuffs, you know? So, like,
I wonder.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how often place it is that's enforced.
Absolutely teaches slavery and has been teaching slavery, and critical race theory is only muddying the waters and making it seem like a.
Does it feel like you demonstrated that?
Quiet, Smith.
Sorry, Smith was moaning. Can you repeat the last sentence?
It's boring. She just doesn't think systemic racism exists. We get it. Okay, move on. I'm so sick of this. It's so fucking boring.
That's literally his freaking topic, bro. It's
Dude,
CRT.
No. Like, she doesn't think it exists. She doesn't think that systemic race. I have
Everybody
actual criticism of
with
critical
30
race theory
minutes over the semantics of gaslighting. Okay, you cannot complain right now.
This look, I have actual criticism of critical race theory that's actually interesting. She just doesn't think systemic racism exists. We've heard it a million fucking times. I've heard it a million fucking times.
Fuck up and give your point. Jesus Christ, Lord, my
so
God.
The places where we're injecting race into conversations doesn't make sense. So like into like the structure of sitting in a classroom. Sure, like sitting in a classroom, like that is already not ideal. But like to say that like, oh, that makes it worse for Black people than white people, like that kind of thing. Like it does that kind of conversation. Like it takes away from our ability to actually see each other as a unified whole, and it further divides us to constantly and analyze things on how they're interact. We should rather be working to lift each other up rather than focus on how we are pushing each other apart.
Sure. So when it comes to the classroom thing, my understanding is that Black kids, even if the behaviors exhibited are comparable, that Black kids are still more likely to be punished in a classroom. So I think that is, that's another example of how these things like manifest, right?
That's such.
Okay, that has to do with the teachers, though.
There can be...
Yeah, I was gonna say that's just the fucking prick teacher. Then what do you
Sounds
mean?
like bias, racial bias, yeah, for sure.
But like that doesn't have to do. Okay. That doesn't have to do with
the classroom itself.
Yeah, like it's not the schooling that fucking makes the teacher like that.
Yeah, I agree. If somebody were to say that, like, sitting in a classroom, if somebody were to say that, like, because of the nature of Black people or whatever, that like being in a classroom is worse for them just because of how they are or whatever, I would think that person's racist. That sounds like a racist thing to say. Yeah.
I worked in a daycare where
you want to overturn the curriculum. Right, we're talking about whether or not we want to change the curriculum and what is taught in these things versus
I think a lot of these things already.
But even Ginger was just saying, she was just bringing up some areas where like we teach things that are untrue. So it's not just adding things. There's also some things that we want to take out. And so when you're talking about changing the curriculum, we're not talking about like, making it to where teachers aren't racist or say stupid things. We already try to do that. We already try to get rid of this crap. More like they're making arguments more about the curriculum, changing that and what you put into this. That's actually going to make a wide systemic change for everybody.
I worked in a daycare and there were black kids. There was a couple black kids in the daycare. There wasn't a lot. And the couple black kids were worse behaved. And I was like, we are talking to their parents more, and this is like weird. But does that mean we should put up with because this is like systemic or something? Should we like treat the black kids differently?
Did I say
No,
anything
I think
like
we should hold people to the same. Rather than like doing something like that, we should lift people up. We should lift up the whole community. That is the attitude that.
Well,
of critical
Smeth,
race
you're
theory would
going
bring
back
to that.
against to what we were just saying, though. Is like he's not saying like change the way that you interact on an individual level. He's saying make systemic changes to where you're like having like wide ranging changes for everybody.
Right,
But that doesn't mean that like the individuals are going to be treated differently.
No,
For sure. And
what I'm saying is that the
quick.
solution could be affirmative action on a level like that. Like an
But,
affirmative action.
before any of that, I'm not even talking for the
Like,
record.
doesn't
I get that.
critical race theory
Hold
fucking
on.
teach us that
Hold
we're
on.
all
Let
inherently
Coder-
racist? Like, what
let
the
Coder-
fuck is that?
I haven't said
Yeah,
anything
let Coder go,
about
and then we'll go to Speakeasy.
I haven't said a single thing about implementing any policies, about any solutions. I'm having a conversation that these things. I'm just saying that these things exist, and that these are the way things are taught. And something like Ginger brought up a great examples of the way that things are taught without deeper context, like they're taught at a very surface level, and that gives people the wrong impression about what happened. I mean, that's where we've been. So before we we weren't even talking about like policy solutions, right? But I think this is a great, another, like one of my bullet points here was like about how CRT encourages students to question why certain racial disparities exist. And we get to sit here and have this conversation about it because we're talking about CRT, and we're maybe enlightening some people about some of these things in some ways they haven't thought of before.
The point of school is math, history, science, English.
Yeah, we're talking about history.
The point of school
We're talking about
is
history.
not we are barely talking about history. We are talking about racial disparity. And we are talking about which race has it hardest, and we are trying to. It's like causing issues between races that aren't there, and trying to create issues. It's the whole reason we have this whole ACAB nonsense in the first place, and this whole BLM movement in the first place is because of bullshit critical race theory nonsense. And it's destructive for society. It's not beneficial. If you want races to get along better, you wouldn't keep I love how you're like, race is a social construct, and the way that we fix it is dividing people by race with affirmative action. Like, it's just
I didn't even say my position on affirmative action. Again,
Can I
Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna go to Speakeasy, but we are going to close this up in just a little bit. We got maybe like 5 more minutes left on this. So Speakeasy, go ahead.
I just want to heads up. I totally spaced what my topic was.
I'm sorry.
We were gonna go to you
Just
next. So I
heads
guess
I just
did you really like forget it, or like you just
absolutely.
Okay.
And my dumbass
Okay.
did not write it down.
Okay, Speakeasy. Try to remember. Send me a DM.
I
if
will.
You remember.
I've been
Speakeasy,
trying.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what? Okay, for the thing with this, I think this fucking topic is stupid to begin with. To be honest with you, I'm just being my opinion. But like, okay, the thing with like critical race theory, right? With this, like, teaching people that right now how society is like primarily designed for white people. Like, you can't, if you're gonna say that schooling system, okay, that's what you used, the one thing, like, oh, black kids get in more trouble or some shit like this. If you're saying that black people can't do the schooling system we have, but white people can, you're the one that's saying black people are fucking different than white people.
So,
right?
No. Well, first of all, the thing I said about the discipline was even if the kids are both being well behaved, right, or not well behaved, but exhibiting the same behaviors, like comparable behaviors. But I mean, if the outcomes, I'm talking about looking at the outcomes. I'm talking about looking at the outcomes. Like, if you look at the outcomes, you see that black kids do worse in school. And I'm saying,
would that be maybe because they're more fatherless homes amongst the black community?
I don't think that. I don't.
You don't think has anything to do
probably
with
part of it? Probably.
Mom is
I'm
probably
sure it contributes. I'm sure. Why? But then the question becomes, why are there less fathers, or like where are they?
Exactly.
A lot of them are in
But the
jail, right?
solution to
Whoa,
that
Why are
isn't
they
in
in
the
jail?
school. But the solution of that isn't in the school. The solution to that is in the homes and shit. We should help their communities and shit. Like
Thank
that.
you.
That's what I think.
That's what I'm
So
getting
that's
at.
why I think critical race theory in the school is focusing on changing the outcomes of things by focusing on making changes in the classroom, when a lot of these things are actually the problems are not in the classroom. They're bigger.
What about how a lot of these schools that are predominantly black also have like older textbooks, less resources, less access
That's
to
the
things like
that
iPads,
is yeah.
stuff like this. They have less
I'm on
access
board.
to all these things, which also contributes.
I'm on board.
And there's also good systemic. Wait, hang on.
Female theory, how school is all designed for women, and that's why fucking men are failing.
Let me get to, because something speakeasy, something you said about it being primarily designed. I'm not talking about being primarily designed for white people, whatever. What critical race theorists will say, and I think it's the Encyclopedia Britannica says this almost explicitly, is that the United States system is racist insofar as it perpetuates racist outcomes, right? As it perpetuates these things. So one way it would be perpetuating those things is by these resources not getting to the students who need them the most, because they've been most disproportionately impacted by the history of racism in this country.
Okay,
So it's not like inherently racist. He's just talking about the effects that things have or the outcomes.
After my debate with Destiny, a lot of people were like, "You think black kids are stupid because blah blah blah, they can't do math or whatever." I don't think black kids are stupid. I think that black kids can do math. Like my whole point was that I think that we need to make sure that these kids get the opportunity to explore these subjects in a way that is
just to be clear, in that debate, you were like broadly defending CRT and came to realize that there are a lot of things within CRT that you don't want to defend, which is why I gave you the opportunity at the beginning to try to like condemn some things that are.
That book wasn't even really CRT. It was CRT adjacent. But
what was it that you don't like? Can you give an example that you didn't of something that you didn't like? That was
the
classified?
CRT adjacent.
The specific example was that white or black kids need to learn differently from white kids. That we need to teach them in a completely different way. Like make up rap songs to teach them math.
This book also didn't say that. That was what's funny is a lot of people came away from that debate quoting the things that Destiny said as examples of ways that these like things might manifest, but they weren't actually things that were in the book. Right?
Can you give me an example then?
Yeah, please.
Wait,
like,
an example of what specifically?
Like, how would you like what if you don't think, because like when you said that black kids are getting in more trouble and doing less, not as good in school. And I said, well, fatherless homes amongst black families could be one of the reasons.
Maybe.
You said, well, I don't think it's that big of a like. What do you think is the big reason? Like, what in the fucking school is stopping the black kids from being able to learn?
It's a good question. That's very interesting. I don't have a solid answer. Yeah.
Okay,
and also teaching the critical race theory fix.
I mean,
and also,
hang on.
How do you hold on? Okay, go ahead.
Just because I don't have this, because again, I'm not even here talking about solutions. I'm talking about that the problem exists in the first place and the reasons for the problem. If we can't even agree on that, how are we ever going to talk about solutions?
No,
okay, so I agree with the reasons for the problems and stuff, but the thing that bothers me about CRT is that a lot of crackpots piggyback off of it, and if we don't, so we need to be able to distinguish between people that use CRT to smuggle in like
Rufo, James Lindsay, these are crackpots.
Yes,
who
yeah,
CRT. Yeah, absolutely.
Those people too, but those people, James Lindsay is
Chris Rufo's the reason
profiting.
We're talking about this.
James Lindsay is profiting off of the fact that there are like insane people like writing shit about CRT, like and if like so I think if we are able,
he's gaslighting people into believing that people are saying things they're not saying.
Okay, if that's true,
you were going over.
I can figure that out.
We didn't.
What I'm saying is, I believe that there.
Example of how we are teaching black
people. Go over the tenets of CRT at all. We didn't touch on the tenets of CRT.
I'm not talking about
Destiny. Hold on, Lauren. Hold on. Okay, specifically, you guys went over specific tenets that talked about. That talked about black kids learning differently.
No, we absolutely did not. That's not what the book talked about.
I wasn't a book. He was going over tenets on a freaking website about CRT.
No, it's an ebook. Yeah, no, that's not. My conversation with Destiny was about a specific book called Equitable Instruction in Math Classrooms or whatever. It was focused on trying to improve outcomes for Black, Latino, and English second language students from grades 6 to 8, but it could also apply in a lot of contexts. That was what we looked over. It had nothing to do with the tenets of critical race theory.
Okay. All right, Lauren.
Wait,
Lauren.
Lauren's already talked a shit ton about this.
Hold on. She has. We're gonna.
Yeah,
she's
you
asked the
always.
question
I hate
numerous
your
times,
moderation. You always make me shut up. You suck. You're the worst moderator ever.
not.
You gotta
I'm not-
grow,
I-
you gotta grow
you- You're
some
good with
tits,
everybody
Smeth.
else, but
You
not
gotta
with
grow
me.
some tits and he'll
I
like you
do
better,
not.
bro.
You were-
Smeth,
she
Smeth,
asked
I
the
had to
question-
wait 30 minutes
I
to
gotta
talk.
take a piss. I'll be right back.
You got to assert
you-
yourself too.
I just
Ask
want
your
to know the
question.
specific examples of how we're going to teach black students differently than white students that doesn't involve a rap.
I don't think we should teach black kids necessarily different from white kids. I don't think we should ever use race as the metric for like deciding
Did you
what
say
lessons
that
someone gets.
doesn't involve a rap?
That's what Destiny said, and he said that wasn't the example that they were going. Because
Oh,
Destiny
he's
said,
watching this right now.
"Oh my god, it's just wild." What?
Wait, is he like wait? What do you mean? He's like,
No,
is he
because that's
texting
what
this,
you
or-
no. That's what you had said earlier. You had said that Destiny used this example of the rap, and then everybody else started using that example, but that wasn't the example. That's what you had said earlier. And
Not
so
just for
I'm
black kids. No. Yeah. The book doesn't say we should use any of these things specifically for black kids. It talks about
Yes.
implementing these things in classrooms, and I think they would benefit black kids and white kids.
Okay, so yeah, he's saying he doesn't agree with this specific example.
It says
No. The book doesn't say that black kids need to be taught differently. The book talks about strategies that are largely absent, that are often taught in schools that have more resources, that have access to better training methods, right, or that have learned better training methods, and they don't do this necessarily in these schools, and that they should implement these things more, and that it could involve also be like including like potentially culturally relevant examples. It doesn't mean that every one of these examples is going to like naturally connect to a black kid because their blackness attracts them to rap music. Like that's fucking racist. That's not what anybody's saying.
All right, Smith.
So here's the thing. So you're telling me that this is all a lie constructed by people like James Lindsay, okay? But that's not what anybody's saying. I've read shit where people are saying dumb shit like that, adjacent to that, and I feel like if that is the case, you're saying it's all a lie, but if that is the case, then we should at least have a way to distinguish that between the thing you're talking about, like people using CRT to come to like bullshit like conclusions or bullshit prescriptions and shit. Like that should be distinguished from CRT. That if we're going to talk about that in schools, like.
I'm sorry.
That would ease the minds of everybody. Like, so if you want to distinguish the James Lindsay shit, like we should work on making that distinction.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that James Lindsay is just like spreading a lie or whatever. I think James Lindsay is engaging in a massive, multi-year-long disinformation campaign about these topics. I think that he intentionally misrepresents all of these things in as the worst way possible to feed into people's pre-established beliefs about race and racism and how it impacts people today.
Okay, well,
I'm interested in that.
You're kind of incorrect because of the books that they put on the shelves based off the curricula and based off there's been teachers that have made students line up based off the amount of privilege they have that is based essentially just making kids line up from like whitest to darkest, which is like super fucked up. And they've done all sorts of weird, creepy shit in schools in the name of CRT, which is just dividing.
We demonize the root of it. We demonize CRT because some people are cringe because most teachers in America are white women who don't have a really solid understanding of like how racism manifests and how the things they're doing might be microaggressions and might like make these.
You're doing it. You're doing it. They're making the distinction. This is what I need. I need this. I need to hear more of this.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That the liberal idiots in charge of the school system are too dumb to understand their own dumb theories
most people don't have a good understanding of CRT.
CRT is kind of
fucking teach those theories in schools, and they should stick to which those dumb liberal teachers are also shitty at, but they should at least attempt to teach those kids math, science, English, history. That is it.
Cool. I'm not saying we should have a fifth period for CRT class.
All right.
So cool.
Coder, close out this topic. Speak easy. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Okay, so you're going to go next. So, Coder, go ahead and close out your topic, please, sir.
Sure. So I'm just going to read through the rest of the bullet points I have here. They're should be pretty short. So CRT does analyze the legacy of slavery and segregation, how that persists in areas like education, criminal justice, and wealth disparities. It explores implications of Supreme Court decisions like Plessy v. Ferguson, Brown v. Board of Education, highlighting the role of the legal system in both perpetuating and dismantling racial segregation. CRT encourages students to question why certain racial disparities exist, leading to productive discussions about why these problems are here, and we can disagree about them, but at least we're having the fucking conversation. And if teachers want to lead this stuff, they can be trained to lead inclusive classroom discussions on sensitive topics where they can also respect diverse voices, right? Teachers. Yeah, CRT absolutely does not seek to assign blame or guilt to individuals, but aims to understand and address the systemic issues, which is what I've been talking about the entire fucking time here. CRT does not dismiss the importance of individual efforts, but focuses on the structural barriers that may impede progress in those individual endeavors. Students who learn about CRT, as I said to Lauren earlier, are better equipped to critically analyze and engage with current events related to race and inequality. And finally, a comprehensive understanding of CRT can lead to a more informed and responsible citizenry capable of advocating for social justice and equity, which I think are based and red pilled, which is about the truth. Red pill's about the truth, not the shit that they're selling you in the red pill spaces. So based. Thank you. I'm Radical Coder.
Okay. All right. Real quick, also, I would just like to mention, I was literally yelling at Lauren to shut up earlier and saying she's not Smeth, only in her wildest dreams she's Smeth, so that I could get Smeth to talk. All right. And Smeth is in the group chat talking about the fact that he likes my moderation before this panel. So
sometimes I feel like sometimes I talk about something like with gaslighting, and then your eyes roll back in your head, and then like there's something I don't know. I'd like your moderation in general.
She had a specific question that she had asked like 4 times that didn't get answered, and it kept going back to you. So I was just trying to get that one question answered so that we could move past it. But yeah. All right. Speak easy. Your topic, please, sir.
All righty. So I think that men should be able to financially abort when they get a woman pregnant.
Oh,
facts.
Yeah, they should. But if we do this.
I can't sit through this. I can't moderate this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm going to argue, guys. This is freaking. Okay. All right. Okay. So go ahead and make your argument, and then I want to see a show of hands on who wants to argue against him once he's done. So go ahead and make your argument, please.
So the argument is that, I'm just gonna use the same argument for that I would use, for abortion on the woman's side. It's my body, my choice. I shouldn't have to work for 18 years to support something I don't want to.
Okay. Any hands? Anybody?
Wait, what's the hands for? To disagree?
If you want to disagree, yes. If you have an argument against this, I can go first if nobody else does.
No, I really think that that should be a thing. It should be legal throughout every state. It should be federally legal that if a woman insists on having the baby, that the man does not feel like he either can financially support, wants to financially support, or have in general, he should be allowed the rights to sign away the baby and have no issue having to pay child support or any fucking thing like that.
Okay.
All right.
So real quick,
I'll agree, but with one caveat.
Let me just lay this out real quick, okay? This is a category error, okay? The argument for this is not, you should not have to have a baby if you don't want to have a baby, right? The argument is you should be allowed to have bodily autonomy. So there's no inconsistency on this. Men have bodily autonomy just as women have bodily autonomy. It's the same across the board. It's not, like you're not going to be a parent, so they shouldn't have to be a parent. That's never the argument made. The argument is you should be allowed to choose what you do with your body. There's no inconsistency. Men can choose what they do with their body. As far as a financial thing, I think it would be best if the government took care of this all overall and that men didn't have to worry about it in the first place. But as long as that's not the case, I think that
the government took care of what? I'm sorry.
Other person. If the government helped women with their kids, I think that would be best. So, like, I even think that would limit, like,
they already do
as well, because not as much. No, well, lots of women have abortions because of financial issues in the first place. Are you
kidding me? There are people who the way that they help out women with babies, it incentivizes them to have more children.
Right.
That's not true.
I
They don't give
don't
them enough
know.
money for that to be
I don't
worth it.
think-
Oh my God! How many
They don't
how
give
many
enough
hours
money.
a day
The amount
did
of
you
money-
spend in those?
The amount of money you get from the government for like to take care of a child.
A single mom in there with 6 kids because she knows she's gonna keep getting more and more fucking
Exactly.
baby bonus and welfare.
Okay,
The
but
booker
that-
between
but that's a
things
bad
are not-
investment. She's making a bad
majority.
financial
It's
decision.
not beneficial. You would
Yeah,
be better
she's gonna-
off just getting a freaking job.
She's getting fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
She's gonna
listen,
end
if
up
she
with
didn't
problems.
have this, like, listen, if she didn't have this outlet and she couldn't depend on taking child support from the guy, not only would the woman make better choices on who they're gonna fucking sleep with, so would the guys, right? Because
I agree with that.
they
I do agree
both
with that.
know they have
Not
an
sure about
equal in and out of this shit.
That's my caveat. I think that if we do this, I think that it's going to cause a lot of suffering for women on the short term, and on the long term, we're gonna have to make massive social changes to like out the way that we like men and women interact, the way that we choose who we fuck and shit like that,
What
and
about
then
all the
it
men
would
that
end up
have
in a
been
more
fucking
feminist
suffering?
society.
What are we talking about? There's gonna be a little bit of suffering for women. What do you mean? Men are fucking
No.
suffering every day because
With
women are
the
fucking.
way
Sure, so
Look at that
supplement that
chick
money.
that got
Supplement that
hot
money.
sauce
Have the
in her
government give it to him
pussy
instead.
when she tried to chop Drake. Look at
Take it from the
that.
taxpayers.
Chicks out here.
Cool.
Like, what do you mean?
I just
with
think
you.
that-
Hey,
As
if it
long
was
as there's
my
no-
way, I'd just
welfare
take away
queen
abortion. But
argument.
since we can't do that, I want to fight for men to have the right to.
Let's go back to the topic, because I am pro-life. I think that abortion is wrong. The problem is
Right,
that this is
same.
not an argument as far as like men should
That's
be
not what
able
I'm
to
arguing.
financially abort is a totally different thing as far as consistency goes. So I think that
Sure.
if like a man has the kid, the woman should be paying child support. If the woman has the kid, the man should be paying child support if it's needed, if it's necessary. In lots of cases, I think most cases, they're like they don't even ask for child support from the other person because part of them getting custody is that they're like financially stable and capable of taking care of the kid in the first place. But outside of that, if you have a kid, if you have sex unprotected or have sex to where you can have a kid, you understand that this is a possibility, just the same as a woman understands it's a possibility. I'm not going to say, hey, women shouldn't have abortions, but also men, you should be able to financially abort. I think that it's wrong for both. I think the men should have to pay child
No,
support,
but
and I
this
think
is
women
not
should
what
stop
I'm
doing abortion.
arguing, Tom.
Child
That's
support
not
is
this
racist.
argument, bro. That's not this argument. If I wanted to argue pro-life, I would argue that. But I'm not arguing
not
that
what I'm
because the
saying.
chances of that fucking happen would be
That's
slim
not what
to
I'm
none.
saying. That's not what
Huh?
I'm saying.
To be
That's not what I'm
fair,
saying.
Yeah, you are. You're saying
I'm
it's
saying it's a
both wrong.
category error.
I'm not
it's a
saying if it's
category
wrong
error.
or right. I'm not saying if it's wrong or right morally. I'm saying it's
I understand.
equal.
I'm saying
So
a
wait,
category error. I'm saying it's not equal. It's about bodily autonomy. The man still has bodily autonomy. These are
The
consistent
fuck he
across the board.
does. How do you support the kid without using your body?
okay, can
He has to
we-
work
go to
harder
work,
for
Tom,
it,
you
is
need
what
your
he
body.
means.
That's not bodily autonomy. That's not what that is. That's totally different. That's insanely different.
What do you
no, it's
mean?
not.
If you have
You
to
can-
support a
It is.
child,
Do you
Tom,
consider
I don't know how if you know how this works. If I live in a cardboard box, I still have to pay child support, eh? It doesn't
Yes.
matter. They don't give a fuck about my mortgage. They don't
I'm
give a
well
fuck about all
aware.
my bills. There's a
I'm
set
well aware.
fucking price I have to pay every month. And I have
Yeah.
to work to get that money. It's my body that pays the fucking money. You don't get
That's not
no
the same
fucking,
thing as
your
bodily
labor is
autonomy.
what
That's
gets your
different.
finances. So it's
That's not bodily
autonomy.
autonomy. No, that is not bodily. You don't understand what bodily autonomy is. That's
forced
different.
labor?
There's a category
What are you
error on top
talking
of
about?
category error on top of category error here. That is not. I understand you're saying it's your body that's involved in this, so now it's bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy is what is done to your body, not what you do with your body. It's what is done to your body. That is
So when
completely
you get fucking pregnant, right? What happened?
you had sex with
happens.
somebody,
Right?
you got
What
pregnant.
happens?
Yeah, you made a choice, and now
You're
you should
doing
have the
it to
kid.
your body. It's not something that happened to your body.
Wait, but speak easy. It continues to happen to your body for 9 months, though.
Yes, the
And it's
argument
going to
is whether
continue
or
to
not-
happen to me for
Hold on.
fucking 18
Wait,
years.
wait,
And
wait.
if you have
Unless
any
we
no,
supplement
hold
that
on.
with government
It's
money.
gonna
Hell
take
yeah.
time.
Down a different line. No, the problem.
No, you guys didn't
is
even
that it would
listen to
have
my
be
point.
Enforced. No, I did.
What did I
The
just
problem
fucking
is that
say?
it would be. I didn't get to argue against it. You have no clue if I listen to your point. The problem is
You
that the government
I
would
wanted
have to
to
actually
finish
enforce you to have that baby, and so that would now be an issue with your bodily autonomy. Now something is being done to your body, whereas like I understand your argument that like having the baby is not something being done to your body, but the government enforcing you to have the baby is something being enforced on your body. That is different.
Okay, but it's
No.
okay, but it's still
You
being
opening
enforced.
your
So
legs
so
was
hold
putting
hold
it in
on.
your body.
Hold on.
You
It's
the
still being
government didn't come
enforced.
and strap your legs open and let the dude fuck you. That's not what happened.
It just sounds
Government didn't do
Okay,
that.
but it's still
Exactly.
being enforced that if the man doesn't want the child, that he still has to pay child support for something. If he doesn't pay that child support, he will eventually go to jail. So that technically is bodily autonomy.
Thank you.
Yes, but hold on. No.
I love how he does.
Putting
I
somebody
just
in
need to
jail
throw
is not
piss.
doing
You
something
shut
to
the
your
fuck
body.
up while I
That's
talk.
still different. But because
Which
again,
would
we're talking
happen
about
to you in jail? I'm going to get you on the phone with Martin. It definitely is doing something to your body. But first of all, I do want to say one thing really quick. I would be considering linking this to abortion, though. So, like for instance, if you were in a state where abortion was illegal, then I would say that this should not be allowed either.
I was
Like
gonna
if
ask that. That's great. Yeah, I'm curious.
if abortion, if it's
Yeah.
a pro state, then a man
For
cannot
sure.
just like get rid of his life. However, if you're in like a state like California where you could like murder your child up to like 2 months post, I mean that's not the case, but they
Come
tried.
on.
They tried. You
2 months?
coder.
There's no shot. Send me that.
No, they
Send me that.
2 months post.
I'll message you about
birth.
it. I want to see that.
Okay.
I
I'm
don't
just
agree
not
with that.
understanding how you're not seeing where the woman right now, with the woman being the
Post-birth.
only one that has the choice of having the abortion or not. She's the one who forces this man's choice.
Yes. And okay, and then another question I have, Tom.
he
really
doesn't,
quick.
because my argument is still that she had sex with him, so she should have the kid. It's the same argument. He had sex with her. He should be financially responsible for the kid.
In
just
a-
as she should be.
perfect, in a
It's for both.
completely
It's not
perfect, in a completely
I'm
perfect
men
world.
would have to
World
have the
where
kids
women
too.
have
No, no,
the
no.
choice too, Tom.
Listen,
I'm talking in this world that we have right now, Tom.
Yes,
Not
A lot
in
of our
world
states,
where
a lot of our
abortion's
U.S. states,
illegal
women don't have that
in this
choice.
world right now.
Yes,
Look,
and I'm saying
in
that's
a
a
perfect-
category error. That it's
in a
not
perfect
about giving
world-
up parenthood. It's about what you do with your body. These are different things. You don't have to do anything with your body to have a job. Go freaking play the stock market. Go buy Bitcoin. You don't have to do anything with your body. Having money has literally nothing to do with your body. Having
Yeah,
money
okay, good. Go have a seminar down at the homeless shelter and tell those guys to go fucking.
I don't think that's a good idea. I'm saying that
talking
this isn't
about,
an
bro?
argument about bodily autonomy. I don't think that's a good thing to do. I'm saying this has nothing to do with bodily autonomy.
What are you using when you do the stocks and
Forcing
shit? What are you
somebody to have
using,
kids-
Tom?
Forcing somebody to have kids is literally only a bodily
What do you
autonomy argument.
What do you
So
have
you're
to
talking-
do? What do
Look.
you have to do when you do stocks and Bitcoin and shit? Do you have to use your brain at all?
See, this isn't bodily autonomy. You're not
I
listening. What is
Tom.
being done to your body? What is being done to your freaking body? That
When
is what
I
bodily-
don't want to pay the child support and they come force me with a gun to a little cell and I can only stay in there, eat what they give me,
that's
maybe get
different.
beat up by dudes in there and
That's
all this
different.
shit.
That's different.
Okay.
Okay,
gonna
well, I
listen?
have something to say.
Wait, no,
I have a
hold on.
quick
Let me ask
question.
you a
I
question.
have a
Real quick.
You don't let
Oh
nobody
my
finish,
God.
bro.
Let
It was
somebody else talk.
fuck that.
I'm sorry. It's my fault. Go ahead. My fault.
Okay,
Well,
quick question.
No, we're listening to Ginger.
Ginger, go ahead.
So go ahead,
Okay.
Lauren. I'll go after you.
I fucking forgot. Tom, okay, wait, no, I remember. Tom, what is worse? Someone being allowed to murder your child or them, like, okay, so for right now, women are allowed to literally kill your child and there's nothing that a man can do about it. And or that's their first choice, or their second choice is to have the baby, maybe possibly against his will, and then force him to give her money. So either way, like she has all of the legal power. But if you want to talk about systemic racism, this is systemic gender systemic sexism. This is systemic sexism. The laws are literally written to fuck over men in
Sandra.
their
Letting
scenario.
women get
Literal
abortions.
sexism
So
either
true.
way, because if we say that women can't have abortions, this is a scenario where men literally will never have to make this decision, never have to deal with this problem. It's going to be discriminatory one way or the other. There's not a way that you can deal with this scenario without it being discriminatory, because
No,
only
be-
women can have
Oh my
kids.
God.
This would
Okay,
even
Tom, no, stop. Let me stop.
It's on a playing field.
'Cause I don't know if you're like,
Battle of the sexes
Eventually.
bullshit.
I don't know if I got my
My
take here
argument
out.
still hasn't even been engaged with yet. The category error is the problem. That is the thing. It's not consistent.
It is consistent though. It is consistent because you just said it would. Right now, women can choose They can choose either I don't fucking have the kid or I do. They
Why?
have this choice, right?
Why? Why do they have the choice?
Yeah.
That's what it's consistent on. Why they have the choice. That is the consistency.
Because it's legal.
Okay, so
Because it
No,
grows inside
because
them.
there's
It's growing
bodily
inside them.
Because it's bodily autonomy. That's the consistency.
Alright,
Men and women both
so-
have bodily autonomy.
my problem is that it keeps being said that what's been done to her body, I'm sorry, but unless she's been forced to have sex, it's not been done to her body. She is doing to her body.
You know, the thing
Like
that has
this-
been done
the-
to her body is what God did when He made
Again,
it so that her
I'm
baby would
saying
be grown
The
inside of
government
her.
saying you
And
have
what
to
does that
have
have
the
to do
kid.
with the
Again, the government enforcing it on you to say that you have to have the kid. We're going to make sure that you have the kid. That is the enforcement on her body.
No,
That
This
is the
consent to
treatment for her
sex is
body.
not consent to the 9
and
months of being pregnant.
there's
There's
so many things. I'm not done yet. There's so many. I'm sorry, but I have not been able to speak enough during this topic. There's so many things that can stop the pregnancy, like using condoms, using birth control, using both, pulling out, doing all three. There are so many things, or abstinence. But people are so fucking stupid with sex nowadays. They can't control they're not controlling who they have sex with, how many times they have sex, if they're having protected sex or not. Like, I don't feel bad
I'm
for these
pro-life.
people.
I agree with all of this.
But as far as having pro-life, then understand that it's not just the female's bodily autonomy that's into play. It's both of theirs. They both made the consent to have a child or to have sex,
That's not
so they
bodily
should
autonomy.
both.
Different consent.
Oh my God, they should both have rights to whether or not
That's
this child
different.
exists
Whether or not they
or
both
whether
have
or not
rights. Whether or not they both have
it
rights
is
is
about
different
whether
than
they
bodily
have
autonomy.
rights.
I said, but whether or not they both have rights is one argument. Whether or not they have bodily autonomy.
So when the
totally-
woman has a
Bro, the government
baby,
telling you that you
Hold
have to go
on.
to fucking work to support a
Yeah.
kid is bodily autonomy. I don't know if
No,
you're
it's not.
deliberately just fucking
You're
doing
not
this.
looking.
to
Go
be
look
dumb
up
or
the
what
word
you're doing
bodily
right now,
autonomy.
right?
That
This
is
is the
not.
dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
I don't
not
care about
bodily
You have to
autonomy.
go to
It's
work.
wrong.
Shit.
You
You're
have to
just
go
wrong.
to work. It's your body that you go to work for. The average fucking dude
not
isn't going to
bodily
be able to go do Bitcoin and shit, bro. That's
It's not
not how
bodily
fucking
autonomy.
life works. Like, what are we
not bodily
talking
autonomy.
about right now?
It's not bodily
Okay.
autonomy. I already explained why, but you're not engaging with that. So Ginger was
really
trying to respond to what I said.
I want a good
No, I just-
engage right
I
now
need
because I
to
think
smoke.
I finally understand where you're coming from. You're saying bodily autonomy is so like I agree with what Ginger's saying. Ginger is saying we need to both have male rights and female rights. Right now, women have the right to choose to either keep the baby or get rid of it. So men need to also have the choice of
Right.
either supporting it or non-supporting it. And you were saying from the beginning, there's a distinction between the rights of people and the bodily autonomy of women. And that's why you're looking at these from two different aspects. However, I don't think the bodily autonomy is as important as the life of your child. Like, what's more important to you? Like, if you're a father, what's more important to you? You or your child? Typically, most
I
fathers
got to
would
deal
probably
with something. I'm so sorry. I got to deal with something.
Carry on.
But does that make sense? Like, most fathers would probably care more about the life of their child than their
Then
own
for
life.
paying for it.
Than their own life, and therefore women get all of this they get all of this ability to have control not only of their own body but of their baby's body, and if father loses the right to like that control, and this is really the only thing that helps level the playing field at all.
Right. And I
Okay,
just
here's
want to
the thing.
expand.
I think that men have more options for. Excuse me. I think that women have way more options for contraception. They have way more options to have control over the fertility of the pregnancy.
Right.
Men, their main thing is going to be a condom. There is like male birth control and shit. That like that's shitty. But female birth control is shitty. But like women have like IUDs. They just have more options. And so I feel like if we want a true sexual revolution, which I mean, people can argue, like feminists can argue, men are already sexually liberated enough. We don't need to give them any fucking more. But if we want to have a true sexual revolution, then we actually need it so that like there is, if you actually go into sex not wanting a kid, that can already be predetermined. If this is going to be the case, I don't think we should allow this like retroactive. I changed my mind. I don't want to have a kid after the pregnancy. That has to be established before sex. You have to say, I don't want a kid. I don't want a kid now. If you get pregnant, I don't want that to happen. I don't consent to you getting pregnant.
Why is all the thing? This is what I say. This is what I'm saying. Why is all the responsibility? Why is all the responsibility on? You nutted in her, bro. Why is it like that when it's not? Well, you let him fucking nut in you, bitch. What the fuck is it? Like, what are we doing here? Why is it always on? Like, is men superior? Are we supposed to take the lead? Then let's go back to traditional gender roles if that's how it's supposed to be, right? We're supposed to take all the fucking responsibility. Let's do that then. Let's go back to how it used to fucking be, since we're the only ones who have responsibility. You want equality everywhere or just the spots that benefit women? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. What are we talking about?
Wait. Ginger had something.
Well, I just want to say that, this is basically for Tom, so I just want to repeat this. There's more to bodily autonomy than your body. There's power, there's agency, there's choice. Everything involved in that is bodily autonomy. It's not just about what happens to your physical body.
The reason that I like the idea of having men have the option to sign off, specifically only in states in which women have the ability to abort, is that will mean that people will be more critical of the state that they're living in and more decisive, like what kind of laws that they want regarding their sexual liberation.
Women would make better choices too of who they let fucking nut inside them, since he has the chance to just walk away from it.
So with the hope that women might make better choices, we're gonna fuck over a bunch of people and let a bunch of kids like starve because we don't want to let them eat, right?
No, I think it'll
eventually the next generation.
What do you mean by that right now?
Well, like, because the whole reason we have child support payments.
Pro-life. I think it will encourage people to vote pro-life now.
The whole reason we have child support payments is so the kids are taken care of, right? That's the only thing I care about. I'm not attached to the idea that men are giving money to the children. I care about the children having the things they need. That's the only thing I give a shit about. So in a world where we don't have we don't have the resources being distributed to them properly through like any meaningful welfare, I don't think our welfare system actually does that very well.
So wait, you think women are so stupid that if they knew that there's a law, wait, it seems like you think like women are so stupid that if there's a law that men can walk away, they're gonna say, well, fuck it anyways, I'll still fuck them and let them nut inside of me. No, they're gonna be
it's gonna happen. Absolutely. It's absolutely going to happen. Yes. Even if you're right and it happens at a lower rate, it's still going to be happening, right?
And it happens what?
This is all you're like wagering on like what potentially things might happen. Like I totally like reject the logic of this, like it needs to be fair because blah 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 blah. Like when we're talking about like the idea that like women having the right to not grow a child in their body for 9 months, like if they decide to opt out of that process, that like men necessarily have to have something on the other side of the coin. That logic's broken, but like we can say that like the kid needs to be taken care of as the priority, and we can just focus on that. We don't have to do this battle.
Yeah, the life has to be taken care of from the second it's fucking made, right? So I could just say that the life has to be taken care of, right?
I just want people to be able to nut inside each other.
Feel that.
Right. The thing with the financial abortion is more it's actually, if you want to think about it, it's more selfish towards the adults in the situation, right? Because they both are alive and they want their bodily autonomy. That's my thing. If it was my way, I'd just take away abortion.
Can we just
I think if you paired the two, then people would start voting pro-life, and including women. And I think if we started pairing the two, women would start realizing why it's important to be more concerning about like their ability to get pregnant, when they get pregnant, and who they get pregnant by.
Can we just stop and enjoy the fact that Smeth's paused on interesting.
And if you want me to be like specific about it too, that's funny. I think it should be like kind of like the same rules there is with abortion, right? Like they can't be like 9 months pregnant and just fucking kill the kid, can they? Right? So you guys wouldn't agree with that.
I mean, that only really happens when it's like a necessity.
No, but you would agree mostly like to a certain term, right?
I don't.
So you wouldn't agree that the kid could be born and then like 10 years old, you're like, I don't want this kid anymore. Let's kill it.
For adoption.
Like,
no, you don't have to kill them when they're out of your body. Put them up for adoption.
No,
what do you mean?
Listen. But can you just keep up with what I'm asking?
Okay.
I know you
states will
don't
allow-
have to kill them. That wasn't my question. If you had to, I'm asking if you think it's okay if you
Kill it.
wanted to.
If you wanted to kill it,
I mean, some states
Right.
allow you to.
No,
if
and
you wanted to
I
kill it,
don't
you should
think-
definitely put it up for adoption. You should definitely put it up for
Yeah,
adoption.
yeah,
You
yeah.
wanna kill the
Okay,
child.
so so do you think then maybe after the kid's born, the guy then he should be able to sign off his rights? Like, oh, okay, I'm giving it up for adoption to you.
I would be okay with that as long as there are resources going to the mother to take care of that kid. I don't care if they come from the guy or not. That's indifferent to me. As long as those resources get there.
Okay,
that's what
so
I care
you
about.
just
Yeah.
care about the resources. So you
Care about the kid, yes. The child,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, but like my thing is right where you don't care about the kid until it's born.
No, I can still care about this. This was the thing I was getting at Smeth earlier. I think that it's sad. I think that most women who get abortions also think that it's sad, and they still often decide to do it. Right? It's a very difficult decision, and it's a very complicated issue, and we should have room in those conversations. I heard the best quote on it I heard was like, we need to have empathy for the we need to have empathy for the feminist who regrets her abortion and the Catholic who's thankful for hers. I think we need to have empathy for both those people. I think it's a really difficult decision, but I don't. It's not because I don't care about the child inside them, right? It's because they're going through something different.
Okay, so oh my gosh.
Kind of bad.
So this is what I mean. So like until the kid is born, like she gets the. What if the man wants that kid now, and 3 months in, she's like, ah, fuck it, never mind.
Sorry,
then,
you
like,
can't
we
enslave
don't
your
give a
wife.
fuck
You can't
about
enslave
that
your girlfriend or your
situation.
ex-girlfriend or whatever, or the girl you fucked. You can't enslave her to grow your child for you. Sorry.
Right, so I don't think she should be able.
Financial
Right,
abortion
so
would-
thank you, Coder, and I don't think she should be able to enslave men. Listen,
That's so
I don't think she.
fucked what you just said. So there's a video that went viral of this man who was pleading his girlfriend not to murder their child, and the way that you callously just said, "Well, he
Sorry.
should."
Rory, I'm sorry, I can't keep up with chat all the time when I'm on a panel. I try to focus on the
You're not
panel
here.
and not let my chat dictate what I talk about, or dictate my opinion, or So that's
You know what, Lauren, you're
I
actually
try
right. You're
not
actually
to
right.
look at chat
I
too
should
much.
have more empathy for those guys. I should. I do. I really do. I think it's sad. I am being glib there, and it's fair to call me out for that. I'll give you that. Yeah.
I think
and
that
I
a
think
financial
that-
abortion will necessitate perfect contraception.
They do have the power
We
to
need-
deprive female
Thank
of their
you.
autonomy
That's
and
what I'm
agency,
trying
but
to
they've
say,
always
bro.
had
I
that power
think-
with men.
Yo, I think people would be.
And I'm
more
not saying that it's
cautious
good,
if both had the
what
choice.
they've done. I think that women should have a choice. I couldn't do it myself, but I think women should have a choice.
Yeah, just like I think men should. That's what I'm trying to say. Like I've thought about it, and like, I've thought about different reasons to argue against the abortion, but like instead of arguing against that, I think something that would fix the solution to women having a bunch of meaningless abortions, because like that does affect your body in a few different ways. But I think if they knew that they would force dudes to wear condoms before they fuck. They would be on birth control. Like they would be a lot more fucking cautious with who they're letting fucking nut inside them.
The idea
not
that
like
abortion
women
is
are
really
meant
easy
needless.
for women is just
He meant
not true.
needless, not meaningless.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
What did
I
say?
think
I just want we need to invent a perfect contraception and then we can have complete financial complete financial like because if every child is 100% wanted, like I think that like financial abortion like kind of forces us to imagine it in a world where all children are wanted, right? And you're like, well, one party wanted the child and one party didn't want the child, but I want to live in a world where I only have a kid if I want it.
Sure.
Okay, but
Me too.
unfortunately, there's two people who are making a decision. And so if you have two careless people who are kind of making a gamble, and then it's such a interesting, it's one of those only situations in which this scenario exists. You have two people making a major risk carelessly, and now they're stuck in this dilemma where one person wants it, one person doesn't. You're like, oh, in a dream world, all babies are loved by both parents and wanted by both parents. Okay, well, that's not the situation. It's not the situation we've been in since we've had the inception of abortion. So we have to deal with reality. And the only way to legally even the playing field is to have states in which abortion is allowed to allow men to opt. If women can opt out of their responsibilities, then men should be able to opt out of their responsibilities as well.
The framing of abortion as women opting out of their responsibility implies that they necessarily already have this natural natural law basically that they have the responsibility to carry that baby for
They
9
do.
months.
There is a natural law.
They are having
you might believe that.
sex.
God
They
might
call
have told
after
you that.
fuck,
God
you
might have
get
said
No,
you
no, no,
can't
no,
do
no.
that.
That's
fine.
biology.
I understand
Everybody's-
that.
everybody-
I know. I understand where babies come from, right? So the point is that consent to that does not necessarily mean that you consent to spend the next 9 months carrying that baby. If you decide during that you don't want to do that, then you should have that option. That's what I'm saying. And
If
but
you
we're turning
think
this into
that,
abortion.
if you think, no, if you think that sex is just something like, oh, well, it's just fucking sex and it's okay if I nut in this person because it feels fucking good, or it feels better to have sex without a condom, or I don't want to take birth control or something like that. There's always fucking an excuse as to why these things happen. It's never just like, oh, I used all 3 and somehow I got pregnant still or something like that. There's small
Yeah, you're right.
cases
That's
of
right.
that
That's
kind of
right.
stuff happening.
I'm literally
But it's infuriating to hear that these people don't have like they have bodily autonomy, but they don't have bodily autonomy when they're fucking.
Right.
So what's the deal? We're responsible
Not
enough
when
to
they're
have
coming.
sex, but we're not responsible enough to deal with the situation after, like when the repercussions of the said situation. Like, it's fucking ridiculous the entitlement that people have when they have sex. It's like, oh, it's one of the most selfish things that you can do without thinking about like the repercussions of it. If you have sex, it's a 99% possibility that you might think about it that way. Think about it that it could be a 99% possibility that you're gonna have a baby, and you may not have sex as often. But that's what I mean. Like, just. But do you feel complacent in
sex.
Well, hold on. I'm sorry, Lauren. But do you feel complacent in the fact that you've had sex that many times and you've never had a kid? I bet you do.
I'm glad I don't have a kid right now. Yeah.
But you're complacent in the fact that you've had sex so many times that
Should I be? Should I like be mad at myself?
No, you've got so used to the fact that you've had the 1,000 times where you haven't had a kid.
That's awesome. Thank God. Yeah.
Okay, but you're not getting what I'm saying. So Lauren, go ahead.
No, I'm really not.
I don't
fine.
understand either.
She's saying that there should be a moral weight to sex. I don't agree, but that's what she's saying.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
There's responsibility for everything we do in life. Everything.
There's repercussions.
I do not
So, like,
understand.
for sex,
There's
we're just like,
responsibility.
fuck it.
yes, but
I
the
do
responsibility is the potential repercussions for it, not that there ought to always be repercussions. And so it's the
Right,
potentiality.
it doesn't
So of
ought to
course,
be always repercussions, right? There's lots of things that can prevent those repercussions. If you don't take those steps, but you get to say, fuck it, I can just go get this thing sucked out of me anyways, then what the fuck? So that's why I'm saying, men.
Do you guys only want
Let me just get
financial
this-
abortion just to spite abortion?
I
That's
have
what it sounds like. That's fine,
I
Smith. I
support
agree
all
with you.
three of my
I'm
kids.
not-
I wouldn't do this myself, but I think men should have the right to do this. This is my point. I just want everybody
I'm not
to
against
see
abortion.
clearly here that I have 3 kids from 3 different women. I support all fucking 3 of them. I wouldn't do this myself, but I think men should be able to fucking do it. That's it. Like,
Okay.
what was the whole fucking
was
equality fight for if now we're fucking one's above the other?
Okay, so we were talking about responsibility earlier. Why is it the woman's responsibility? Why is it that pro-life people or bodily autonomy people are always talking about that 9 months that women have the child, but barely talking about the actual major event, which is motherhood and fatherhood? That's what when I was talking about responsibility, like, okay, yeah, you have like 9 months of a bottle, and I'm not trying to like mitigate that because I do understand that it is large changes, your hormones and everything, but that is nothing compared to the changes of your life because you have now become a mother or you now have become a father. So if women have the choice to get rid of the responsibility of motherhood, then men should also have the choice of getting rid of the responsibility of fatherhood.
But they both do. They can put it up for adoption if they both decide on that. That's always an option for both parties. Or if they're a single parent, they can put it up for
Can you get a
adoption also.
financial adoption? Like, so you can be like you can impregnate her. So maybe you could say, well, I want to put my fatherhood up for adoption, and then any other takers, and you just like leave, and then like
that's exactly. You can't do that. That's not how the law works. I literally have I
How does
literally
it
have a
work?
degree.
I don't know then. How hard is it
No,
to put a kid up
it's
for
actually
adoption?
Well,
it's
what I'm
actually
saying is you can't have one party do that.
They should make it easier. Yeah.
I could explain this. It's actually really interesting. So a lot of these laws were created since before the advent of like DNA testing. So in many states, you're declared the father if you're like married to the woman at the time she gives birth, as if you portray yourself as the father for the first 2 years of the child's life. If you signed the birth certificate, you don't even have to actually be the father. And then you'll be burdened with all of the responsibility of taking care of the child. And if you don't do it, then you're considering neglecting the child.
Wait, what does that have to do with
Yeah.
adoption?
Yeah, so you
But
can't
that's
just like be
because we
like,
care
oh,
about the
I'm
kids,
giving
though.
it up for adoption. I, as the father, is giving it up for the adoption to the mother. That's not
No,
a
that's
thing
not
that
what I was talking about though. Because we were talking about like the responsibility of parenthood, but like if both parents
you
absolutely,
don't.
if both parents don't want the child, they can absolutely put it up for adoption.
Okay, but that's not
Right.
the I was talking about. So if women have the ability to completely get rid of their responsibility of motherhood, then fathers also single-handedly, of their own volition, of their own choice, unilaterally, should also be allowed to get rid of their responsibility
If
of
you
fatherhood.
care so much
Lauren,
about
you're
fairness,
a lawyer. You understand that that's not how it works legally. Legally, it's about the privacy and bodily autonomy argument, which men also have. So it's a totally different thing legally when it comes to consistency. Just as men have to pay child support, women also have to pay child support. It's about the consistency within the legality of it. You can't say, well, women get to choose not to have kids, therefore men get to choose to have kids. That's not the legal argument.
Yeah, it absolutely, you should have equal responsibility. Currently, the laws as they stand are sexist towards men when it comes to paternal rights. This is an idea that would at least even the playing field in states in which abortion is legal, that if women have the right to opt out of being the mother of the child that is created during the consensual sex, then men should also have the right to opt out of parenthood.
yeah, but if the whole thing's about fairness, if we're talking about like it needs to be fair, then you should be obsessed with making sure that we can create artificial wombs for men so that it's fair, because men should also have to go through the process of growing a child. If women have to go through it, like it's like this isn't how we'd approach any of these problems. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, it's not their
Or yeah,
fault.
or not even that. Like so, she wants to abort and he doesn't, so she can put it into his.
Let me respond
Yeah,
to
sure.
that. It is about the legal equality. So there's nothing that we can do to change like nature in biology and the results of sex. However, we can change the books and the laws to make sure that they're equal for all races
You
and
think men
all
and women are the
genders
same?
and all.
Okay, wait, hold on. So this is like legally when we're talking about
Law.
I think
Yeah,
I'm going to agree with you.
completely.
Hold on. Okay, so legally, in order for discrimination to exist, the outcomes have to be different. As long as the outcomes are different, the discrimination exists. So that makes sense. And I think I might be a little bit more convinced that because the outcomes are so different, even though the laws don't say like specifically we're going to treat men and women differently, the outcomes are going to be different anyways. So I think I agree to some extent, but that also means that like systemic racism definitely exists, because even though the laws are the same, the outcomes are going to be different anyways. So it's just
because races aren't like the difference between races aren't the same
This
as
guy
the difference.
use my argument to say systemic racism exists. You fucking prick. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you prick saying that true thing about racism.
That's
just wanted to point out the inconsistency there, but yeah, I think it makes sense. Like, because legally, yes, as long as the outcomes are different, like then the discrimination
they don't even
exists.
constitutionally treat gender and race the same. Just so you know, it's an intermediate discrimination for gender, and it's a strict scrutiny discrimination for race, because race and gender are not even categorically the same in a legal.
It shouldn't be, they're different. I agree.
So
Wait, but
that takes.
What do you mean? They're both protected classes. They both have like discriminatory laws.
You guys, like we're not even getting into the fact too of like after the.
Let me answer that question. Tom, how are they different? Because gender is an intermediate level and race is strict scrutiny.
Yeah, okay. I understand that there are differences. I'm saying that the discrimination, like
I was gonna say, what I was gonna say is we're not even getting into the fact that like even after like a girl does have the kid, right? She basically, especially the way the laws are now, she basically has all say if you get to see the fucking kid, how fucking parental visits is gonna go. What do you mean, no, man?
No, that's not true. Legally, men, as long as they fight for custody, they get custody in over 90% of cases.
Don't tell me that.
In over 90% of cases, as long as men fight for custody, they get custody.
I did it myself.
I don't think it's over 90%. I think it's
it is over 90%.
I did it myself, bro. Don't tell me that.
What do you mean you did it yourself? That doesn't mean anything.
I did it.
That means literally nothing.
I'm the one who fought, bro.
Yes, I understand. That means that you're in the 10%. That I didn't say 100%. I said 90%. 90% of men, if they fight for custody, they get custody. Most men don't fight for custody, but it is around 90% of men who fight for custody get custody.
I've never heard this.
I know a guy. I know a guy that has two. One's 18 and one's like 19 or something. So they're leaving his house soon or something. But the mother never paid child support ever, and he kept trying to get her to do it, and she was never once held to it ever.
Okay, so I just want to show that the highest rate that in a state that men get custody is 50%. It doesn't go over 50% in any state that a man can get custody.
Men who
so it's either 50-50 or the women
men who seek custody are more likely than not to get it. 72% win in their custody cases. In one study where both parents fought hard for custody, mothers were awarded custody only 7% of the time. So it is almost like because men normally are going to make more money, they're going to be more financially stable. Almost like by far the majority of the time, it seems like if men fight for custody, they get it. But there's a tons of studies that say that women are getting more custody the majority of the time because they're not including the fact that men just aren't fighting for custody. Whereas if you just look at the ones where both parents fight for custody, it's completely different numbers.
I would be curious what the stats are like with the women getting. So even if it's 90% of the time when men fight for custody, they get custody. I wonder what percent.
The fact that we even have to fight for custody. What the fuck?
I wonder
we
what
have
percent
to financially support it, but custody. Better fight for that, buddy. What the fuck is this, bro? Like the whole thing is one-sided, and you don't see it. It's right from the start.
You have custody unless you have custody unless they try to take it from you.
It's all fucking consistent with each other, man.
Wait, no, what you just said is just actually incorrect. Like you have custody. You have custody. Like technically, you're on the birth certificate. You have custody from the beginning. You have to fight to get custody taken away.
Okay. That's not how it is.
That's not how that works. Like when you file for divorce,
I don't know where you fucking seen that ever, but that's not how that is.
When you start filing for divorce, that's when the custody disputes come in. So if you're saying 90% of the time that there's a custody dispute,
or if you were never married, that's what I'm talking.
Or if you were never married,
lots of times, yeah.
So what I'm asking, if 90% of the men get custody, I wonder what percentage of custody they get. So I wonder if those 90% typically get 50-50 versus like the women.
Yeah, some custody.
Those 10%, if those women get 100%, and then I'd be curious of the women who fight, what percentage they get custody, because I would bet that it would be higher than 90%, because that 90% probably includes men who are getting 50-50 custody. So you get what I'm saying? So I would imagine that the results are still unfairly biased towards the men. And even when it comes to attorney's fees,
studies talking about sole custody, it's saying if you fight for
that men
custody,
typically have the finance to pay for the best attorney. Sorry, I know I keep freezing. It's like I'm in this shitty motel and the Wi-Fi is shit.
I mean, you're not freezing nearly as much as Smeth is.
I'm actually perfect on my end. I'm perfect on my end. Can you guys hear me? I'm perfect on my
Right
end.
now
Like,
we
can you
can.
hear
We
me?
Yeah,
can
you're
hear
good
you.
now.
We can hear you fine, but you freeze, and then all of a sudden you
Yeah.
start talking, and like 10
My-
seconds later you start moving again.
My
Yeah,
video is
so-
all perfect on my end. My stream's perfect and crisp and ideal.
So yeah,
See,
just
you're
I
right
pulled up
like
the
this
full,
now.
Yeah, so I pulled up the full thing. Men who seek custody are more likely than not to get it. Fathers who fight for custody typically get it. Every 30 years, 94% of fathers who sought custody got sole custody or joint custody. Abusive fathers are especially successful, which is weird. 72% win their custody cases. and
How
one
are you
third-
getting
Fuck
that?
are you getting this from?
are
Abuse.
you
Yeah, where are you reading this
Oh
from?
my
I
god.
can
That's
give you guys
so
the.
Bro,
bullshit,
you
because
gotta
if you
prove.
know
This is
dad's
almost all
abusive,
studies.
She's a straight
getting
fucking
custody.
heroin
Yeah.
addict if you want any
Let him
This
fucking.
is almost all
What
studies come
are
up
you
with these
talking
things.
about?
This is I can put it in I mean I like private
chat
chat.
or
Yeah, I'll
chat,
put it
whichever
in
one.
private chat over here. Because yeah, this is literally every study that I've
Does
read
it
on the
go
case.
into
Men
the
are by
women?
far more likely to get
And you got
custody
it.
or sole custody in
Tom,
almost all
Criminal
cases.
Does it go
liability.
into the women's? Does it go into the women's stats at all? And I used to think men would have
Abusive
somewhat of an
fathers.
easier time because of attorney's fees, but when it comes to family court, typically the provider has to pay the attorney's fees for both sides.
I don't see a
So-
private chat option for us. I only see starred and live. Am I?
Oh,
No, I see a
Private chat? You don't see private chat?
that's
I
interesting.
put Ola.
Put
It
in
just
the
says
Discord
starred
chat.
and live.
Hi, bro.
Yeah, I see it. It just says starred and live at the top.
You don't chat at the
Please
top. It's at the
comment.
bottom. What are you looking at?
No, I know you don't chat at the top. On the side over here, you can choose starred or live to switch which chat you see so that I can switch which chat I type in. I don't
Yeah, 'cause
see it.
you're in comments, bro. Go down. You see where it says banners, brand, private chat?
Oh,
On the
okay.
far right.
On mine, those two are the. Okay, yeah, I see it. On mine, those two have always been on the same thing. You just click the tab at the top. Okay, there you go.
Motherfucker. Boomer over
All right.
here.
I have no
It
idea
has,
what
like,
you're talking about. So
It has the links on the on the parts as well, where you
Oh, I
can
see,
click
okay.
on the exact years and crap. So like it has one Washington Post article that links a study in it, and then the other one is dad's divorce rate or dadsdivorcelaw.com or
this is on
they
something
talk
called Liberating Motherhood.
Yeah, it's a Substack, which I would.
yes, but it links to other things. Yes,
Sure.
there's tons of like law websites that go over this as well that I can link to that'll have similar stats.
I believe you, Tom. I'm just biased against Substack.
Yeah, me too. Actually,
I choose not to believe him. I never believe him. He didn't push on my back hard enough.
because yeah, most stats talking about custody are talking about just all custody, not like who fought for custody.
Agreed,
They
Rory.
don't include whether or not people fought for custody or not. So they're just saying like women, I think, win about 80% of custody cases overall, I think it's 82%. Yet it's not saying like women were actually fighting a man for custody in these cases. They're just saying women got custody as the outcome.
I mean, most women, if I'm gonna say most, but the women that are sought out for child support, who seek out the most child support, are the women that I fucking just so
Typically
sorry.
comes from a abusive
Okay,
relationship.
so I'm just looking at this one thing. Okay, I'm just I clicked on one of these links. I'm looking in this one thing here. Okay, here, let me bring this over here. Okay. So what it's what it uses in its reference down here. One of the things is called. Where was it? Shit, I just lost it moving it over here. Fuck. Oh, Richard A. Gardner, the parental alienation syndrome and the differentiation between fabricated and genuine child sex abuse, 69 to 70, 1987. So, like, is this like shit from like mad back in the day when women didn't have no fucking rights? Of course they were winning
That's
all the
before
fucking
I was
time.
born.
Like,
No,
what are
this
we
said over the
talking about?
30-year
Like,
period.
it's referring in here to 1989, 1986.
Yeah, it said over a 30-year
Like, this
period.
shit's mad old as fuck. Yeah, maybe men won back then when women didn't have rights.
It says
This
a
is
30-year
like, come
period.
the fuck on. Did you even click on? Tell me you clicked on one of those fucking links in that fucking
Yes,
article.
I have it right here in front of me. Yes, it has a 30-year period, as I've said numerous times. It's a 30 freaking year period.
That does
Yes,
make sense.
of
Yeah.
course.
Man, that sounds awful.
Well, that's a longer than 30-year period, actually.
It's not. It can go all the way up until 2010 and stop there. Like it doesn't have to be more than 30 years.
It stopped in 2010.
Yeah, I'm saying it can. Like it doesn't. I don't have the exact numbers in
Buddy,
front
that's
of me, but
23 years ago. If it was a 30, if it was a
Well, wait. When does the study? If the study's from 2010 and it goes back 30 years, what was the year that Speakeasy said? I don't know. Maybe
I just got put behind a paywall on the one that I was reading before. Yeah. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Because you guys
There's
are
a
arguing
lot
about
to
like
go
the
through
principle
here.
of
There's
the
a lot
law
to go
anyway.
through here, but I'm not with this whole abusive father. Abusive fathers are winning fucking cases I can't win. Get the fuck out of here. That's not true. I don't believe that one for
Yeah,
fucking
that-
ever. Like,
That one line, I don't even know
90%
why
is
they
crazy,
threw it in
but-
there because it doesn't.
bullshit.
It doesn't seem to even
Some
like help the
feminist
point.
fucking wrote that.
Based. What's wrong with being a feminist?
Everything.
Lots.
Cringe. Am I like the only feminist on the panel?
The
I'm a
first two
feminist.
waves-
I'm a feminist
the
because
first two waves, I'm with
non-feminist sex
If
sucks.
we want to talk about the first two waves, I'll be a feminist. After that, they can all go fuck themselves.
Okay, you do you.
I'm not a selfish lover.
That's what feminism's all about. The female orgasm.
Yeah, it's all about me. It's empowering women so that I can have sex with them, and they can consent.
Coda's the feminist.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's news
Ginger,
to
did
me.
you remember your topic?
yes.
Okay, so
Oh,
Speakeasy,
no.
if you want to close this out here, we're gonna go to Ginger's topic.
Hey, listen, I'll just.
That
be
was
nice
a good
and
one,
easy.
Speakeasy. I really liked that convo. Thank you for bringing that.
No problem, no problem. That's actually a combo I've been wanting to have for a while now, and everyone fucking either gets in their feelings about it, but at least Tom got a little bit in his feelings, but it's okay. I still love him.
He's been feeling a lot. He's-
It's easy for me. It's easy.
Okay.
So the way
I'm ready.
that
I'm ready. I'm ready.
I
Ginger. Let's go.
and the government can't force a woman to have a child, I think the woman and the government shouldn't be able to force a man to support a child. Simple.
I'm ready.
And I just want to
Oh.
remind everybody, like I said, I have 3 kids and I wouldn't give up supporting them for anything in the world. But I think men should have this choice in general, and I think it would benefit the future generations of people coming up from making better fucking choices of who they sleep with.
Okay.
That's
All right.
it.
Ginger, before you make your argument, what is your general topic about?
All right. So my general topic is actually about IRL streaming.
What
And
about it?
It's basically should it be banned? There have been a lot of things, and I'm not saying that it should be, but it's been a topic of discussion. Recently, there have been 2 pranksters shot. We've got Zerka, not Zerka.
Zerka was shot.
No.
That is hysterical.
No.
Can
We've
why haven't I seen this?
Yo,
Lauren,
Zerka got
stop.
shot.
Quiet. Hey, she's doing her opening statement. Quiet.
Sorry, go ahead.
What is there?
So no, we've not Zerka. We've got Foozy in an institution. We've got that little neon kid who keeps getting himself beat up on stream. That Jack kid who keeps inviting thugs over to
Jack
his house.
Doherty.
So yeah, just different situations like this that people are putting
Chaser.
themselves in situation because they know that people will watch it. And the more extreme they do, the more people will watch, the more it'll get shown around, and the bigger the clout that they get. The kid in question, the one Jack, what was his name?
Jack
Well-
Doherty.
Yeah, he makes a living off of pranks that he says are real. Which we know that if it's a real prank, this day and age, that they're actually doing harm in society because they're
Yeah.
doing things like the one kid before he got shot, he offered to pay for a family's meal, and he in the process of doing this, he also told them that he wanted to smash their brains in with a rock.
Wait, what? How did this happen? Explain. Wait,
So
what?
they were in front of an In-N-Out, and okay, this is the story. They were in front of an In-N-Out, and he asked them if they would buy him something because he was hungry. The man offered to buy him something, and he said, "If you didn't offer, I was going to pick up this rock and smash your head in."
And so the guy shot him?
No. He ended up getting shot for something completely different like a week later.
No. Okay. Wait.
What did he get shot for though?
Shot for?
Okay, so he got shot for following somebody closely in a store, and he wouldn't leave them alone. Like he was just like
harassing
messing up in their space. Like he was like up in their face, just doing one of these things. The recent guy who got shot as well at the mall.
I saw that.
This was, I think, this was a few days. It was a similar situation to that, where he was stepping in his space. He refused to back off.
And putting his phone in his face and playing like a
Yeah.
There was
sound.
another one where the guy pretended he was gonna rob somebody and he got shot too. He said, "Oh, give me your money," and fucking the guy ended up pulling out a gun.
Oh
on him.
yeah.
So
Did you see that video that went
Okay, so
viral?
IRL
with
streaming.
two guys?
Hold on. Okay, so Ginger, so what is your argument on this?
So
Should it be banned?
should there be should it be banned, or should there be certain rules in place that if they are going to do IRL streaming, if things are done in a specific way, should they be kicked off the stream? Like should there be an
So are you arguing for like more regulation on IRL streaming, or are you arguing to just get rid of IRL streaming?
I'm arguing for more regulation. But I'm wondering what.
Are you asking?
Okay,
for
so laws or TOS,
Yeah, TOS. I because I think that in the majority, if it's against the TOS and they actually go against it, then it should be something that's a huge thing, because they're not just like doing little things anymore. They're going into hotels and screaming at the top of their lungs. They're fucking with society, and it's fucking irritating. So I'm just wondering, do you guys agree with the scenario the thing going around that people are saying on Twitter that IRL streaming should be banned?
Okay, so I think show of hands, real quick. Hold on. Show of hands. Who thinks IRL streaming should be banned?
No.
Who thinks there needs to be more regulation on IRL streaming? Show of hands.
Yeah, I'm down for regulation. Yeah.
TOS, yeah.
I'm against.
Okay, so Smeth,
I think it's a different. I think that the solution, the problem is the platforms are incentivizing this. They know that it goes viral. It gets so TikTok like it makes it go to the fucking front of the algorithm and shit like that. We need to de-incentivize it.
That's what I'm saying.
The kids that hit that guy on the bike, that never would have happened if they didn't think they would get famous for it and some shit. They filmed it was.
Isn't it technically against TOS? They just need to go strict on it.
They can make laws,
but they don't.
They can make laws requiring these companies to write algorithms responsibly that don't promote harmful content.
Yeah.
So that's for the law.
Are there any laws like that?
Or they could that's. Isn't that a law? Wouldn't that be a law they're breaking? Disorderly conduct or something? They're fucking causing a nuisance in public. Screaming in a fucking hotel room. I think that'd be
the way that, and specifically with TikTok, the way TikTok works is a lot of these big TikTokers will actually delete their account and make a new one, and so getting banned or something isn't even that big of a deal. I don't know if that's how all TikTokers work, but I know that a lot of them do it like that. They'll get up really high, and as soon as they have 2 TikToks that don't get views, they delete their account and they make it, or they don't delete it, they just make a new one, because they need to stay fresh in the algorithm. Because having 2 things that don't get views puts you down. You need to get constant views, and getting constant views, it incentivizes people to do crazy fucking shit.
I know, but I think if they like people started having like more repercussions for like doing shit like that, like it's kind of like what I was talking about with the tragedy pimp and shit earlier. Like if there was more repercussions for like shit that's like literally against the fucking law, if you were doing it, if they were, even if they weren't doing it on camera, they're like if you're up in someone's fucking face and you're not moving out of their face, like this is like. Especially, like, isn't there's a like it's not like that here in Canada, but in the States, like, isn't there a lot of places that you're allowed to shoot somebody for doing this shit too? So like,
I was just gonna say the solution is more citizens shooting the people who do it. Like if so,
But see, that's the thing is like recently there has been that situation, but it hasn't slowed the fucking pranksters down.
You
Like
don't think
that's
so?
the thing,
You
and it's
don't
like,
think
oh well,
any
now those people are getting more views
no,
because
they
they've
just
been
gotta
shot.
start banning these accounts because, like, if they take away the incentive, like you, I forget who
Yeah.
said that earlier, but yeah, you take away the incentive, then yeah, this is how you fucking stop that shit from happening. Like, if you just start seeing, like, yeah, this is harassment, clear as day, or this is fucking clearly against the law. This is a crime being filmed. You know, like, fuck this, bye. And just shut the whole thing down. Don't give them another chance. None of that shit.
You know, it's actually kind of funny because I hear what you're saying, but then as soon as you film it, there's some aspect of First Amendment that you could like play to legally. So I wonder if a lot of these pranksters hide behind that. But then again, that
I don't
doesn't
think they're
negate.
even smart enough
You
to
just
understand.
fucking scream in somebody's face and not get out of their face.
But they're doing it to film it is the thing. They're not having it happen and then filming
Rory.
it. They're doing it to film it. That's the right.
Right. That's like the creative.
Yeah, that's the
creative expression part is the fact
But
that
if their creative expression in itself is the illegal activity, right?
that's true. But then it would be difficult to argue going into a public.
So if I film myself selling drugs, is it
What
all of a
do
sudden
you, Lauren?
See, that's a perfect example. That like on movies all the time, like they film people.
No, but yeah,
drugs,
but if I'm filming myself actually
Yeah, but
doing
that's
it, it's
that's
not a
all set
movie.
up. Those aren't people that actually do it.
Filming
They're
yourself
usually
doing
giving them real
public
weed.
nudity, like that gets taken off of porn sites usually. Like I mean, responsible
Well-
porn sites, I guess. Like you know,
Okay, so what about the in real life streamers that go and like steal stuff? Like there are
Yeah, that
TikTokers
should be
who
banned
who
instantly.
do that for a living. Like they steal stuff
Yeah.
and then they post it
Remember
so that
Boom
people can
Gang?
buy it from them.
That
No.
Boom Gang was his whole
No,
thing
I
of getting famous was
swear to
running
God.
away with shit.
Ginger, we have to connect. I'm so excited to connect with you after this.
Let's do it.
what you want to buy some shit?
No, I'm so curious about that scam. Wait, has anyone been
Some of that
prosecuted?
stolen
that?
fucking in real life.
No.
shit.
Not that I know of so far. No.
Based off solely because then I would argue, like, if I were the defense attorney for this person, like, I would argue she didn't actually steal it. It was just all creative content. She just made it appear like she stole it, and then she went and purchased it, and it helped boost
Actually,
her
that
channel.
actually doesn't matter because there was a recent. Actually, it wasn't that recent. I think it was like a year ago. There was a girl who went into a Target. She took her own TV into Target, her own flat screen into Target.
I saw this.
Put it. Yes, and she still got arrested.
Because
so
she
it just
arrested, but did she get charged and like?
because she started taking a
no, she
hammer
didn't get.
to me.
Yeah, no,
and
it was.
she's
I think it was a bat.
flashing
Yeah.
It makes sense to get arrested.
That would be like
Right,
disorderly conduct or something, right?
Yes,
Oh, but
exactly.
she
So there's always something.
She originally wasn't even going to get arrested. They were like going to let her off, and then she like talked herself into it because she was just so obnoxious. It was actually quite wild. It was
What an idiot.
But
So, I mean, yeah.
but that was
Like,
because
if you can do it in front of a police officer, you shouldn't really probably be able to
But
do
see,
it.
the thing
online.
is she went in there. She went in to do that to get in trouble by the company, and then she got upset that they didn't react the way that she wanted them to. So she started to create a bigger scene. That's what I'm saying. The incentive is to get into trouble. The more in trouble you get, the bigger risk and the
Right.
bigger reward. Like
that is
Right.
true. That's totally what happened. She like
So-
got mad that they
she
didn't
got
get mad.
pissed.
They
She was
were
like,
like,
"What? So should I?"
Oh, that's your TV? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
then. And
they're
they
like,
were
"We don't even sell this TV." They knew from the beginning. She came in with the TV. For fuck's sake! Like
It used to be the case.
so it's
It
just-
used to
yeah.
be the
Wait,
case
wait,
that
wait,
you
wait.
could go
Put
on
in my
like
note. I've never
special.
said anything for this one. You probably haven't either. Go ahead, Smith. I'm sorry.
There used to be the case that you could find like weird like fucked up videos of people like doing crime and stuff like on like Reddits and stuff, but it wasn't like social media was designed to show you that, you know, like it was around, but you didn't get famous for doing it, you know.
Right.
That's just part of the
Well, I mean,
issue.
PlayStation did.
Isn't that part of the issue with society today? Is not everybody has like equal opportunity towards fame, and everybody's kind of, not everybody, but a lot of people, especially as streamers, have like kind of strive for it simultaneously, and some of us get so incentivized by the likes and the clicks and shit that we lose our sense of morality. And like that's a huge problem with society in general. It's not just the live.
Yeah.
You take away the live streams, even if you just post that as a video. Like, for instance, the guy who pretended to crash his plane, he like flew up and then he like jumped out with a parachute and let his plane crash into the mountains. That was a video, right? I don't even think that was live streamed. Was it
The
live
woman
streamed?
the woman who faked her kidnapping. Like, these are all things for
Think
attention.
about this for a second. Like, you know Boom Gang, right? Remember that guy, Boom Gang, and he'd run away with like a watch or some shit. If after that first thing went viral, they just shut his account down, you think people would keep fucking doing that shit? And they just shut his
But
account
they're
down?
making money off of it.
They're
fucking making money off of him.
That's why.
No, that's not the problem. The problem
platform,
is
the
that
platform.
lots of
Those
these
laws
things are
need-
staged, and so they can't like they're like totally acted out, and they can't like delineate between what is or isn't acted out, and so they just allow the law to like deal with people. If somebody steals from you, you call the cops on them, let the law deal with it, but the platform doesn't want to delineate between what's real and what's not.
Yeah, but the thing is, we will want to see weird, fucked up shit, and they will just push it to the front. And they need to like I think have some kind of like social responsibility to some fucking extent.
Well, generally, like
of
Twitch will
course,
say
I'm
that
gonna
you're just
fucking
not
watch
allowed
people
to break the
steal
law,
shit.
right?
Of course, I'm gonna watch
Twitch will
people
just say. Twitch will say that you're not allowed to break the law, right? So even if you pretend to break the law, Twitch will still ban you because you're just not allowed to do it. You're not allowed to look like you're doing it. You're not allowed to pretend you're doing it whatsoever. And so I think most platforms, if they just have a similar thing like that, which I think most platforms do, the problem is that platforms like Kick exist. So
I think that would be great if we had that on platforms. But like to bring it back to what Lauren suggested earlier on, like you talked about like the way the law should intersect with this. So like you specifically talked about like you were specifically talking about like the way the algorithm serves content and legislating that. Is there any precedent for that? Is there anything like that currently? Because I'm just curious.
Well, we do have. Go ahead, Ginger, because you might have a specific. We do have we've definitely had legislators talking about this, but the problem is so many legislators are so old, and they keep having these meetings with like Zuckerberg and the head of Google and like other social media and like TikTok and like all of these CEOs of all of these platforms to try to like ask them questions and do congressional investigations, but then they tend almost never have results of it. I think that they've had a couple proposed legislations. Ginger, do you know anything specific?
No, they haven't really been able to come to like any like agreement on the situation. Like you said, they're having an issue understanding what the problem actually is.
Well, with
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, with the one case of the guy who was pretending he was gonna rob the guy and the guy shot him, and he ended up dying. That guy didn't get murder charges because like he was fucking. No. He thought someone was robbing him. Like, this is what I mean. And like,
wait, are you talking about the guy who had his like cell phone? Or are you talking about the guy at the mall, or is this a different thing?
No, this is a different one than the two she was talking about. This was a whole nother one. I just heard about I heard about it a while back, and then I heard recently that the guy got off. Like, he didn't get no murder charges or nothing because, like, that's a dangerous fucking thing to do. You see these like in the hood pranks, and they'll be like, "Yo, you want beef, man?" And like they have beef or something in their pocket, like a piece of beef or something stupid. Oh, yeah. But the guy's like, "What the fuck you mean?" Like some serious shit fucking happens, and then you have these other ones where they're going in fucking places, smashing up shit. This is against the law. Like, I don't know why disorderly conduct can't just be fucking put on these people here, and then these channels shut down.
Well, I think kind of like Tom said, is that you can't necessarily discern.
It can't through just the media platform. So yeah, like if maybe the person who was the victim of that crime. So for instance, if you were the person who was walked up to during a prank, then you could potentially file charges, but somebody needs to alert the police. And I don't think the video alone would suffice, because you could always argue that everyone involved was a willing participant and an actor. And so that's the issue, is getting the people who are victims of the crimes to come forward. And then the second issue is the fact that these platforms are financially incentivized to push shocking things to the front of their algorithm because people click on them, and therefore there should be legislation to prevent like this type of like from an algorithm pushing on.
Yeah. You
Like-
can't have front page
That
murder.
legislation is going to be really, really difficult to write. That's the thing, and also it's kind of scary. Yeah, like I don't know what, like that's a like really new territory to walk into.
And it's a huge First Amendment issue.
Isn't there
Yeah,
something where they
absolutely.
could write maybe like Google has to, if a video is going viral across a couple sites, Google has to like find the source, and if it's a crime, they find the source, shut it down. That's
There's
it.
so
Like,
much content.
Then you would have to have Google do investigations into videos to determine whether or not
Not
it's a
practical.
crime. That would be like
not for every time though. Like for instance, what I was talking about earlier, that Boom Gang guy. Like everybody knew who the fuck he was. You just had to go find his Instagram and boom, shut it down.
how would you know that, and that not everybody on the Instagram's a willing participant? You'd have to literally go find somebody who is in one of those videos. And
No, it's just the fact that he's promoting a crime. I don't give a fuck if it's real or not. It's crime on
That's
fucking.
like,
Yeah,
then,
you're
like,
allowed
there's like
to-
shit ton of
That's
movies.
You're allowed
Here's
to like
my
promote a
issue,
staged
Speak
crime,
Easy.
right?
As soon as the government gets involved in regulating legislation, that's where it becomes a First Amendment issue, and that's where it becomes scary. So if you have the government regulating the algorithm, I am for some sort of legislation, but once you have the government regulating the algorithms, then you have a suppression of free speech to some aspect.
I mean, how much do we lose from making the algorithm not incentivize crime? Like-
Well, it's less of, because on paper, like it might seem like we could just focus on the crime, but then like the problem is that there's so much fuzziness at the edges, and there's going to be so much stuff that gets suppressed that absolutely shouldn't get suppressed, and it's going to cause.
Especially in the
Like a
algorithm.
major
This is how
crime.
it should work.
I'm talking about, like,
It shouldn't be legislated. It should
maybe
be just.
okay, you're right. Maybe it shouldn't be
should
every
be-
crime. That would be hard.
It shouldn't be legislated. It should be just like we should like pressure the companies to do it or something. Like we already do this with porn. Like porn on Twitter exists, but like you kind of have to opt into seeing it. Yeah, and if it was like
Yeah, it
that,
should
like
be
people
weird.
that want to see porn on Twitter see it on Twitter. It's like, and you can post it
Don't
on
get me
Twitter.
started on that subject, bro.
But like,
I don't know, like, because you're always going to have. So I love capitalism, but you're always going to be financially incentivized to promote that type of content. That's why platforms haven't done that.
I know, but what I'm saying is, like, culture for some reason has clung for some fucking reason, still has clung to porn being like, oh, we don't want that on the front page of Twitter, you know, like you don't want that on the front page of your Facebook. Like we've still clung to that somehow for no reason, no real reason. Like we could just go there.
No real reason.
Because we have because for no real reason, the same way we've abandoned that with murder. Like you can literally have murder like because like the first thing that pops up, watching someone get shot in the head, you know. But we're still attached to hiding porn. And
Another
You
concern
understand
about
the
it-
difference though is safe for work, right? Like if I happen to have a video pop up that's like where somebody's getting killed, I'm probably not going to get in trouble for that at work. Whereas if they walk by and it looks like
Right.
I'm looking at porn while all I'm doing is
I'm
just
saying,
scrolling
yes, that's
through
what
a
I'm saying.
feed,
I'm saying we've
definitely going to
as a
get fired.
society we've clung to that. That's what I'm saying though. And like we haven't we should see a murder as unsafe for
Have you ever
work. Like
clicked on Twitter, bro? Or not
don't-
Twitter, sorry, Twitch.
I don't think they're nearly the same.
I think we
What do you
should
mean?
see them as the same. That's what I'm
The
saying.
The problem
on-
with looking at porn is like a specific type of like sexual harassment that's not just for you, but the people around you and the acts that you are likely going to involve while you're looking at porn. Whereas I'm probably not going to jack off if somebody's getting killed. Other people might get traumatized watching somebody else get killed or something like that. But that's like, you know, if that happens, I'm sure I would get in trouble. But somebody like, if I all of a sudden flash somebody with my phone with porn on it at work, like that's a massive sexual harassment lawsuit. Like
But it's also a
way
harassment lawsuit if you flash like a person getting beheaded to somebody at work, you know, like that could also be a harassment. Like it wouldn't be a sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. Panda.
Well, if they got a boner, it would be.
I love that episode.
Right? But
Such a good episode. I'm a sad panda.
Yeah, no, but it would still be harassment. So yeah, I agree with Smeth on this one that murder, violence, and porn are equally, or not equally, but similarly egregious.
Yeah, but we don't.
So
we're not
so
acting like they are.
There was a like it looks like a I'm sorry. There was an appeal from the United States District Court for the Northern District of California. This was Prager versus Google and YouTube. And it says that the panel affirmed the district's court dismissal of an action brought against YouTube and its parent company, Google, by a nonprofit educational and media organization alleging a violation of the First Amendment and false advertising under the Lanham Act.
I saw that.
What?
Yeah, I'll do it again.
All right, and it says addressing
the Regal Prager University, the one and only.
They're not allowed to call themselves Prager University anymore. They have to call themselves Prager U because they're not a real university, obviously. But yeah.
Okay, so it says addressing the First Amendment claims, the panel held that despite YouTube's ubiquity and its role as a public-facing platform, it remains a private forum, not a public forum, subject to judicial scrutiny under the First Amendment.
Quick question: What circuit was this? And so, like, what could you read? Like the top of the court heading. Like, what court was this done in?
It says for publication, United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit.
Ninth Circuit. Hold on.
So, let's just, this is the United States District Judge for the Western District of Missouri.
Yeah, so some California fucking liberal commie ass fucking judge.
Cope. I can't believe they call me radical coper.
Bullshit. It is. It's like they were like, oh, PragerU versus Google over whether or not like.
That's the only thing I could find.
It's not your fault.
Oh.
It's such bullshit. It's such a kangaroo.
Wait, Laura, did you get your law degree from PragerU?
Yeah, I did.
That explains a lot.
Actually, if I did get my law degree from PragerU, I would have had a way easier time passing the bar. I actually had to study for that shit. But I passed twice. Don't worry. I just found out this week I passed twice. So.
Oh, nice.
There was like no evidence, like zero evidence of discrimination for PragerU. It was a publicity stunt. The entire reason they did it was for publicity.
Okay, no, the problem was they probably didn't. You're right. They probably didn't. Okay, they probably weren't the party that should have brought this case. There are people who have been legitimately discriminated against by Google and
Steven Crowder, Candace Owens, all of them have done the same freaking bullcrap. It's all publicity stunts. There's no evidence from any of them. There are probably from some, but like by far the majority of conservative channels on almost all social media platforms end up doing better in algorithms than left-wing
you also
channels.
Realize that all of these are going through the exact same court. Like almost all of these companies are based in Silicon Valley, based in California, and so they're going to be
the same laws and the same controversy.
You're going to through Arizona, you're going to get Judge Tucci, who I've been in front of, who I even talked to Carrie Lake about him because I had the opportunity to talk, and she's been in front of him like 3 times. Basically, any political case goes straight to this one specific judge who always, I was in front of this judge with, I was like helping an attorney, and he was representing the Gateway Pundit, and like, before the hearing, we were like, what the fuck is the state even going to say? What is going to be their argument to prevent the Gateway Pundit from being at, press hearings, which they're the press. You're not allowed to discriminate based off content. And the state walks in there and is like, we're discriminating based off content. Look at how bullshit their content is. And then we're like, Judge, that's literally the violation of the First Amendment. I can't believe they just said that. They ruined their own case. Everyone laughed. It was clearly obvious who won. The oral argument was a fucking joke. We walked out
What
of
does
there.
that even mean? Discriminate based on content?
we
What does that even mean?
Oh, it means like so when you're judging like a outlet to determine whether or not they're a legitimate journalistic outlet, you can't read the content of the article and determine based off the content of the article whether or not as a governmental official, we're not allowed to determine we're not allowed to like discriminate against people's ideas and their First Amendment rights. So people are allowed to write the content that they want to write on their platforms, but we can discriminate if we have like a limited room, for instance, if like we're doing a press conference at the White House, for instance, we might have a small limited room. We might only have, journalists that reach a minimum of 1 million, like some sort of number of people, or we might we have to have some randomized like fair way of discerning who comes into the room that isn't based off the content of the issue. Tucci still sided with the state. We had to go through the appeals courts to get that reversed, but it's just wild. Like they'll just go with the liberal side. It does not matter. The kangaroo court.
If you could send this case to me, that I'm still not understanding, but if you'd send that to me, I'd like to look into this because that sounds. I'm not even understanding. Obviously, if it was an algorithmic case.
No. So Jordan is a journalist who works for the Gateway Pundit. Jordan went to go to a press conference held by like the Arizona state legislators. He was banned from the room. They were like, "You're not a legitimate news source. You are not allowed to be in this room for this press conference." And they removed his press pass and they took away his press badge. And then when he applied for a press badge, they denied him his press badge. And so the Gateway Pundit sued Arizona, essentially, the legislators not allowing him to have his press badge. And so they argued in front of that. They had an oral argument in front of the judge over the matter. And
wait, the publisher sued?
Yeah, like the news company.
Was the publisher not allowed to send somebody else?
I'm sorry.
I don't mean to derail so much.
They weren't discriminating against. They weren't discriminating against Jordan, the journalist. They were saying all of the Gateway Pundit is not a legitimate news outlet and is therefore not welcome to the press conference.
Yeah, Trump tried doing that.
Trump tried doing what?
He tried banning CNN from press briefings.
Right, and he wasn't allowed to because he's not allowed to discriminate based off the content just because he doesn't like CNN, because he works for the government and the government is not allowed to suppress First Amendment speech. In the exact same manner, Arizona was not allowed to suppress the Gateway Pundit from coming to the press conference to cover the election issues.
Okay.
He also tried to ban Muslims, and he wasn't allowed to do that either. But yeah,
apart from that case, does anybody else have any other arguments for this topic?
I had one curiosity. I don't even know. This might be an easy question to answer. I was just thinking about it. When it comes to like crimes being illustrated on YouTube, like what if somebody uploads a YouTube video of like somebody like stealing their bike or something, and they're like putting it out in the public to share? They're like, hey, like, we help identify this person? Like, do you think that like the people who think that these things shouldn't be allowed on YouTube, do we think that also should be like removed, like against TOS? I'm just curious. I don't know where I'd land on it. It's interesting.
Stealing a bike?
Well, it's showing someone stealing a bike because you want to know who this person was who took your bike, or you're trying to bring charges against them or something.
So that would be wrapped up in the algorithm that we were talking about earlier. So if the algorithm just banned any showing of criminal activity, for instance, then that would be wrapped up in the algorithm and prevented from being shown.
Yeah, but the thing is, it incentivizes people to do, like, it incentivizes people to do crime and shit. Like I think it like very.
But we do that. We want to see that. Like, we watch the news, we watch CNN, we watch local news. We all want to see crime. We enjoy watching this stuff. All TV shows like have crime.
I think that Audit the Audit getting bumped to the top is different from Boot Gang getting bumped to the top.
Well, no, my point is that algorithmically it's going to push what people want to watch, and so because people want to watch this stuff, it's like as viewers, we're the ones who are pushing this stuff to the top.
Smeth brought up a really good point, though, because this also would affect First Amendment auditors, which are very popular right now, and all
But
of
it's
that.
different.
Well, no, it's not. So the problem is
It
that
is.
let's say one of the First Amendment auditors gets arrested and they say that they're breaking the law, but they like get off in court. Still on camera, they were arrested for breaking the law, and they would likely get banned. The YouTube's probably not going to be like, well, let's wait for the court proceedings and see what their decision is. Like normally,
I
if
don't
they're
know
gonna
what your
ban
system
something,
you're
they
talking
get
about,
the
but
content.
I'm not for that. I just think that that we should. I don't know. I think
again,
that
my problem is that like once you draw these blanket statements, right? So like we could say, okay, well, there are some shows, some acts, like some dramatic things where they do these on a channel. It's pretty obvious. It's all acted out. They might act out a crime. We don't want that to get in trouble, right? We don't want people to take a snippet of Breaking Bad and put that on the internet, and now they get banned for showing a crime. So we want to try to make some sort of distinction. Okay, well, now we have IRL streaming. Streaming's a little bit different, where it seems like it's real, and so now we want to assume like we'll go ahead and just say you can't commit crimes in streaming. But somebody's like showing their kids in a play, and in the play somebody like pretends to like smack the woman, and now they're like, oh, you're getting in trouble for assault on stream now. Like the line between what is real and what's not real is a very, very thin line, and whether or not you're acting out something illegal or actually doing something illegal is also a very fine line. It would take so much effort
I
from
don't think it's
these
fine.
platforms to actually investigate
That's
these
true.
cases.
That's true. But I think that there's a big difference between like a movie, is a movie, like an audit, is an audit. But I think that like it's obvious, like there is a lot of content that's made to look like a crime that's not actually a crime, but like it falls under the same audience category as actual crime. Like it's content that is made to be believed to be an actual crime. And I think that is distinct from a representation, like an artistic thing. Like I don't think that videos where you bring your own TV so that you can smash it, so that people will think that you went into Walmart to smash TVs. I don't think that that's like an artistic depiction of a crime. I think it's a fraudulent depiction of a crime.
No, but it's also like, but people have also recently started making fictitious videos of fake fights. Like some people have
Right,
made.
that too. I know.
I'll be right back.
I count that. Like that is made to be
People have-
believed as a fight.
Yes, so people have made like fake stores in which they could have had that exact same interaction there, and so that would be considered artistic. So how is that not artistic?
It's
Okay,
artistic,
but what if it was okay?
is
Let's give
artistic
you an
to
example, though. Let me give you an example.
Wait, the vision is to fool you into thinking it's an actual fight.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what if I give you an example of like you have these guys that are going around robbing people on the streets, all of this shit. There's no disclaimer that any of this shit is set up, and they make it look real. And they're acting like this. They're like this hardcore gang going around doing all these crimes. There's no like they make it look real as fuck. Do you think that's should be okay or what? What do you guys think?
Me?
Yeah, and now like you're it's like you're trying to cut like.
I think it should be allowed.
It's so hard because it's like you know what this whole conversation reminds me of. You know Vanessa Hudgens. She's like a singer. She was in High School Musical. Anyway, these like gangsters asked to like for the copyrights to one of her songs to remix it. And they remixed the song about like murdering their ops, and they did the music video like with their Uzis on top of like their dead gang members' graves, and they were like pissing on like it was just a crazy music video, and they like clipped Vanessa Hudgens, and people got really pissed at Vanessa, and they were like, "How could you allow these like gangsters to talk about murder and promote murder and shit?" And she goes, "Well, you know, you're just being racist because white people portray crime all the time. For instance, look at Reservoir Dogs. They cut off that man's ear while playing that song, like the Joker. You know what song I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that movie's so good, though.
Right, but there's like that difference in artistic, like there's that
Sounds like a good
difference
argument.
in what's
Interesting.
artistic. Like, yes, these gangsters are being extremely artistic. Like, I listened to the song, it was bopping, it was fun, it was an interesting music video, but they're also encouraging murder, and they actually murdered the people who their graves they're dancing on in the music video, versus people who are just like pretending to murder each other in a movie.
There is difference there. Like they actually are dancing. Like they actually did murder, and they're dancing on the graves of the people they murdered. Like that. Like
Right. There's a stark difference. That's like what I'm saying. There's like a very distinct difference, and an algorithm wouldn't be able to detect those
AI.
differences. In fact, I would
I
probably
can't detect
say,
that.
I'd probably say, yeah, algorithm or AI would probably determine that the Reservoir Dogs was way more violent than a bunch of guys just like dancing around with guns, like singing
Okay.
about.
Yeah, it's bad. I mean, it's
We
bad
got to
taste.
go ahead and close it out. Ginger, if you want to give some closing statements on this.
Yeah. I think it's unfortunate. I don't think that there is anything that they'd be able to do to stop it. Maybe regardless of who is making the company the most money, maybe they shouldn't be allowed to do whatever they want. There are plenty of big streamers that get away with things that little streamers don't. That's the same situation, I think. But if there was anything to be done, I think that it would be TOS violation, like a major TOS violation, where you lose your channel for a month if it happens, one time against TOS, and after that, it's just goodbye. There are things, illegal things that shouldn't be done. If you are out there to make it look like you were doing something illegal, go fuck yourself. Oh well, you made it look real, and now you've lost your channel.
Fair enough. All right. And then while we're at it, go ahead and shout your channel out. Let everybody know where they can find you.
I am Ginger Ramoth, and you can find me at Ginger Ramoth with 2 R's in the middle on both Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter.
And what do you do on your channel?
I do panels, cosplay, video gaming, and mostly do go over all different kinds of scams and what to look for and what to avoid.
Cosplay based. All right. Radical Coder.
Radical Coder
What?
on YouTube. Oh.
Sorry.
I'm Radical Coder. It's all good. I'm Radical Coder Ryan on YouTube. I do a lot of shows like this, panels. I've been streaming more regularly recently. I just got monetized yesterday. Super hyped about that. Got my first.
Let's
super
go,
chat.
dude.
Pretty stoked.
Let's go.
Hey.
So on the up and up, but yeah, I do coding and math, but mainly politics. I mostly talk about politics, and if I try to code stuff, usually my chat just distracts me with politics. But yeah, I want to do a lot more of this stuff, so I'll be around. See y'all soon.
Awesome. Lauren DeLaguna.
Hi, my name is Lauren. I do like law, true crime, but mostly interviews. Interviewed a lot of interesting people, some First Amendment auditors, which we've talked about today. And thanks for having me here. And you can find me on Twitter and Instagram and the YouTubes.
All Lauren DeLaguna.
Yeah, all of them. Mm-hmm.
All right. Real Smeth.
Real Smeth on YouTube. I talk about, I have honest conversations. I try to be intimate and vulnerable, and I have a different, less black and white moral analysis than most people, where I'm willing to admit that I'm a bad person, and I don't just point out bad behavior to say that I'm a good person. Have a good night. I have a fucking migraine real bad right now.
I say it to point out that I'm a better person than you.
Me too.
All right. And Speakeasy.
Escape with Speakeasy on YouTube. I am Speakeasy on everything else. Like I said, I do a little bit of everything, so there's not really one thing I can tell you I do. We have a lot of fun over here, though, and I'm thinking of new shit all the time. like this, this bring your own topic debate. Like I thought this was actually really fucking fun. I like this style. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, that was
So,
fun.
That's Speak Easy.
Yeah, follow me all over there.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thanks to
Tom,
Speak.
for moderating
Yeah,
and
appreciate
debating
it.
at the same time.
Good job.
Thanks to Speak Easy for hosting. This was a good idea. I enjoyed it. Everybody brought good topics, and we
Yeah,
had
thank you so
interesting
much.
conversations. I thought this was a lot of fun. Yeah, my name's Tom. I go by Tom Foolery Show on YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Twitter. I do mostly debates, talk a lot about philosophy, have a wide range of ideologies in my audience because we kind of get into all sorts of crap and do lots of interviews, do lots of drama coverage, all host panels and debates like this. So yeah, we do all sorts of crap like that. Just come check me out on youtube.com/TomFoolery Show. We're getting ready to do an interview with a Red Pill guy with like a fairly large following on, I think, Twitter.
Which Red Pill guy?
Damn it, I forgot his name. Jack Napier.
Oh,
I was
okay.
gonna say,
I've
you
heard
better
of
hope you don't see this.
Oh, can I shout out one more thing? I'm going on Modern Day Debate again. I've gone on there a bunch of times. Tons of old Modern Day
Nice.
debates for you to check out. But I'm going on there tomorrow to go up against Hake from the Jesse Lee Peterson Network. We've debated a couple times before, so that'll be fun.
Good luck.
Have you seen the clip on my Twitter?
good luck.
If you go to the top clip on my Twitter, it's a clip with Hake. It's a very funny clip
Oh boy, yeah.
with
he
me
usually is
debating.
And I'm
pretty funny.
gonna
He's
I'm
subscribed
gonna
to my
keep
channel, too.
streaming and like open up the panel if other people want to come up, and we can keep talking about whatever. So if you guys want to stick around or leave, whatever you want to do, I'm cool with
I'm
that.
gonna shout out.
Cool.
I'm gonna look out for my video on narcissistic abuse.
All
It's coming
right.
out soon.
All
I'll
right.
be looking
Well, all
for
right.
it.
I got to go do this, but I appreciate you guys having me on. Everybody have a good
Later,
night.
Tom.
Always,
Later.
buddy. Take
See ya.
care, buddy.
Bye, Tom.
See you,
Bye
Tom.
bye. I gotta go. I have a massive headache.
I feel you, bro.
Later.
Yeah.
Massage
That's
your
good.
temples, drink some tea,
Yeah, feel better, Smith.
water. Feel better.
Yeah, lots of water. Water's
Water's
always good.
Waters. Yeah.
Oh my god. I drink it. Okay, is tea, does sweet tea count?
As water? No.
There's some water.
That's like people that say, "Well, I drink a lot of coffee, and there's water in coffee." So
I read something recently. I don't know for sure if this is true, but I read something recently that was saying that like those beverages still can seriously hydrate you. So it is fair. I think that the evidence does
Is
support
it
that.
water though? Is it the same as water though?
Probably not.
Oh, look how
I would
big
definitely
this-
recommend water.
Look at all the
But
hydration.
you're getting
Back.
hydrated for sure. Yeah.
Oh, look at all that hydration. Look at all that hydration. This ain't no Coca-Cola.
I think this one sip I just took.
My
beats that
favorite,
drink because
my
the sugar in that drink makes you more thirsty. I think.
my favorite conversation about soda ever.
Sugar
Have you
does
guys-
direct.
Have you ever watched TLC when like they're asking those like the 1,000-pound sisters? They're like, how many cups of water did you drink a day? And they're like, well, we have about like 8 diet sodas a day. And they're like, why are you drinking 8 diet sodas a day? And they're like, well, our mama told us that every time you eat a sugar, you drink a diet soda after it, and it cancels it out.
It's so true.
God. I mean,
That video?
Maybe it was a Coke Zero,
No.
but diet soda's
It's
disgusting.
such a funny video. It's
that is
such a
ridiculous.
Well, I'm gonna
No,
find
that's
it.
fucking ridiculous. I do something not like that. But if I drink a sugary drink, I always make sure to drink water with it. Because I dehydrate way faster than most people.
I just feel like I don't usually drink tea, but I'm like in the South now, so I feel like I have to, you know. And it just feels like so much more hydrating than soda does. I don't know why. Like,
Well, I mean, there's definitely
kinda
it's definitely better.
is
I
it?
don't know. Like sweet tea can have like just as much sugar as
Sweet
like a
tea has,
Coke,
like,
right?
Yeah, you have to be careful. Like sweet tea. Yeah, I don't go for the sweet tea. I have to go for like an
do.
in between. I have to go for like an in between. I can't do like too sweet.
Oh, I went straight for the sweet stuff.
Thank you, Spectre.
Oh,
Also,
found it. I found it. Y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this?
real quick, Ginger, I used to have that same Lapras plush. I was admiring that. I used to have the exact same one.
He's
I gave it
actually
to
the
him
only
a
one
year
up
ago.
there. He's actually, him and Pikachu are the only ones that aren't plushes.
Oh,
but,
okay. Well, then I don't have the same one.
I want to remind you guys. I want to invite you guys since I'm throwing out invites to other streamers and I can put. I think it's 12 or 14. I forget which one it is. I want to do a costume panel on Halloween night. So you guys all
I
have
will
an
actually
invite
be
if you want.
flying on Halloween night.
Flying, nice.
If I'm available, I'll join.
Yeah. You gotta come with a costume.
Mhm.
Your finger gloves don't count as a costume. Okay?
I used to do like a cartoon character every year. Like I did Chip Skylark and Powerline like back to back. That was a lot of fun.
I love Powerline.
Okay, that was a cool one.
That movie's so good.
I
One
got
of my
something
favorites.
backstage for you.
You got what?
I got something backstage for Speakeasy. I got him.
No. What is
Yeah.
that?
That was
You'll
big.
like it. You'll like it.
Water?
What is
No,
this?
no water at all.
Oh.
Okay. All right. And then what are you drinking during the day?
Sodies.
Sodies.
Sody pops. Okay. And how much do you think you drink a day?
8 to 12 a day.
8, 12 cans?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it's regular soda?
No, it's that.
It's diet. Okay.
Our mom told us when we were younger, if we ate a sugar, you drink a Diet Coke afterwards. And
Here, pause it for a second.
Okay.
Because it's TLC and they'll probably fucking.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No,
my
you're
bad.
good. You're good. I
Just trying to
just.
take you down, Speakeasy.
Yeah. No. If you play just a bit
No,
of it,
it'll be it'll be fine. But holy fuck,
what is
man.
that show? What is that show called?
It's called 600-Pound Sisters.
No, it's 1,000-Pound Sisters. Don't.
1,000-Pound Sisters. That's what it is. Because they equaled 1,000 pounds
Yeah,
between the two of them.
mind.
Oh no! Why
think
do
it's-
people like this stuff so much?
There's 1,000-Pound Sisters, and then there's like Sisters by the Ton. I think there's like a different one, something by the Ton.
And then it's my 600-pound life that I was thinking about.
There's my
And I
600-pound.
know so many people watch those shows, and I'm like, why
Yeah,
do you
watch
want to
them.
watch these people suffer? I'm just like, I can't.
I love
It actually curbs my appetite to watch people like that. I'm just like, oh god.
the exact opposite to me. I'll take like an entire like carton of ice cream and just sit in front of the TV and watch them like try desperately to diet as I'm like,
Oh my god. That's
It's
secretly
unfortunate.
evul.
There's probably a lot of like those little like quote unquote tricks like the diet soda every time you have a sugar or whatever that like people learn and internalize and then it probably
So
contributes to a lot of obesity.
that
to be
means
honest.
that they drink an entire 12-pack a day.
But
Collectively,
cookies though, and that cancels out the sugars.
The sugar that they eat.
Yes.
Oh, we got someone in the back. Let me
Sorry.
put something up here first. What up?
Hi, eaZy.
Hi, how are you?
Okay. Hey, I want to talk about the homeless. Can we talk about the homeless?
Oh my god, are you the one that was shouting that in his stream like the whole night?
I don't know if I was shouting it, but we got to talk about the homeless because the
Let's do it.
situation is getting terrible.
Let's talk about our unhoused brethren, yeah, and sisterin.
What do you want to talk about regarding the homeless?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of discrimination going on with them. People just say, who cares? It's their choice. They choose to be that way. And you know what? I spend a lot of time with these people on the streets to make sure they're eating and to make sure they're clothed. Winter's coming. And that's not the case. People lose their jobs. Then they can't find an apartment that they can afford. Or they are in an apartment and they can't afford it. And then automatically 2 days, a week, a month later, they're on the streets.
I just feel
I mean,
like
I agree.
my well, of course you would. My issue is that first of all, there are dire situations. However, there are situations in which people do choose to be homeless. And then the main issues are not people, just losing their jobs randomly, or people choosing it. The main issues is drug and alcohol issues. And so, drug, alcohol, and mental health issues. And those are the concerns. And so when you're saying people don't care, it's not that we don't care. It's just that we have legislators fighting on how to deal with it. And you have legislators in California, for instance, and they wanted to deal with it by throwing money at the problem and building housing, but the housing doesn't solve the drug problem or the mental health problem, and it's actually created more issues. And so,
Yeah, it's not.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on the drug problem. Here's a situation: a gentleman from Texas moved into my town. His parents passed away. His family wouldn't take him in. They shoved him out. So now he's living under a bridge. He has no money to get back to Texas. So he's living under a bridge.
Does he have any mental health problems?
Nope.
Okay, and none of his family would take him in. And none
of his family wants to take him in. He has no friends here because he lives in Texas.
Okay, so
wait,
why
I forgot
does he
what
and move in with one of his friends in Texas?
He can't get down to Texas. He has no money.
Wait, where is he then?
He's living under a bridge, under a viaduct.
I'm sorry, but even panhandling, you could raise enough to get down to Texas. It's like what?
Not in the small town we live in.
Okay, then I walk to a bigger town, which he could do for free, and then he can panhandle for enough funds to get his ass down to Texas. If he doesn't,
so even I guess the problem is,
no.
Lauren, like even
there's
if you can
too many people panhandling where he is.
If it's
Lauren,
a mental
even if you can find, if you can,
or
it's not a mental health problem, so stop saying that.
Okay, if it were a mental health problem or a substance abuse problem, then I would say, okay, that's like a legitimate issue that I think affects a lot of the homelessness. And that's something that like legislatively we're at an impasse.
Have you ever been on the streets with the homeless?
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, every time I fucking
You have been.
Unfortunately.
You spent the night with them, you slept with them, you've been on the streets with them.
I was homeless for a month, so.
Okay, so you're mentally ill then, per her.
That's not what
that's not what she was saying. No, that's not what she was saying. That's not.
She's saying the majority of it has to do with mental illness. So I'm going to say, Ginger, you're mentally ill.
I would say a large.
Not wrong.
Ginger, she was on it you were on a street for, you said, a month about, and then you were able to get yourself off either through supportive.
I was never on the streets.
Either through.
No. She's talking to Ginger.
Oh no, I did it by myself.
Or because you did it by yourself, which usually implies that you don't have the severe mental deficiencies that I'm talking about, which causes people into homelessness.
I actually had health disorders, and I wasn't medicated for my depression or anxiety for the things that I needed to be medicated on, which was partially the reason why I did end up homeless. But yeah, no, I fought my way out of that because I would refuse to stay that way.
Congratulations.
It's rough.
That's amazing. And I just think it like furthers the point that we do have, I mean, both sides of the aisle say it ad nauseum. We do have a mental health crisis.
Okay, stop with the mental health, because no, the people that I see on the streets, I don't find no mental health issues. So roll your eyes more, because you're looking like an idiot right now.
Well, yes, Mona, because I think I agree with you on most of this, but I do think that the lack of accessible mental health care for a lot of these people is a major contributing factor.
Oh yeah, the lack of help.
And yeah, exactly. But that's the point I'm getting at, is that all these different things, it's never going to be like a one size fits all solution, right? But like all these different, you can't just say like, oh, we just build houses. Obviously, that won't just do it. Like, because there are so many intersecting problems, and we have to address them. Like, it's multifaceted. But I guess like what do you like? Do you not think we should be investing in that like largely, Lauren, or do you think we should invest in it differently? Because you said like throwing money at it.
Be diagnosed first to see if it actually is a mental health. Let's just not assume, because what happens when you assume? You make an ass out of you and me.
Yeah, I think it should be as individualized as possible. Yeah.
An original line right there. So I because so many of these issues like are mental health and drug related, but then simultaneously each homeless person has their own unique individual issues, and so you can't put them all in one camp. It makes it very difficult to legislate a solution that would be like one size fits all, because there are so many distinct issues and the distinct issues require their distinct solutions. That being said, the way that current legislators, specifically in California, where I'm from, have gone at resolving the issue, they have failed miraculously. They have done a truly horrific job. And you would be able to know this, Mona, if you checked out San Francisco, if you checked out LA,
I
if
lived
you
in
checked
LA.
I don't
out
care about San Francisco and I don't care about LA. I only
the
care
homeless
about where I live.
population of California. You only care where you live. You
Well,
sound like
it's
so
That's
selfish.
right.
international, but I mean we're
Maybe I am.
That's funny.
So you only care about where you live, and none of the homeless people where
Right,
you
because I can't help everybody.
and none of the homeless people where you live have any mental health problems. They're all just like the sweetest people who got stuck in these weird situations where they got stuck in your bumfuck town.
Those
Despite
things aren't contradictory. Having mental health issues and being a sweet person who got stuck in bad situations are almost like you're probably more likely to get in those bad situations. Much more likely to get in those issues, right?
Yeah.
if you're not mentally ill,
No,
you're
if you are mentally ill, you're way more likely to get into those situations. Yeah, exactly.
She's saying no one in her town. She's saying the homeless.
I don't think Mona really thinks that none of the homeless people around her has not a single one of them has any mental illness. I think she's just saying
Mona,
there are
you
also a
think-
lot of people who don't.
Mona,
Unless I
Well, she
see a
did-
diagnosis by a doctor, then I'll take the mental illness.
Mona,
Let me
do you
try to let me try to wait. Let me just try something here.
Let me ask a question. Mona, do you think a large portion, if not the majority of the homeless people in your area struggle with either or a mental health issue or a substance related issue?
There's people that struggle with mental health issues and drug issues and that
You're not
aren't
answering
homeless.
my question. I'm asking you in the
I'm not on trial.
I think she did kind of answer. She said there's people who struggle with both. and I would say they're not even separable.
She said there's people who are homeless and not homeless who struggle. She was like,
No. Okay, what I'm trying to figure out. Wait, this is what I was gonna see here. Okay, so like Mona, you came up saying that like you wanted to talk about the homeless and like the homeless issue, and then like so it seems like you're specific in your area about the homeless issue. So that like that's why Lauren's asking you if you would think that like in your area, what would be like the main cause for the homeless issue in your area? What would you think is like the main cause there?
It has to do with financials.
Well, yeah, it's obviously like if you're homeless, it's financial issues. But I'm asking you, what do you think causes them to have these financial issues? Like, is it like lack of jobs there, or like what is it?
Yeah, there's lack of jobs there.
May I ask? I'm sorry. Hold on one second.
If you gave every single homeless person in your town,
I'm not saying everyone.
hands, would they be okay?
Nobody's prescribing such a blanket, simple solution, Lauren. Come on.
No, Lauren. Wait, let Ginger go because Ginger wanted to ask something. Let Ginger go here. Just wait. Let Ginger go here for a sec.
Well, it would be easier for me to understand. Mona Lee, I know this is a weird question. Well, kind of a personal question, but can you tell me the area around which you live in so I have a better general idea of like the circumstances?
Yeah, New York State.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I needed to know because it just helps me like narrow down what's
okay. So
what
New
the
York
issues.
State, and you think it's like the lack of jobs there? That's probably like one of the highest causes of homelessness.
Definitely.
Sorry.
And I'll tell you something. My homeless people that I work with, they hustle all night long collecting cans and bottles instead of panhandling. They are too embarrassed to panhandle. They will hustle all night long from 9 at night till 3, 4 in the morning, collecting cans and bottles, scrap metal, anything that they see that they can make money from to sell or exchange.
Is there a homeless shelter in your area?
That's full. They're full.
All the homeless shelters across the state are full?
In my area, the few that are there are full.
I think the problem with homelessness in New York is similarly extensive to what you were talking about in like LA and stuff. Like they're really, really bad. Like a lot of those places are filling up for sure.
But would you say that it's lack of jobs that causes most of the homelessness?
Yeah, I'm having a really. There are definitely there's jobs available. There just are.
Like I'm sure there's certain people, like maybe you work with certain people that do have like their issue was like something happened to them in some weird financial situation, but like I would say like homelessness, I think across the board is like mostly like something to do with like some type of mental illnesses or drug addictions. Like it's runaway.
I'm sure.
Yeah, so that's what like.
Then why the fuck were you fighting me this entire time if you're sure?
You wanted me to label everybody as a mental maniac, and I'm not going to do that.
You didn't. I didn't want you to label everybody. That is not that.
That's what you're insinuating, Lauren.
Get wrecked all the time.
Well, now that we know that's not what we were talking about.
eaZy's big, beautiful eyes, and she just like wanted to agree with him despite it going against.
No, I don't think so.
I've been saying for the past 10 minutes.
I think we could agree that in different areas, there's going to be different proportions of what things are contributing to that, whether that's housing, whether that's jobs, whether that's more drugs being present in that area. And I think Mona would agree that once a person is homeless, that being in that state of like constant insecurity, not having the comfort that we generally are all, enjoying right now, that's gonna, if they didn't have a mental health issue before, in a month or two, they're gonna now have the mental health issue that becomes an extra obstacle, getting them from what I mentioned to like Ginger, congrats on getting from 0 to 1, because that's always the fucking hardest part before you start to build momentum and try to spiral upwards instead of down. But anyways, so I think that it's like in somewhere like Toronto where I'm at, we have 10 cities. You can see it's specific individuals that it's like drugs have been a plague that I don't know if it was before or after homelessness started, but from what I see it's part of the problem. And then there's some where it's like I try to, although in a way I've become desensitized, I can't give $1 every time. I look them in the eye, I acknowledge them with the same head nod I treat everyone else with, and I do take off a headphone to say, I'm sorry I don't have a smoke, I'm sorry whatever, I don't have money, but I wish you the best of luck. I try to maintain that humanity to them, because I know a lot of people just, I don't want to fucking look at them, oh, it's not my problem. They're just mad, and it's like, it's in my backyard, it's around the corner, like the park around the corner.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, you guys, we live in the same spot, and my car gets broken into more than I would fucking like, and it's a little part of the bill, and I have that like in my ego, in my personal identity, resentment, because like, motherfucker, I don't gotta be the cost of your money, or like they stole all my clothes and I lost all my shit between laundry and shit. It's like fuck. But anyways, what I'm trying to get at with all that like context and shit is that you seem very passionate and invested in this thing. Are there any effective strategies or like things that we can try to apply or employ that can at least start to chip away at the part of the problem that, is familiar in both places, whether that's just them having enough to get themselves off their feet to get the job to start being in the right direction, or some of them not having enough housing because in Canada they're going to die at a bus stop -30. Like, are there any areas?
The housing situation is actually the biggest problem in New York. It's not the job situation. It literally is they cannot afford to live in New York City.
Yeah,
or in New York in general.
Like rent is high as fuck everywhere nowadays. It's ridiculous.
And the amount of housing is not keeping up with the demand for everyone, and the inflation, everything's fucked right now.
Okay, I have a legitimate, serious question. Like, why, if I were homeless in New York, I don't understand why there are homeless in New York. Like, why wouldn't you be homeless in California? Because you could panhandle, save enough for a plane ticket, and at least go to California. I don't understand why people choose to be homeless in New York, where it's cold and where it's like impossible to get out of the homeless situation because the rent is so astronomically high.
So this is the one thing I'll throw at that, and forgive me.
The money is not there for the panhandling. They're not making that.
I'm sorry. I want to hear what Jupe has to say because he had some really insightful things that he said last time, especially about the spiraling into spiral.
Upwards or downwards.
He talked about spiraling and with the mental effect of being on the street and how that creates more mental issues. I thought was really.
Go ahead, shoot, dude.
I want to hear that.
So wait, let me. Sorry, the question itself. Let me just pull back real quick. Forgive my tired brain, but.
Why not move to California?
Oh yeah. So this is like something that I can analogize to like why people would pay, not so erudite for the service of helping them find a mental health professional instead of like, why don't you just pull up fucking Google? And it's like, because in the state that you're waking up and like your everyday is starting at like -73 instead of if you're at the scales like neutral at 0, +100, you're fucking killing it. -100, you're at like on your deathbed or like you're about to make the worst mistake and end it all. They're waking up every day in that like depleted. Fuck, am I gonna get to food? Am I gonna be able to like survive the night? Am I gonna get robbed? Is however cold or like they're so depleted and in survival mode that I think it becomes hard to like we're able to say almost like in an armchair way, like just make these strategic decisions and like relocate yourself from here to here. But even people like the average Canadian, 50% of us are like paycheck to paycheck. It's like daunting to conceptualize like uprooting your life and even like taking it somewhere else. Although I guess as a mature adult, you need to make these difficult decisions. Like I know that's reality.
It's survival though. Like you're in New York, you're gonna freeze in winter. You're gonna die if you're outside in winter. You can move to California and be homeless and live on the streets, or Florida even. You could probably fucking walk there in under a month. Walk.
If you have no home, Walk Quest is actually a good idea. It's like, fuck it, we're going Terry Fox mode. Let's see if I can make it to Florida where I don't got to deal with snow anymore. Granted, I don't know about the border.
So Lauren, why do you think they don't do that?
That has blown my mind. I never understood why there's any homeless people in New York. If I were homeless in New York, I would be walking the fuck out of there.
You think if all those homeless people went to California that they would they'd be like so much better off? Like
if you don't get killed first.
You wouldn't
to the homeless.
Yeah, yes, I know. Get on the bus. Yeah. No, I just don't understand. I never understood why there would be any homeless people in New York if you could go somewhere warm. Because I just would hate to be freezing in winter. That's the one thing with homelessness that is actually truly unbearable to me, is the idea of freezing.
And leads to a lot of their deaths, really. That's like every winter we will have people in bus stops that you wake up and cops have to come, whatever, deal with that. I think, and maybe what I was articulating before, too long-winded, is that it's like your mental fortitude and that whatever dopamine that you need, as well as enough nutrients to actually fuel yourself. Like, even if I just eat donuts or like bullshit all day, I'm gonna be lazy and inefficient. And so I think that there's like two competing interests of like your survival instinct is the strongest thing. And in a way, they do enough that they are still persisting, right? They are still living, even though they're suffering greatly. But that need to get to and that the ability to have the drive, the strength to wake up that day and go, I'm changing this pattern that I'm stuck in right now. And I'm in hell, but I'm done banging my head against the wall. I'm gonna fucking make it better. That is like, it takes a lot. Usually you need support from friends, a friend that comes over to talk about your shit. You eat a good meal. It's like, come on, you got this, bro. Like, we're here if we need to talk about it. And they're just on the street. People don't even see him as human anymore. I think there's so much of that suffering that the survival instinct is unable to go, let's get to that better life. Let's get to where the grass is greener. Because they're like, man, I fucking hate this. Do I want it to be over? Probably, but
it's also.
Really. And anyway,
I mean, honestly, it's honestly, think about how daunting it is. I mean, people have trouble moving out of state in general, versus moving out of state where you already are you don't have any money, and any money that you get would have to be going towards moving out of state for a homeless person, which means eating less than they already would anyways. There's a lot of things that would be in the way of doing that. I mean, on the average, a bus ticket to California would be anywhere between $150 to $700 from New York.
That would be a great strategy, actually.
And you get so here's the thing: if I were homeless, I would just imagine if I were homeless, I would maybe steal something expensive, sell it once, get a ticket, and go somewhere warm. I couldn't imagine.
Lauren, you would stop them from stealing it, right?
Well, of course, if I'm homeless,
Different
like,
conversation.
The law doesn't care.
Cut off their arm. Sorry.
yeah, no, like I'm very anti-stealing, and I even was on a debate where I don't think it's ever morally justified to
That's why
steal,
I made
even
that
in the
joke. Yeah.
situations
It's an
that
act of desperation, though, right? This is survival instinct going
Yeah,
against your moral code for the
desperate
sake
and
of.
going against my own morals. Maybe I would steal something and head down, like, and get a ticket somewhere warm. So I never understood why people seemingly choose to be homeless in freezing areas, especially areas that Mona's describing. I don't know if it's cold where she is, but somewhere that's like a really, really small town where you can't even panhandle or like steal from a major store, or like I don't understand that why anyone would choose to be homeless in a town like that, especially if you could just walk out. And then I understand with Ginger, you're talking about moving, how difficult it is to move. It's a lot easier when you don't have shit to move with you.
No. But that's not what I'm talking
The social
about.
network.
I'm talking about the mentality of moving. People in general have a really hard time with anything that's a change. So when you're already at and trust me, because I went through this specific thing. I actually moved while I was homeless. I went from Florida to Arizona. Right. That was a very, very difficult thing for me. I ate, like I said, I ate less because of it. There were things that I had to force myself to go through that was not very fun at all. And
How did you get there? How did you do that? Did you walk, train, car? How did you get from Florida to Arizona?
I bussed to a different state, like that was like in between. I pretty much bussed to Arkansas, and then I bussed from Arkansas to Texas, and then from Texas to Arizona.
Nice. You should have had your wits about you, and I guess fortunately in that case.
Yeah, I guess like to that.
Was the move to get you out of your situation, right?
It was to get me into a easier situation, but it didn't. I wasn't moving there because I had a home to go to. It was more so I was moving there because I was closer to the people that I loved.
How did you save up funds to get those bus passes?
That was not easy. I sold the majority of my things, like things that I still needed. I sold shoes that I sold a lot of things. I sold a lot of things, and I begged. Not, and
Did you work the streets?
But I no so
improvised.
But what I'm trying to say is, like, and that sounds really tough, like unbelievably tough. It sounds like you did it to survive, though. And what I guess maybe you just have like a drive that not everybody has, like a drive to live that people lose, like the way that Ju was explaining. And I'm super happy that you did have that drive. But for me, it's hard to imagine like not having the drive to live anymore, to the point that you wouldn't get yourself at least somewhere warm. And it seems like people do that.
I mean, I could see I could see a sense of despair overcoming somebody to the point where they don't even want to move. Like I
think that's what it is. Oh, sorry, go for it.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I've been talking a long time.
No sweat. You're like probably have the most insight as someone with firsthand experience, which I'll pull back to a question I had off of the last thing. But I think it's not that they're not necessarily trying to survive, because they could more actively try to, like, I'm done with this suffering. I will end the whole thing by getting in front of that truck as it's moving before it can think to stop. Like, they could Control Delete if they actually gave up the survival instinct entirely. But I think it's like that sense of hopelessness where, like, even a guy who's still well fed and always has a fridge available to like be nourished is like, I just give up on women, man. I've just resigned from dating, because you just become hopeless. And I think that person is still in survival mode, but in terms of like, I'm gonna make my life better, I'm gonna make it out of this hell, I think that the hopelessness ends up paralyzing them in a way. And I think I agree with your instinctual reaction to, I think, what Mona was saying prior, where it's like I get it, it's difficult, but is it more difficult than freezing at a fucking bus stop, like literally every other circle. Like
so many people in the comments are like,
happening is
you're so privileged, you're so condescending, and you're so like people are saying that I'm like first of all, I'm literally asking these questions because
Yeah.
I have this in there.
I do feel that way
Second of all,
No, you do come across as very privileged.
No, so what I want to try and get across for a
I'm
second,
asking fucking questions to try
I
to
want to try to get this
I'm
part
not
across
acting
too.
like I never said that I was homeless and I understood everything. I've been asking legitimate question, and then you're like, you come off privileged. Well, bitch, it's
You
not.
do come off. You do come off privileged.
I understand. I sense that too. I mean, I feel it, but I also don't think that's what is. I think you are like genuinely like trying to understand like how someone could be in a situation where you see a way out or a better option, and they don't even if they might be aware of that better option, they can't decide to take it, or they don't.
So I was gonna try and give another perspective here. So like I know a lot of them, you'll see like a lot of homeless people are addicted to drugs, but like you got to think like people. Another thing is too like people like so say you're already addicted to drugs, okay, and then you're homeless. So like a lot of people become addicted to drugs because they're numbing themselves from something else. So like when you're homeless, you want to numb yourself from even feeling and knowing that you're homeless. So you get stuck in this circle of not being able to succeed because you're numbing yourself from the problem.
But that's a drug.
Speak easy. I have to say that I kind of agree with him on this because I think that so quick little anecdote. I didn't drink, I didn't have a sip of alcohol, and I didn't do any kind of drug until after I was 27 years old. This is way after I was homeless. If I had already been drinking and doing drugs, I would have fucking used that so hard as a cope while I was homeless, and I probably would have got lost into it. So I have to say that I kind of agree with that. Not having felt those, like the way that the alcohol like numbs you, the way that weed numbs you, I for sure feel like I definitely could have fallen right into that path the same way most people do.
And can I have one quick stat? I was just reading about because I want to know like what are the reasons for like what are the general causes for homelessness, like what's the breakdown and stuff. And one of the apparently like 68% of U.S. cities report addiction is their single largest cause of homelessness. So it is obviously like one of the leading causes.
Mona, did you hear that? Can you
her city might not be one of those, Lauren. It could be one of the 32% other. You don't need to be so smug about it.
Why gotta be a cop here?
Like, come on, bro. Come on. That's awesome.
Okay,
I'm done. Dynamic.
Thanks, babe.
Don't be cocky with me. I'm just telling you straight up, bitch.
You're just telling me what?
I'm telling you straight up, bitch.
You're telling me straight up what? That you don't know shit? That you just
that I don't know shit? You know what I think you need to do with your scrawny little ass? I think you need to go to one.
I just gained 20 pounds and I'm still scrawny.
Yeah, you're scrawny.
The girl
takes off 25.
You need to take your scrawny ass out to 10 City.
With
nothing. No clothes. No shampoo. No
you know what I'm gonna do instead? I'm gonna play around.
I want her to go nude
to 10 City with nothing. And let's see who will eat you up on the streets.
How about
I'm just saying, Lauren looks thick in all the right places. I'm just gonna be nice about it.
Especially Lauren have never been aesthetic.
Wow. I have a question. In a moment.
I like the way she looks too. Can I call? I'm just gonna add into that.
All four of us slide into the DMs at once. Yo, let's shake it. Yo, quick question, if I can ask Ginger, pulling back to a point Lauren made, and then I feel like we should give Flow State a chance to interject with those Big Lebowski pictures and probably a couple takes, loaded up. But I was thinking, like, what's up?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean. I was just saying, Flow State to G.
Right on. Yeah, I've seen the face in here, I think, once before, but yeah, it's been a minute. And anyway, so I was just thinking that, like, I see a lot of the panhandling or whatever it is in the same locations, meaning that these people have become familiar, whether that's closer to the shelter that they stay at, or like they've become familiar is what I'm trying to make the point of. And it's like, can I make this much money? Yeah, I know in the dead center of Toronto where there's the most motherfucking people. But if I then start to travel between here and the next goal location, again, without a good strategy, like saving up in a place like this, where if you're actually strategic, it might be feasible, and then get a bus directly to a spot that also has the population to try and if you can do that mental prediction and projection thing and then be smart about it. But I guess I wondered, and again, Ginger, you took that smarter path, so maybe this wasn't such an issue, but perhaps a concern along the way of like, will I be able to make enough at the next place to like, one, survive, and two, make it to where I'm going? And does that maybe add another obstacle of the dark?
That is
fuck, I'm leaving
definitely,
it sucks,
yeah.
but it's a shit that I know.
That's kind of what I was getting at, as far as people have a hard time moving from what's comfortable to them. And
Right.
once they have like their like this whole spiel that they go through. I mean, even here in Austin, I see it all the time. And Austin's very liberal when it comes to homeless people. They can pretty much camp out wherever they want to here. I mean, they can camp out on your lawn, and there's literally nothing you can say about it.
Than me.
So,
but
but you'll see that the same people frequent the same spots. They'll leave their stuff there because that's their spot to panhandle, but they'll go and sleep somewhere else. Like they'll leave like the stuff that they need for the day, and all the homeless people know that that's that person's spot. Like, and they all have their different like sections and stuff. So it's like even sometimes weird driving by and you see like some guy there that's not normally there, and you're like, "Where's Steve?" You know. So that, but that's how like stuck in their ways they are, that they will not move from their spots. So like even in one area, when I was in Arizona, there Phoenix was rough, but right outside Phoenix, which is a town called a city called Glendale, which is like pretty much in Phoenix, but they don't consider it Phoenix. They had they had better spots for homeless people. They had it was easier to get medication there. It was easier to get food there. They refused to leave Phoenix. So there are people that, to the detriment of their own health, will refuse to move because they're so stuck in their ways.
Yeah, like humans are habitual already, so like that makes a lot of sense.
And lazy.
In this comfortable zone where they can make just enough to get the drink, to feel warm enough till the next day, to do the same thing, and like they ignore the thing that's making them feel the way they need. Like
some of them have a lot of money.
I get that for the point when you know
that
that
an iPhone
every day is going to be the same. I lose that a little bit when you know winter's coming. That's the only thing. But if you're not like mentally capable of thinking ahead like that, you're not at the capacity of thinking ahead about your survival months.
Well, that's why places in the winter, Lauren, you'll find like they'll literally walk into a store, purposely steal a chocolate bar or some shit like this,
so they can go to jail.
So they can go to jail for the winter.
Okay, so I have a perfect scenario. I have a perfect scenario.
The bank
so
ATM shit.
So 3 years ago, I think it was 3 years ago.
I'm still listening up here.
Anyways, 3 years ago, I'm pretty sure it was 3 years ago. There was a freeze in Austin. Well, there was a freeze in Texas. Texas was not prepared, especially Austin. Everything froze over. Everything was awful. The snow, the ice, everything. People were losing power. Everything was just terrible. Okay, they had a huge homeless population. 98% refused to stay in a hotel because they would be drug tested. The hotel offered them rooms. The entire hotel was offered to these homeless people, but they did not want to be drug tested.
That goes
Was
to
that the condition? You have to pass a drug test to get a room?
No, they were worried that was a condition. It wasn't even stated that it was a condition. No, it was not stated that it was a condition. But they were worried that the government was getting involved. No, supposedly there wasn't. Supposedly there was no drug test for the people that chose to go.
98% of people, even though the study only said about 60% of people with homelessness have this drug issue. But I bet
it's cities, to be clear. So it could be.
Well, okay, but you have to remember. You also have to remember that a lot of homeless people do have the mental health issue. So a lot of them just had an issue with the government being involved at all. They didn't want to stay where they were being regulated.
That's true, because you can't attribute all 90% to drug issues.
And the mental health issues are about 20 to 25%.
Some of them won't even stay in those homeless shelters because they have a curfew and they don't want to be in by a certain time. Like they literally like.
Not all of them. It's not a problem for everybody. A lot of them choose that lifestyle.
I guess what my issue was originally when we started this debate, I wanted to address, okay, well, the main issues with homelessness, drug issues, mental health issues,
Domestic violence. 50% of women are homeless. Yeah.
Maybe that's what leads to it, but I highly doubt the women in the domestic violence situations are the type of people who remain homeless for like, I bet people who remain homeless the longest. I don't know if you have the stats on this, but
I'm talking about causes, I guess, but
yeah, like I'd imagine like a domestic violence, I would imagine that'd be like a high cause or losing a job. But I would imagine the people who stay in homelessness is because of like what Speakeasy, Ginger, and Jube were saying, because of like the cycle of mental health issue and drug issues, and like the spiraling and like the trying to live day for day. But so once again, I don't think the legislation then needs to go to the housing. To me, once again, it has to problem with the mental health and the drug issues.
Once those people have treatment, first, I mean, obviously, I agree that like first of all, we would want to focus on treatment for those things. But like once there is like that like kind of ground floor, they do need a place to go, right?
They do need a place to go, but I just want to tell you right now, housing is out of the question because everybody who is on government lists had been pushed back so that the illegals could get first pick of housing now.
See, there we go, Mona. We can agree on things. We can like each other. We can complain about the
No, we can't.
Yes, I also don't like you. Hey, Chica. Look, we got something in common. Build a wall.
I think you guys should fist bump now, to be fair. I think
fist bump
would be a good idea. I think she did it back.
Leave me hanging.
How about an uppercut?
Okay, who is Jeremy and what's his problem?
Oh, is he in the back still typing crazy shit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
He's a little crybaby bitch that always like talks a bunch of shit. Look, he started taking off his shirt, like thought I was gonna bring him up. Hey, he's like you see how racist he is if you look in the private chat there.
Ashton without his shirt.
He's just a racist piece of shit. But yeah, this is him right here.
To the illegals thing, I'll add that, like, I mean, I think obviously all the problems we've already talked about are probably mostly compounded. Like most like someone's probably dealing with like one. If they're dealing with one of those issues, they're probably dealing with like at least one other, like going down the list. But I would say that a lot of those things could also be true, like for the quote unquote illegals, as you put it, like the non-citizens who are in these situations as well. Like they're also going to start dealing with these compounding issues. Like I don't think they're all getting like put into perfect housing and they're all in a fantastic situation. I think that a lot of those people are suffering as well, and we should have empathy for all of these people, regardless of their citizen status.
We should have empathy for them. We should have empathy for all these
by us, and they get primo hotels.
Our citizen, we need a country is a country because it has a group of citizens. That's what a country is a grouping of citizens and then a structure of government to care for those citizens. That being said, if the government isn't caring for those citizens first, there's no point to that said government. And the government is caring for people outside of their citizens before their citizens. And the government is failing at its
cure homelessness before we take care of any undocumented immigrants?
I don't think that
I think that we approach this from multiple ends. Like we don't have to.
I feel like that we really ought to be putting homeless Americans ahead of undocumented immigrants when there is a limited amount of housing. I'm sorry. Yeah. And then as for people
recognize that not all homelessness isn't a problem for all homeless people. Like there are people who choose to live that lifestyle.
Well, none of us are talking about helping those people, right? If they want to be homeless, I guess we
I mean,
gotta let them, you know, figure
that's
it out.
a decent sized population, but they still get counted in with during the discussions, right? And there's a big industry in all problems, right? So there's no exception.
Yeah.
I think we could agree that in an ideal world, and this is a milquetoast thing to say, but we would have enough funding available to tackle both things, because it's not a question of if their humanity is worth more than the other. It's like pragmatically. Like people just have this feeling of like, okay, you're sending billions to Ukraine, and I'm not saying I don't want them to have that, but I'm also like, isn't things fucked over here? And it's like, I think people would just prefer to know that like our quote unquote our problems were more solved when it was like you could draw parallels in the homelessness aspect. But I'm descendant of refugee parents who escaped Iran, whatever the fuck, Persian extremism and religious bullshit. So it's like I benefit from having been accepted into a place that was like, you now have the chance to work your fucking ass off and have my privileged life, right? So I have direct compassion to the people from like that, from my privilege to those that are in that circumstance. But I also understand where you're coming from, where it's like, I got 10 cities here. What do you mean we're just bringing in more of a housing issue, right? And I guess what I was going to get at earlier, I was thinking about it while listening to you guys in the bathroom, is it's like Japan has this insane super micro housing system that I think we just need to have insane amounts of investment into something like that. They don't need to have luxury. They don't need to have a mass amount of space. We just need to be getting people sheltered, at least like in terms of the homeless that are willing to be sheltered, and provided a safe, clean environment to get their life together. And then all the drug rehab stuff and all the like job training stuff and like all those steps to get them from totally lost to functional member of society again. And then the whole refugee borders, that's like, it gets more complicated outside my pay grade to contemplate, but similar solutions need to happen.
Have the similar homeless issues?
No, they have incredible rent because they have incredible capacity for housing for people. They're highly populated for the landmass, but they have the housing needed. And some of it is like none of us are going to want to live in this thing that's like my bedroom right here chopped into a quarter in a tube, and you just have like a lay down bedroom. It's like, it's not luxury living. This is but you make it like not, it's not shitty in the sense of like asbestos and all this. It's just you're getting the utmost necessities of like, well, at least you're not homeless. You have a place where your bed is clean. You're not dealing with rats. You're not dealing with this. You can shower. It's just like, it's super bare bones essential. Yeah, exactly. It's just
how
like
did they get people to go there?
It's only the ones that are willing to that. You know, you make such a thing available if possible. I get what you mean about
we
the
had the
ones that
hotel
are unwilling.
situation earlier. Like, we can't get people to go there.
Right, but I think the hotel thing is a temporary, momentary solution where they're taking the occupancy of the business that needs to keep running their thing, using it as a hotel. And I get what you mean, where there was a bit of conflict. I like, whatever. Forgive me not having grasped the whole thing as I was running, but yeah, go for it, Lauren. Yeah, sorry.
The whole other issue, though, is like other municipalities have attempted to resolve this issue by providing housing to the homeless. And there have been many, many issues in that attempt, much of which just has to do with governmental corruption and like never actually getting these housing projects completed and off the ground and putting homeless people, which is just wild to me. So I don't want to be dumping more money to the government who's just going to misuse the funds further.
100%.
Second of all, even if we have created these housing like projects, we've had major issues with these housing projects. Like they get mass full, they
safety
just
stuff
create safety issues.
Sure,
like we create like so. It's hard for me. It's hard for me to say that the Japanese solution is a solution. It's like the Japanese solution is because they don't have the same drug and alcohol. Like they do have some alcohol.
Yeah, there's a lot more layers to why they don't have the parallel.
Cultural.
Yeah.
They
people aren't getting left behind
like
that.
Some harsher laws on the back end for sleeping on the streets, I would guess.
Yeah,
just one thing. Can I just quickly address chat? I almost never do this, but I have slept in my car before, and I was briefed. Like I've experienced shit. Okay, like not
poor.
But people are like, she's so privileged and daddy pays.
Why did you sleep in your car?
All thing that you have been subject to was a broken fingernail.
First of all, neither of my parents paid my bills, but if one of them did, it would be my mother, not my father. So don't be a sexist.
And
that's it. Okay, I'm over it. But this person's wrong. They don't know me.
You're getting one guide, or maybe like 12 guide. I haven't looked, but yeah.
I just have this one person who's really been hammering me in the comments, like, you should try sleeping in your car. And I was like, I really have. Like, I
think because I think what the problem is, like, they've probably not seen you on other panels before too. So like, this is kind of just how you talk. But like, they're seeing when you're not like being aware of the situation, like putting yourself in their shoes, they're looking at it as you're ignorant to what's going on. Like they don't take it as you're like genuinely asking about the situation. You know what I'm trying to say? Like they think you're not trying to put yourself in their shoes. Like they think this should be an obvious thing to you. That's why they're saying you must be privileged for this not to be an obvious thing. The gaslighting you if Smeth was here.
It's abuse.
It's whatever.
Chat, your abuse is sick.
I just have certain. I think understood. It's fine. I don't care. It's fine.
I think that you're just genuinely trying to understand. Like you're trying to understand from somebody else's point of view versus your own point of view, which I think is fine. You know,
straight up.
Yeah,
it just
for sure.
I like that. That means
know?
you're curious
100%
about it. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring that energy
like,
next time we
asking
talk about
questions
critical
and
race
engage.
theory. All right.
But Ginger, I really do appreciate you being so vulnerable with your story and like telling us about, you know, what you went through and being patient. Shit.
Well, yeah, no, I have no problem sharing that kind of stuff. You know, I talked with my chat about, you know, some of the stuff as well. A lot of the stuff that I do go over in chat is something that like is close to my heart. Like the scams and stuff is usually things that have been touched by like family members or friends and stuff like that. So I keep it open with my chat. There are things, you know, obviously that, you know, nobody knows, but you know, the meat of it is out there, you know.
If you were homeless in New York tonight and you didn't have like the items to sell that you had, like you were stuck in that again, and maybe let's add in like a substance abuse issue, what would you do to try to get out of that, do you think?
Like I said, I don't know how I would have dealt with it if I had a substance abuse issue before. Like,
that's the thing. I think the substance abuse part
changes it dramatically. Like, although I did have the mental health issues, like I was dealing with a lot. I had literally just started getting very sick. In Florida is this was maybe I was homeless maybe a year after being diagnosed with seizures. So that was also an issue that I had to deal with. My seizures aren't epilepsy based, they're based on stress. So that was something where I literally had to force myself through things that were extremely uncomfortable. Like I said, had I had the issue it's not an issue. I smoke weed continuously because it helps with my seizures. Medicine doesn't seem to be able to fix anything. So I smoke weed. Had I been on the streets and had to deal with that, knowing that the weed helps me so tremendously. Like I said, I didn't start smoking till almost a year and a half after being diagnosed with seizures. So I had no idea how much it was helpful. So had I started smoking before then, all my money would have probably gone to weed.
Right, yeah.
Like I think of weed before, even now I think of weed before I think of food. So it's very it's a very hard thing, and I don't think that I would been able to pull myself out of it. Like thinking about it like now even scares the shit out of me because I don't think I'd still be in Florida. I really think that I'd still be in Florida.
Math, like that's an even way more addictive thing that people get into, and like that like sends you like you're just in another planet. These people look like when they do this shit. So like, you know, or there's heroin. There's even harder drugs that you could possibly, and then alcohol. We all know alcohol is fucking horrible. Getting addicted, like you know, becoming an alcoholic while you're living in the streets. That's why it becomes like this like cycle of like.
Is rehab free?
That was what I was gonna say. I think like one of the good, like one of the best things, like with the situation you said, would be like they would have to like find a way to check themselves into a rehab. But the problem is like to do that part on your own is even hard once you're addicted, right? Because like you've already
most people.
But is it free?
Rehab through course.
If you're homeless,
you have to get.
If you have Medicaid, yes,
states will pay for
but
it.
they don't have Medicaid on the streets because you need an address.
Well, also you have to realize,
Yeah,
so it's only recently that homeless people could even get medication in general, because until the Affordable Care Act happened, you couldn't get medication. You couldn't get insurance without a job unless you're paying for Cobra. Cobra cost about $700 a month. The cheapest Cobra you can get is like $550 a month. So before that, you have pre-existing conditions, which was also an issue for me. I sold health insurance, but could not get health insurance because I had pre-existing conditions. So the thing before the Affordable Care Act happened was you couldn't just go into one of those diagnostic centers. You had to go to a state center where you had to wait from, you had to get there before they opened, and you could be there until after they closed. Like, you could be there the entire day and not be seen. But you had to go there, you had to have a drug test, and you had to wait to be seen by a therapist that saw you for 10 minutes and decided whether or not you could have prescription meds. And you had that for an entire month. And then the next month you had to go back and do the exact same thing. So if you weren't capable of doing that every month, you would not be on your medication. So
Thanks.
Upsetting. Yeah. Like if you have a health issue and you had
and I want to remind you that this is something that people are putting into vote to be taken away from people. So and I do want to remind people that, you know, as much as the Affordable Care Act fucked over so many people, saved so many people's fucking lives, including my own.
Yeah, 100%.
So are you for a fully socialized healthcare, or do you think the affordable healthcare worked in some aspects but failed in others?
I honestly think that for the people who needed it the most, it did help. And I will speak that until my dying breath, because I know for sure that it helped. Everybody that I knew that was having issues, those health issues were solved by being able to have health insurance, by being able to get insulin when you can't afford it. Certain things like that. I mean, I knew a woman, I was stuck in the hospital for 2 weeks, which I'm still paying out the ass for because I didn't have health insurance at the time. She had a hole in her foot because she was homeless and couldn't afford the insulin. And the doctors were sitting there berating her for ending up in the hospital every other week because she couldn't afford the medication. So she was while she's building up hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt to just have a place that can regulate her insulin for a week. Like, I don't see how people don't see that this is a problem.
No,
you know, and these are people, and she was, and she's sitting there. She was somebody that was trying to help herself, like trying to get off the streets, but literally could not, because she couldn't afford her own medication, because she couldn't afford insurance. So she's paying out of pocket for insulin.
Jesus.
Right.
Yo, so you in America have it totally fucked compared to here in Canada. So I kind of have obviously a lack of perspective, but homelessness seems like a problem that needs to be socialized to be taken care of, right? It's not really people that can, well, I guess some can fend for themselves, but en masse, right? Like at scale, to solve it as if it's a societal issue. It has to be something that.
Well, I just think there maybe need like more types of resources. Exactly what resources, I don't know exactly off the top of my head, but yeah, there probably should be some definitely more resources put in.
Like a handful of programs
when you
that
say
can attack.
When you say socialize, you just mean like we need like government programs and stuff to help these people. I mean,
yeah, taking from some tax money to have some amount of organized groups. That are,
okay, yeah.
You know? Oh yeah, sorry, I shouldn't. I don't care.
I don't call. No, but Coder picked up why I was agreeing with him, but not agreeing with him.
yeah. I was like, I'm not a commie motherfucker, but it's just like one of those things that like we have healthcare that like I'll pay for my individual medication, but if I break my fucking arm, I'm not worried about the thousands of dollars, and I get that you're like, I'm not paying for that motherfucker's broken arm, but
I do like.
It's kind of a nice luxury.
I live here too, and I think America's system is better for certain reasons, right? So like with
the speed and the quality and
we have the best healthcare in the world,
right?
Yeah,
you wait over here for a surgery till you die sometimes.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. Whether it was like dealing with cancer shit, getting your blood results, and then they fuck it up, and you're like, bro, I've been waiting weeks for this. Let's go. Or, dude, I'm gonna be dead by the time I get my scans done.
Look how many times we have issues already with nurses, personal support workers.
Definitely not perfect, but
can I tell you that I have a theory that most serial killers are actually nurses? Like I'm like.
I think you're right. Or doctors. Yeah,
actually, I wouldn't deny that either.
Do you mean that they have the highest like, kill count?
Hospice.
Like I think, like for instance, like I've heard of stories of nurses like killing a bunch of their patients, and I'm just like convinced, like so many nurses just get away with it. Like I'm just convinced that like
if you're a hospital admin with a suspicion, how much do you really want to like turn over that rock?
Oh, it's so bad, and then the baby switching too, especially in the like before CCTV.
To fuck with people, or
because
I have like no
divorced over this black kid that wasn't even there.
Watching lately.
I love true crime and all of that shit, and just like
me too.
And nurses have done some messed up shit. It's just like, there was a nurse that made the news recently. She worked. I don't even want to talk about it. But essentially, she worked in like the NICU, and she just like I think she caught 9 babies. 9 babies before the hospital was like,
caught them.
We should stop her, maybe.
Well, I think the problem is that, like they do start investigating.
Okay, hey y'all, I'm gonna
time.
make one more point, then I'm out.
For sure.
Okay.
What's shaking, Mo?
No, I just want to say that, like, if somebody does happen to have a drug problem and they're on the streets, don't forget that they need a fix within so many days, or else they'll start going through withdrawals. Okay, so when they start going through withdrawals, that's why you see all the shit all over the street in California. It's because somebody's going through withdrawals. So you got to take that into consideration too. They need a fix within like 72 hours, I believe it is, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, but also maybe like continuing on drugs isn't the answer. Maybe like rehab is the answer.
Yeah, but Lauren, rehab.
But first we got to get established with somewhere to live, and then we'll work on the individual rehab situation. And
well, the rehab could be a temporary.
You need an address before you can get Medicaid or any medical assistance.
Actually, there's really good programs that take them from treatment and then can stretch it out so you've got a living arrangement, and then you're still in treatment, but
that's what you need, a structured, layered program from the root or from the base of the issue, and like build them up as a person again, solve that, get them home, housed, get them groomed, get the resume up, get them trained, get them some basic job.
There's several
social groups and things.
I'm pretty sure there's several municipalities that have programs that do that are working very well. Like I've heard, I have no personal experience, but I've heard Vegas has a really good program where they get homeless people into rehabs and then into halfway houses and into like actual apartments. And yeah, you just have to like, so I think that we should start doing that. But I think the solution, as I was, when you originally came on, I was trying to say the solution is like mental health and physical health and rehab health services before the housing. And
decriminalize all drugs. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Honestly.
Yeah. So that you can also kind of like track what they're intaking, give it to them cleaner, so they're not getting it off the fucking street, and then offer the service to get clean.
For that, they don't get a criminal record just like you don't want them to have a criminal record just for the drug use, because that already
too.
stops
Yeah,
them
yeah,
from
yeah.
getting jobs, right? Like,
And as it
for
is
sure.
now,
jobs
that's
require
basically how you
a
get to
record
rehab.
check, so
Is you
yeah.
get caught by the cops. You don't want to have to take a
Right,
criminal
pick
hit
rehab
to
over
get to
jail.
rehab.
Right.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wanted
they
to
could
say
definitely
to
go for it.
Lauren,
Okay,
Lauren
peace
said
out,
instead of,
guys. I'm out.
thank you,
Hey,
Mona.
cheers.
Nice to you. Nice meeting you. Because somebody said
Same here, y'all.
someone said
take
giving
care.
them
Putting me?
yeah, I was gonna say somebody said giving them the drugs and then you said rehab instead, but I think that a lot of times rehab might include like giving them that fix in the meantime, like helping
Well, yeah,
them out,
methadone and stuff, right?
helping them
But like it's a safer version of it, kind of
exactly.
thing. Yeah.
They've got detox wings,
See-
so when you first arrive, you can stay there.
I also want to discuss like getting the job as far as from like homelessness goes. Like there are things that you need in order to get a job, and one of those things is
An
money.
address and a phone number.
Yeah,
That was like someone mentioned the address thing earlier, and it's like that's
Yeah,
one of those
a bank
obstacles that
account,
pops up again, where they're like,
you
"Where the
know,
fuck where's our employee from?" The
Quite
corner?
true. There are
the only
several.
the only
there
place
are
the only
several
place that you
companies
can
Starbucks.
right, but no, I know,
Yeah.
but there are
Yeah,
plenty of there.
I
there
definitely
are
am
plenty of
outdated
places,
on this thought.
Yeah.
Sorry, go for it, Juju. I didn't mean
But
to.
no, but like there are places where like you could do that for sure now, but the majority of the time, like you have to buy a uniform, you have to buy like certain things, like no job is like you can get it and there's no money that you have to put
There
down
are
on it.
temp
Like,
agencies.
you have there are places where you have to like you have to have a license for certain things, like you want a food license if you want to work as a server, or if you want to work in fast food or something like that. Like there's always like a requirement that you have to meet that's extremely hard to meet, like because then you like
there are temp agencies where you can just show up in the morning and they'll try to find a job for you. It's always low paying. It's something like holding, a slow sign in a parking lot or some shit, but they'll get you there. You just got to show up. They need minimal stuff.
Right,
I'm forgetting the term for it.
I worked with I worked briefly after law school. I worked in the public defender's office, so you're mostly working with like homeless population that end up
handing them the plea deal. Here you go, sign this.
I actually, I did lose my job there, and I think it was
nice.
because I was constantly at my boss to be like, they have some sort of legal argument, right?
Good for you.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like maybe we shouldn't just get them to sign, but he would just sign the plea. But no, my point. Oh gosh, I forget where I was going with that. But my point being is like, especially once you're convicted of a crime, once you're in the system has a lot of, at least in the area that I was in, a lot of resources to try to help you get out of like the homeless situation. Like, it's unfortunate that you have to get charged with the crime in the first place, but once you're charged with the crime, then you're in the system, then you can start getting all of the resources. And a lot of the times they'll have like a thing where if you stay clean, or if you choose to be in this program that will help you with additional services, we'll expunge your criminal record. So therefore it'll make it even easier for you to get a job. But in the meantime, here's all these jobs that know about your criminal history already, and they'll help you at least, pay your bills in the meantime.
Most sandwich shops will hire you. Capriati's hires ex-cons all the time.
So I think that there are like a lot of resources already in place, and that's also why I kind of disagree a little. I am on the fence about the decriminalization. Sometimes I'm like, decriminalize all drugs, and sometimes I'm like, oh, maybe not, because if we don't decriminalize it, then we could start giving them the resources they need.
Well, it's possible that like the money we save from not going after all these like charging all these people and doing all this stuff could be invested into programs that would help steer them towards that.
Massive
in fact,
amount of money.
Yeah, the idea is to do both and to cripple the black market, because by keeping it illegal, they're gonna get the drugs, and they're gonna get it from someone who doesn't give a fuck about your well-being, and is gonna send you fentanyl or whatever amount of it, and just keep getting that.
It's gonna be more expensive. It's gonna be dirty. You're gonna have to deal with sketchy people. It's all the things. If you decriminal, I mean, there's functioning alcoholics. But the only reason there's no functioning crackheads is because you go to prison, you deal with sketchy people, you get shot. I mean, it's not that alcohol is the worst one.
Oh, don't worry. Hello Starlight's terrified of me to speak easy. Don't worry about it. She would never.
Well, I'm actually about to bounce.
Oh
Right on.
shit!
Cheers, Radical. By the
It was
way,
nice
yo,
getting
Radical
to talk
Coder.
with you, Coder.
Yeah, it was nice talking to
Let's
you
say
as well.
nice
you as
to
well,
meet you,
G.
man.
Yeah, you too. All of
Cheers.
you. Yeah, and Speak Easy, good to see you again. Always a pleasure, my man.
Always,
First
my
date, I don't know if
G.
we met before.
Give
but,
yourself a shout out before you go.
Yeah, I'm Radical Coder. Again, I do a lot of debates, a lot of panels. I'm really hammering back into it now, especially now that I'm monetized again. Or not again. I am monetized for the first time. I wasn't previously monetized. But I'm really excited about it. I got a long way to go, but I'm happy to be here, and I'll be around.
Before you go, before you go, I wanted to ask you, like, okay, first of all, we need to connect. I love that you do math because I love math, and I definitely
we've actually talked on Instagram once before. I was the one who reached out about when you said you were going to like start teaching math. You want to start teaching math online. I reached out to you about that. We only talked for like 2 messages, but yeah. So we've got to connect. Yeah.
Instagram messages.
That's okay. I'm not upset about it.
But yes, we'll chat again. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Sounds good. Appreciate you all. I'll see you soon.
Bye.
Later.
That's awesome. I'm glad that he got monetized.
Yeah. Feels good. Nice step in the right direction, you know.
Well, okay. What do you think is harder, subs or hours?
What, subs or hours?
For me.
Depends what you do. If you do long streaming,
you need 1,000 subs and 40,000 hours of watch time. So
I would say it depends. Like, so if you do streaming, like you're doing long hours at a time. So like if you're doing streaming,